I hope there's a recap, because I missed all of Dom 6. Absolutely, Alpha. I know this game is hard as heck to follow. Especially for the lay people, of which you are not. But even so, we'll do recaps. Oh my, the countdown timer has already been and gone. So let's get back to it then. It's Dominion 6. We are Zawet, the Court of Steam, and we all praise our pretender god Ishmael, the Colossal Fetish, a huge wooden statue that has come to life. Specializing in Earth and Nature, he's currently just going around trying to find sites for both Earth and Nature because our gem income leaves a lot to be desired. But when we reach 50 Nature Gems, we should be able to cast Gift of Health, which will make our old crumbly mages significantly less crumbly, as well as make our units up to twice as high in hit points. And that's really good because we're not crummy little humans here. We have actual good units with good hit point values. Imagine these things no longer having 24, but having about 50 hit points coming around to blend you in the back row. That I like a lot. So the situation was our spawn kind of sucked a lot. What do we have? Wasteland, triple swamp, no farmland, all provinces small with low populations, low income, resources not that great either. Pretty horrific start, and our expansion opportunity is not that great because the dreaded dominion of Asphodel was to our south. Asphodel does pop kill. What that means is every candle of dominion they have in their lands is going to lower the population by 1% per turn. So it's important for us to keep our dominion high so that they don't infect us, and it's an added bonus if our dominion spreads into their land and prevents the pop kill. The denizens of Corinus Isle should be very grateful, because my dominion just barely tickles in there, and that prevents the population from just dying off. At least 2 pop kill from Asphodelian dominion. We actually cause pop kill of our own due to our intense heat, but it's nowhere near as bad as Asphodel, and it's countered largely by our growth scales. So let's take Quantum Golf here, for example. You'll find that Quantum Golf actually has a population growth due to my lovely growth scales. The terrain is fine. And, well, it's already above the ideal amount of people, but we can just cram them in. Anyway, what we also have are Anakim. They're a custom nation. We'll talk a little bit more about them because the situation is evolving with regard to those demi-giants. And up to the north we have Pislarna, not a particularly scary nation in terms of their power. What's scary is their tactical advantage. They own the seas. Look at that, they're constantly looking over at us. They could pounce us anywhere along our coastline, which has forced me to dedicate an uncomfortable amount of troops to the defense of the realm, the immediate defense of the realm if we ever get jumped. They have some aquatic creatures here. Now, these tritons cannot leave water because they're mermen, basically. No legs, you see. However, these meros, they are bipedal. They could get up and crawl into the land, and we'll have to shove them back into the water. We currently have no reasonable way of getting into the water. The best thing I have right now are these naked Ichitids that I could recruit, but they are so bad. Low skills, low output in every way, no armor whatsoever. These things will die in droves. Suspiciously high morale, though. Ah, there we go. It's boosted by being at home, so to speak. So the situation on the surface has been pretty bad for us all game, penned in by Anakim, who expanded to this kind of shell region that I was hoping to take early on. They secured this throne that's constantly been pumping out enemy dominion right to my border. And we even had to retreat a province out of the Olive Isle, because it was very important that we didn't... it was important to me that Pislarna and Anakim shared a border, so they'd be more standoffish against each other rather than with me. So I've actually been quite confident about leaving Rested Pandy and Thebes to keep preaching. Just barely keeping Dominion neutral. So yeah, that looks pretty bad. Our troops are good, but our ability to research is terrible because our mages are not cheap nor particularly good at studying. The cheapest thing we can get is a Zoetic follower. He's quite expensive. He's not sacred, so he doesn't have reduced costs. He's quite expensive to hire straight up. But it is good to have lots of fire mages too at the ready. If I need to mount a desperate defense, these guys can all grab fire gems and unload fire elementals on the enemy. But we've transitioned to these old farts. And Darius the Wolf, Phoebe Chillax, Shy Mystic. These are glamour mages, and as soon as I can, I'm going to research construction so that they can make dream spheres, and that will be my research booster. That should get me the high level spells that I may or may not need. I might not, because our troops are very good. No, the real advantage we have has been underground. Our sacred units have dark power 4, meaning they get immense amount of power from fighting in darkness. And where better to find darkness than in the underground, where it's all naturally dark. On the surface, we could use glamour or death magic to cause darkness, but it's very expensive and takes a lot of magic paths to get there. And it also takes time in a battle to blot out the sun. Whereas underground, it has all been dark for us naturally, and that allowed us to completely destroy Janiga here. Janiga was another custom nation. I suppose they're still alive. Here they are, whilst I sneeze my way here. Bless that mute button so you don't have to hear me sneezing there. This is Janiga, and we took the fight to them, and during a masterclass of divide and conquer, we were able to come crushing in from glowing caverns and hot hollows, and we took this all out with incredible ease. We also just finished taking down Stumbledown Passage, which they were unable to defend, because our troops are pretty good. Our frontliners are just great altogether. Good protection, giant tower shield, throwing axes, heat aura, but what's been really handy for me is this, the siege bonus, allowing me to tear holes in the wall. So we don't even worry that our foe is trying to fire arrows at us. The back row blenders are out in force. These beloved demon breads. Yeah, pardon me, the fatigue of my DDR is still catching up with me, so I need to make old man noises every so often off the mic. Yes, well, this is exactly the wrong idea. Occasionally I accidentally get the wrong guys, but these are the right guys. My Hellbent Guards, my Sacreds. Knowing that I'd be hard-pressed to bless them in battle with low access to priests, I gave them a bless that is always active. Large. They went from size 4 to size 5, and they became stronger. Better in most ways. Their defense skill actually goes down a bit from being enlarged. And this guy's missing an eye. What a bad example. This guy's missing a lot of things. Okay, they've been in battle a lot. Most of them have some kind of affliction. This guy doesn't. Here we go. This is the sheer power of the Hellbent Guard underground. Attack skill 20. Now the game gives you some general numbers here. If you're a regular soldier, you could expect to have an attack skill of 10. If you're an elite soldier, you might have an attack skill of 15. And this guy's got 20. And defense skill is a similar one, you know. A normal soldier without a shield or heavy armor has a defense skill of 10. This guy's got 15. As long as he's underground, these are massively boosted by dark power. So he ambidextrously, that means without penalty, strikes you with axe and poison dagger, all the while having reasonable protection, good hit points, and flying. It means in situations like this, where the enemy has a wall, we just fly over and take them out. Oh, these guys are on the ramparts. What will we do about them? I don't know. Fly up to the ramparts and kill them, perhaps. Oh, it's so good. I could have invested in these guys even more. A bless like quickness would make these guys a one-tool solution to just about everything in the game. Show me something that would stand up against these guys with quickness. Means they would actually strike twice and have boosted attack and defense skill. Of course, there are ways to deal with them. A little bit of poison, for example, would immediately just destroy these things. Give yourself poison explosion, boom, they're all dead. Funnily enough, I do have poison resist as their bless, but as I said, they are difficult to bless. So, we've just secured almost the entirety of the underground, and that's really, really good. It's a lot of provinces that are relatively easy to defend. Well, they wouldn't normally be, because they've got all these holes leading to the surface, but I am actively plugging these holes with palisades, meaning nobody should ever be able to surprise me with an attack underground. Let's say... Yeah, here's a good example. The army of Asphodels in Celadon City, let's say they go, that's it, enough with the Zawet Court of Steam, we're going on the offense. They would have to come through here, they'd immediately meet my fortification, and that would give me advance warning. You know, they'd be halted there by the fortification. That gives me time to move my army in and dispatch them before they start raiding around my succulent underbelly. Also, knowing this is safe allows me to very handily erect a lot more temples, because I'm building up my dominion underground, and then it will spill forth out the cracks in the ground. Dominion is this nebulous idea of how adherent the population is towards your god and your god's influence over the realm. The higher your dominion, the more your scales impact the provinces that you're in. So I have a dominion that is orderly and productive and extremely hot. I love that you can see this on the map as well. You know, it's winter time. Most of the map is frozen, but over here we still have our sand dunes because it's so outrageously hot in my dominion. I do love it. All hail Ishmael, the giant fetish. Yes, he hasn't really done anything, but maybe someday he will. So a reasonable question is, what do we do right now? Well, you might notice my treasury says 4 ducats in it, so we don't have a lot of money with which to do anything. However, what I do see is that Atsang are placing Anakim under siege. That is interesting to me. Very interesting indeed. I would love to punish Anakim for the situation they have brought themselves into. See, I'm not currently at war with Asphodel, not currently at war with Anakim. I don't think I'm currently at war with any of them. I didn't get an announcement about it, but Pislarn have stopped being openly aggressive and have just turned apprehensive. I think we're in an excellent opportunity to secure this lot of clay. Now, tactically, I don't want to, because by being pinned down here, if anybody wants to fight me, either they go into the underground where I have immense advantage, or they come at me here and I'm enclosed by other nations that they'd have to fight through. So I'm relatively safe here. However, imagine the power I could have if I owned all this land, because I'd be able to take Fargard, an enemy capital. That's a lot of gems, that's a ton of income, good population. Gives me better access to this throne when I want to take it. Allows me to steal Kyoto, which I do want to take. It's a very nice throne. Double output of Dominion from here. It's the Throne of Zeal. Free province defense, but that's not really important. The morale is also not that important, but the double Dominion spread and the ascension points are, because victory is got through gaining 15 ascension points, of which we currently have 2. And the person with the highest amount only has 3, so we're a long way away from victory there. So what I could do is Caius the Crippled could march into Kyoto and put it under siege, if I think he can handle it. Most of these are my sacreds. Note that they don't have the massive dark power boost here. But it is warm in Kyoto. They get their heat bonus. I've got a decent enough front line. Not amazing, but it's decent enough. Tis indeed an idea. So I'd march into Kyoto, put it under siege. I'd be fairly confident that they're too busy with Atsang. The problem is, what if they just come and curb stomp this and then suddenly I have a big problem here? I don't fight that well against Anakim because our units are pretty beefy and they have fire resistance, so my heat aura is pretty meaningless against them. But it does look like Anakim means business here. We know that Atsang, not Anakim. Atsang is besieging them. Atsang are the green guys. Also, Atsang is under siege by Asphodel. Might be that then it might not be long for this world, but I'm just looking at that. Atsang Cavernite glaive champs and hammers and archers. Master Composer towering over them. Hard to know who's doing so well here. Can we get a quick glance of whose army is coming out on top? According to this, Atsang is far superior to Anakim. Anakim are not looking good these days, but Asphodel, Pislarna, and Atsang are through the roof. Then again, that often means that they're just bulked up with chaff that's easy to destroy, but I think we're going to take the advantage here. I do not like leaving Mystery Lake open to attack from Pislarna, but I think it's worth it to grab Kyoto. This will definitely put us at war, and they're not going to not want to be at war with me. I really should put a fort here on Shikoku, but money is an ever-present problem. Also, I don't want to steal resources from Zawet. So I guess we'll go marching into Osaka with the goal to take Neverwinter. And I want to grab... Oh, I really don't want Toad Raider leading the armies with his pathetic everything. Dementia and Battle Fright. But I don't have another army that's really ready to rock and roll, and I don't want to pull back from Socotra. I might have to, though, because Landstalker's pretty good, and that's a massive army. If I go Zawet, Luxan, Neverwinter, that could work. I could even send the giant fetish over to Balaton. But I do worry there might be another army that just comes in and wipes them out. I don't want to lose my fetish that quickly. And you don't want him fighting outside of his own dominion either. I think it's fine to continue go around site searching for now. I can bring him in for when things look a little more dire. Alright, Toad Raider. Grab that army. Wow, of course, I think your dementia lowers the amount of leadership you can have, right? So you can't even have all of my units. Fascinating. Don't do that. Grab me a couple more sergeants once you're done. Except we can't because we have no money, but that's okay. Okay. Witterich, what's your siege ability? 231. I'm going to bring these in as reinforcements. Witterich does not have amazing leadership, but they certainly have space left over for more. So Toad Raider will be grabbing more of these guys. Perhaps that's entirely too many. That should be sufficient. Bring them over to Neverwinter so we can lay this under siege. Yeah, we're going on the offense up top as well. Enough of this being pinned down, Malark. How good is the fetish at fighting to begin with? Not very good, but they're very difficult to destroy. The fetish's main thing to do in battle is to cast big earth and nature spells, but I don't have access to those because my research has been pretty garbage. He is amazing in combat though, because he's an innate spellcaster, meaning he can cast spells while fighting, and he's also not affected by spells that take a long time to charge up. Some spells have 250, 300% spell casting time, which means you have to spend multiple turns casting them. Not for this guy. The Colossal Fetish is actually an amazing character. Also, cheers, Acronymus, showing their love for the Dominions and perhaps praising Ishmael in their own way. Right, so we're dedicated to the offense against Anakim. That's fine. But that does mean I could actually pop out from Minawa and start taking this land. Does put me a little too close to Janega, but Janega just got trounced by Asphodel. So I don't want to pop out and surprise Asphodel, but what if Asphodel goes up here? I want Mile Deep as well. Right, here's an idea. Wick, you take that. You take Mile Deep. Bob and Bob's army of non-flyers. That's a little concerning. Could I bring some flyers over there? Biotic God Volus. Forte. Ah, geez, I gave all of my flyers over to Wick, didn't I? Okay, but I can sort that. Biotic God Volus, I want you to give all of the frontline chaff over to Forte, and I want you to go over to Realm of Silence. You will collect a significant amount of the Hellbent Guards, and then bring them up through the Nether Mines into Minawa so that you can fight up here. That makes sense. Makes sense to me. How much did I miss? Just the recap, really. We're only passing our first turn right about now, except I just remembered I recruit these days the Woodhenge Druids, and I like my Woodhenge Druids as long as I go and search magic sites, because it's important to me that I do someday find myself nature... nature access. We love nature access. I don't trust auto search. I don't trust it at all, but whatever. Leave it to its own devices. So let's hope we don't suddenly get surprised by Anakim popping out going, actually, I've got all of the armies, and now I'm going to counterattack. So, we've actually found something. The Wolf Oak was right here. Extra nature gems. I know it doesn't sound like much, because it's not really that much, but every nature gem accelerates me towards getting Gift of Health, which is a big deal for me. I love Gift of Health. Hopefully by the time the Fetish has finished doing some site searching around here, he can return to the capital and lay down Gift of Health, and then my units become incredibly powerful. Search and find nothing, search and find nothing, and then our battles. So we marched into Osaka with our dementia-ridden commander. Where is he? Actually, no, really, where is he? I don't see him. Not that it matters, these guys are already dead. Boom. This is just horrific naked tribespeople. Be surprised if they claimed any of our lives. And I am not surprised. I didn't even see where you were there, Swordsmaster. Alright, as expected, there was another battle in Crucidium, so the AI is really interested in grabbing this throne. That's funny, because that makes 2 of us, but let's face it, they're not getting it anytime soon. Although the more they poison these lions, the better. These lions are terrifying. And that was amazing. So, that lion somehow took 23 points of poison damage in one go. The poison that was going out in these guys' poison cloud is very weak. But this game has something called the DRN, the Dominion's Random Number. And basically, you roll a dice, a 6-sided dice. If it's 1, you add 1. If it's 4, you add 4. If it's 6, you add 5 and roll again. And that can happen any number of times. So what happened here was, they got the damage roll, and then they added the DRN. They rolled a 6, then a 6, then a 6, then a 6... then a 6, and then a 4. Incredible roll, and it's an exploding dice roll right there, and that means that this lion is almost, well, it is assuredly dead to poison. Sucks to be it, but that's good. Thin out those numbers so that when I come in, things are better for me. So much dementia, didn't even show up in the battle. He means well, that's the funny thing. Dementia is one of the worst afflictions you can get, but they still mean well. They're trying. This throne is stronger in the fire, but I should be able to deal with this as long as I can kill these lions. And that's not easy because they're invulnerable, but if I got through them, that'd be fine. They're not heat resistant though. Heat from hell would kill these lions. As you can see, poison picking off a few of them, hurting the others. Still a lot to get through, but this throne is worth a lot. Now, this is our fight in Kyoto. This is us taking the fight to these suckers. Not a large army that I've brought in here. But it's not like they have a lot to defend me with. These are their national troops right there. Anakim Heavy Swordsman. When you build a fort, the province defense switches to your own type. That can be good or bad. It's good if you're someone like Abysia. It's bad if you're someone like Lanka. And what do you have here? Pol Pot the High Priest. He's inspirational. All fight for Pol Pot. Oh, I'm sorry, Pol Pot's dead. One of the first times I was playing Dominions, I was fighting against a nation that had fly and attack rear. And I was so angry because I had no idea how to deal with it. It just felt so unfair. I bring an army, they fly and kill my commander, and I'm done. I didn't know how to deal with that. I know how to deal with it now. But at the time, I was not equipped with the information. Also, I was playing as, I think, Yomi, so you have almost no units that can actually act as bodyguards, because you have a lot of undisciplined nonsense. Oh, but it feels good to use something that made me so angry, to my advantage. This Hellbent Guard's on his last legs, but I have every confidence he's going to win. Oh, he's dead. Okay. Can't believe he died to retreating units. Oh, whoa, 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 who's being set on fire? Okay, just the pushes. Setting Kyoto's foliage on fire is no big deal. We actually lost 3 Hellbent Guards there. More than a little surprising. Anyway, Mile Deep. This is me taking care of some useless units that were still hanging around, huh? These knights rose up and took this province from me. I'm really impressed with my frontline guys right here that they can handle a knight charge. A heavy cavalry charge is one of the harder things to actually survive against whilst keeping your line intact. But these guys have got good protection. Those lances are what do the problem. They come in charging with lance. It does 17, but then it does an extra bonus. It gets half of the wielder's strength added to the first strike. So yeah, this kind of thing comes in at 20 odd. But we have layered defense here. For one, we might block it with protection. We might dodge it with defense skill. We might repel it because the long spear is longer than the lance. So, as we can see, these guys have been fine. Look at that, repelling. They try to hit with their hoofs. It gets repelled by the fire follower. That's your attack skill and your long weapon being used to stop an attack and also damage the attacker. Only by 1 hit point do you damage the attacker, but repelling is still cool, even if it's been nerfed quite a bit since Dom 4. So yeah, not a scratch on my front line of fire followers. They are good units. Oh, but a vengeful witch is not very happy about me killing the knights. 7 units have been cursed. Okay, but we killed her for a nature gem. The walls are moderately damaged over in Kyoto, and we're killing off some upstarts in Umbra. Good, very good. Now, Wick, I wish for you to transfer... Do I just want to give all of the flyers over to Biotic God Volus? I mean, what else are these guys going to do? Well, no, they're really good underground, so let's actually keep some of them here. 20 backline blenders should be fine for Wick. I thought I was bringing you over here, but I guess I thought wrong. Right, Biotic God Volus, you join up with Bob, and the two of you are going to head out to Manawa, hopefully before Asphodel gets there. I want you to take Manawa, England, Pewter City, and Fargard. Just generally grab this area. England should more or less pay for it all because it's a sizable farmland that hopefully doesn't have Asphodelian dominion here, killing off its population. But the crown jewel here is Fargard. Might work, might not. Osaka is now mine. I wish for you to march over to Neverwinter. I wish for you all to march over to Neverwinter. Toad Raider is just going to deposit the troops once they get here together. Toad Raider is not good enough to be in charge of armies. There we go. Stay behind the troops after you hold one turn. And you're not a good enough leader to order a proper formation for our units, but I guess we can live with that. Hold and attack rear. Hold and attack rear. Maybe just attack rear. Don't bother holding, just kill them all. Get right in there. Ishmael is for the searching for now. Hatsune Miku. I would love a palisade there. We have all the palisades being brought up in the holes that need plugged around here for now. Oh, that's right, I'm fighting Anakim. I should be taking Deep Mount before Deep Mount takes me. Forte is still patrolling on Umbra because we might get attacked by Asphodel from Janiga. But I do have some troops that could be freed up to go over to Deep Mount, don't I? Bob is moving out over there. Wick, but not John, doesn't need to go there. He's already deposited his units. So Wick, it's your job to take Deep Mount. And by your job, I mean it's Forte's job. Forte is a little closer. Yeah, because Wick can get over here. Forte goes over here. Just gets me Deep Mount faster before Atsang has it. Also corners Atfsang a bit more. It's a lot easier to pounce on Atfsang after this. And we may have to do that. King Piccolo. Please continue to erect more and more temples for me. Temples are the big priority right now. Also, preach this horrific dominion away, please. Preach or build more temples. Build more temples. Temples are good. Temples are great. Also, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These fire followers are very important to me. They're extremely good frontline units, and from Yellow Caves they can pop out to shank Asphodel in the back. Funnily enough, if Asphodel decides to attack me, I can pop out right next to their capital and then immediately put them under siege right in their cap. There are big downsides to that. Most notably, there aren't going to be any people here, so it means there are not going to be any supplies there. That means I'm going to want to be able to create things like brewskis. Yeah, I need to give alcohol to my units so that they have the supplies to see all this through, which means I need to be in position to do that. Oh, look who's got enchantment 7. We're going to get that construction. Get construction up to 5 for greater magical items, and then probably conjuration up. I don't think we should even consider Gift of Nature's Bounty. We're never going to research that far. Anyway, Jabufa, you wait there. We'll move around units as we need to. And what are you doing, Monsoon? What are you doing? I want you to search for magical sites down here, I guess. No, I don't. I want you to search here and then get back to the hole for researching. Skelly spam was a staple for a reason. Make the enemy pass out from fatigue before you pass out. Yes, Skelly spam is a lot of fun. And we did it not that long ago. I forget the name of the nation that we played with Skelly spamming, but oh, does it feel good. I don't need a fort in Underhome. Also, why are you preaching there? I think what I truly want is a temple right there. Anything to spread my dominion yet further. Hatsune Miku. I'm contemplating putting a palisade here. Just another layer of defense, just in case Pislarna come through Spiral Mountain and come after me. Yeah, better get on that now while we have the money. Might not have the money in due time. Not recruiting here. I think I turned down my recruitment for a little while. These old guys. It's not a big deal to bring in the old guys these days now. The upfront cost is pretty brutal, but they do research considerably better. They also cost me considerably more, but air access is nice. Even so, I think I'll... Ugh, my money. No, my money hurts too much for that. Yeah, there we go. I always say the counter is always cheaper in Dominion. Whatever you build, it can be countered for cheaper than it costs. The thing is, sometimes you can make snowballing things that are so powerful that to build the counter becomes an enormous thing because you didn't deal with it early. For example, the free spawn from Lemuria or Middle Age Airmore, when they have their skeletons fully online. Yeah, you can preach skeletons away quite easily, but can you preach 10,000 skeletons away easily? Not unless you have 100 priests, which you might have. Okay, good to see we immediately blast our way through Construction 3, so I should be able to make some kind of supplies for my units. We search and find nothing, 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 and then we fight in Neverwinter. My units have converged, my units have destroyed. Now, what we need to do is destroy the fortress here, and we immediately breach the fortress here. Now, that is good. Kyoto is moderately damaged, and we get income. Only 3, but that's still fine. And then we lost astral pearls. Some of your magic pearls turned out to be fake. What? But why? Okay, I really need to reinforce Kyoto. Caius's moderately sized army is not enough to deal with that. Didn't I say I was going to be making some... Yeah, I forgot to make my sergeants. Well, I will unforget that right now. There's a strong indicator that I should use Jifbua to grab this army. Also, I want a replacement for Jifbua. You're going to head on out through to Kyoto and around north. You're going to converge with Caius, just so Caius has a larger army. And I will even bring in some more of my Hellbent Guards to reinforce the north. Because I am pushing. I see very little reason not to push. I might even be able to take Anakin's capital. And if they're out of the picture, my life gets a lot easier. So we one-turn pop Neverwinter. So we're going to one-turn storm Neverwinter. Landstalker is on the way with a lot more units, which I don't even need there. That's an interesting conundrum. The supply usage, or the supply amount, should double for us when we get there, because we'll have the fort. One idea is that I move straight into Balaton, just so that Absang and what's-his-face don't take it. What I don't like is that Absang has the high rock. Should I fight Absang as well? Start going total war out here. Clearing out Absang here isn't too big of a deal. I just wonder if there's going to be a counterattack on the airlock or not. Probably better to bide my time, but the problem is Malton is blocking my way to these other places, and Malton is full of long dead Bear Tribe warriors, spectral mages. I think my army could take that. If I converged my army on Neverwinter and then went into Malton, I think I could take that throne. There'd be losses, but that's to be expected. But it gives me a big turn advantage on fighting Fargard and claiming his capital as my own. I would also really want to have some priests at the ready, so that at that time I'll be able to very quickly erect temples and preach away hostile dominion. Alright, we're going very aggressive now. Do I want you back in my capital? Yes, I do, because I can cast Gift of Health next turn. Meanwhile, you're auto-searching there. I think you've been foolishly following around my Pretender God when there's nothing really to find. I want you back in Zawet. I want you in Zawet, because I'm going to need some resource items soon enough. King Piccolo, I wish for you to construct a temple. Wick, but not John. Your job is to just patrol here so that Asphodel don't get any ideas about attacking me in the underground, which they could do. Biotic, God, Volus, and Bob. Your spell should always start with Divine Blessing, and I do want you involved in the big fights because I need that poison resistance on my sacreds. The commander casts spells, fire missiles, or if unable to do so, places himself behind the rearmost unit in the battlefield. Now just cast spells. Although I really should have some bodyguards for you. Bodyguards for both of you, just in case anyone tries to murk my commanders. It happened before when we fought some Pegasus, or Pegasi. They tried to jump on my commander and kill them to force a rout. My commander survived. I forget who it was, but it's probably one of my crippled commanders currently. But that was excellent. Ugh, man, they cursed Bob. Curses aren't too bad, but if you are in battle, you're much more likely to get afflictions. Fortunately, Gift of Health largely nullifies that. Still not thrilled about it. Right, King DDD. We need temples. You already searched and found nothing, and get to researching in the hole, please. Pilus. Wolfstass. I have kind of the money. Please build more temples. We'll know that our Dominion is good here because this place will have thawed out, but also we can see our Dominion. See, it's a nice outline here. I didn't understand what that meant when I first started playing this game. What a noob I was. Oh, he's a noob. Yeah, get over to Deep Mount. I would love Undermountain. Is that takeable for me? That monolith is a problem, but the Soulless might not be. The Soulless would melt as long as the heat scale for me is high enough. I actually think my front line could handle it. I'm just terrified that the monolith would kill me. Because how would I even deal with a monolith? I can't break the monolith apart with long spears, and he's not going to rout. He might rout. Guess if he runs out of gems, it won't be too bad to deal with. Oh yeah, the monolith tends to use, like, falling fire stuff, right? No, maybe not. I'm trying to think what he attacks with. I've seen him attack with comets before. I still want this. What was that one unit you turned into super thugs that killed enemies through some kind of aura and have massive amounts of healing? You might be thinking of Wraith Lords. Wraith Lords are an undead summon. They cast Soul Vortex, which sucks the life out of everyone around them. And they are very difficult to kill. Wraith Lords are so good, and they are a staple of my strategies. I have the ability to make Wraith Lords, kind of, but we're not doing it. Not unless I'm pushed into desperation. And it's only because of luck that we're able to do that. I lucked out and got Princess Zelda here. She was 2 death, 2 blood. She got an event making her 3 death, 2 blood. I can very easily bring her up and start chugging out Wraith Lords. But the reason I'm not doing that is largely because my research access is kind of lame. Wraith Lords are a level 8 spell here. So I'd have to get level 8, boost her up to death 5, and then crank them out at 40 gems a pop. But as people have pointed out, I always use Wraith Lords. So let's try and not use Wraith Lords this time. I want another bunch of I want another bunch of temples around here, but that's not much of an option for a man that's this poor. Continue the advance. The strategies. There's only one S in my strategies. There are also Bane Lords. They're not as good as Wraith Lords, but they're still terrifying. Banes in general make an excellent front line. They're so very powerful. Ooh, Godzilla has found the Brigand Lair. One of the worst sites to find. It increases unrest. Ooh, but you can recruit villains. But villains are garbage. Low skill, human health, barely any protection because they just wear leather. Why would you want these guys? Why is this considered a positive? Look at the unrest we have here. I'd need to recruit a lot of people just to bring that down. Ugh, yeah, Stumble Down Passage, not a great place. Not even sure it's worth the money to invest in this place. I'll give it moderate province defense. I'm also going to preach my Dominion here so it becomes a nicer place. Yeah, thanks, Godzilla. Couldn't have done it without you. And Wile E. Coyote finds nothing. Anakim gets their new prophet. Their old one must have died. And we got to witness some indie and AI battles. Here's Pislarna. There are all these walking fish taco units right here. Fortunately for me, not the ones with poisonous barbs. Those ones are a pain for me to deal with. Because I use short weapons on my sacreds. Are these guys poisonous? Nice, they're not. If you use short weapons on an enemy with poisonous barbs, you will get poisoned for striking them. And that's very unfortunate because it's a good way to get yourself killed. My sacreds are good, but the fact that they use short weapons is generally a downside. In fact, in general, length... I can't think of any reason why length is not good. If all of your weapons were length 4, 5, 6, that's great. Short weapons only have disadvantages that I can think of. You can't repel with them. You get struck with fire shields and poison barbs and other kinds of protection spells. I suppose the only downside is if you're not ambidextrous, using multiple long weapons will reduce your attack skill. But that's a very niche situation. Yeah, sending those guys running pretty fast. But that was in the Bronx. That's where Callum is hiding. They might find and destroy Callum, so go and relocate to the Haunted Carousel, please. So Pislarna are taken over. Like, Pislarna... I think they stretch all the way up and down now, don't they? Maybe if they own Seafoam and that. But yeah, Pislarna are scary. Very scary. What's not scary is Ishmael's ever-embracing love. Short weapons are cheaper, if I recall correctly. Cheaper, huh? Is that TBW? No, it's De Bruges. De Bruges decided to solo the throne. What's his plan? His plan is to get eaten by immortal lions. Oh, right, this was maybe the plan. Have the lions burn themselves. It was an inspirational attack. Alright, that Neverwinter is going down. There was never any chance they would win. We just slaughter them immediately. God, I love using flying units on storming places. Right, Quantum Golf is giving me order and dominion. Excellent. The Silent Cavern. And Eaton and his brother are eating commoners and sheep. The garrison has rid the land of evil in Silent Cavern. Okay, I don't think you're going to manage this. So there's a couple of Maximus Decimus Meridius the Eaton. Horrible crossbreeding giants. They can't attack multiple targets. Holy crap, you're wearing black steel? Oh boy, this one's going to be hard to kill. He's wearing a full plate of black steel. Extra hit points, massive protection. And we're not going to be able to hit his heads because he's huge and we are not. He's also unsurroundable. And I don't have many units here to begin with. Well, go forth my... What? Becreed warriors. They're going to die, man. They're so going to die. That said... Attack skill is pretty low on these freaks. If we can just dodge them and then shank them to death, we'll be okay. We're not going to be okay. We are the opposite of okay. Ah ha ha ha. Alright, so these freaks just came and kicked me out of my own home. Luck scale 3, by the way. I could single-handedly take care of it with Monsoon. He could just get in there, summon a fire elemental, and destroy them. Why can't we be eaten? So they have a lot of downsides. Don't feel too jealous. That's not a very good province, though. It's almost not worth going out of my way to take, especially since I don't do anything with the whole. But it might be a good opportunity to show off what mages can do. Since we haven't been using fire whatsoever in all of this. So I can give you Fire Magic 1 with Phoenix Power, and then you can cast Summon Fire Elemental for Uno Gem. And then just in case that's not enough, you could summon another Fire Elemental. Yeah, it works for me. Do all that from the back and get in there. And if you die monsoon, then it just sucks to be you, doesn't it? One attack per square is quite a downside. Yeah, that's a sizable downside. Right, I want Gift for Health, and I want it yesterday. So what we're going to do is alchemize some nature gems. You can turn astral pearls into any other item at a ratio of 2 to 1. So watch this. We make 1 nature gem. Boop, we lose 2 astral pearls. And again, you can 2 to 1 any of these into astral pearls. So you can consider it 4 to 1 for making 1 gem into another. So if you have a lot of gems that you're just not using, for example, water gems, how and when am I ever going to use those? Just melt them down into astral pearls and then use them wherever. I've not been using gems, but gems are spectacular. I like to keep them for get out of jail free cards, but I should probably use them more aggressively. I just don't know how I'd be using them with this nation. I guess I could have expanded with fire mages easier with fire elementals, but let's not worry about that. Let's instead worry about ritual spell. Gift of Health, my beloved. Costs 50 gems. You can overcast, and that makes it harder to dispel, but we're not doing that. I want you to... Can you forge me any food yet? Oh yeah, I forget the enormous cauldron of broth is tricky in a way. I think we'll just be making sacks of wine for our units. Anyway, point is just research for now. Later on I will have you... Later on I will have you make me what I need. All this preaching is rather unnecessary, which feels good. My Dominion is spreading very well. That means I want you guys over to aggressively spread Dominion beyond Neverwinter, which of course we just took. We're using more supplies than we have here. That's about to be a problem. Also, Kyoto is severely damaged but not breaking down fast enough. Starving badly. They will surely die. Right, when you say surely die, what you mean is very few people are currently diseased. So we're just going to spread out, and then we'll be a bit better. Or we could go to Molten. Molten is cold and deadly. There won't be a lot of supplies there either. I really think we could do fancy things with that. Are they going to be casting poison on me? Long Deads, Bear Tribe Warriors, Spectral Mages? Nah, we'll have them dead. Deader than dead, I'm quite certain. That said, Toad Raider is not there to command armies. Toad Raider is bad at commanding armies. So instead, give your army over to those that can make better use of it. I don't need good leadership on my sacreds. In fact, none of these guys really need good leadership. They're all fine. Even so, I do it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, hold that thought. Better to take the wounded. Oh, I barely have any of these guys wounded. That's fine then. Point is, I need some bodyguards for you and you. Toad Raider, you done good. Get back home. At least he's not crippled, but he's still slow anyway. Witterich and Landstalker then. Yeah, Witterich is not the inspirational one, which is why I want him to lord over the guys that already have great morale, so they don't need good leadership. Neverwinter is mine. Kind of want Balaton as well, though. Just seal it off. Do we split north and south, or do we focus fire on Molten into Farguard? Funnily enough, it is really... It is supplies that's my biggest concern here. There's only 301 supplies here, and we need 334. That does speak to splitting up. Quite a lot. This is more of a mixed unit, which is good. Gonna need the front line to deal with Molten. That does mean Witterich could take the north rather easily. But once he's done north, it's a bit of a long haul to get back. I'm fine with that, though. Witterich, you take Balaton. Landstalker, you take Molten. So from what we know, there are about 400 units in Molten, and we're marching in with just 100. But I have every confidence in my unit. You hold and stay behind units. Stay behind everything, really. Go there. The Hellbent Guards should actually hold an attack rear. You guys fire closest. You stay behind. Should be able to handle this. If I can't, well, that's just shame on me. I mean, what's a Spectral Mage going to do? Summon more undead? That's exactly what they're going to do, and you know it. Gift of Health won't be up in time either. Oh, there's a thought. disease doesn't matter too much because I can bring the diseased units back home and they can be healed through Gift of Health. Yeah, how about that? Genuine consideration for bringing everyone into Malton then. I mean, Balaton isn't about to fall anytime soon. And I can march on Balaton with these guys. Just get 5 of you guys on guarding. Have you guys on attack rear. You guys will be in Balaton in 2 turns. Alright, you know what? Take it back. We go on the offense. Full offense. I want Farguard and I want this area on lockdown. We'll take over Balaton. I can't cross this river. And with my heat scales, it should always be nice and crossable. And I will be in a position to also attack Apsang. That's greedy and aggressive, but I am actually moving into position for that with Forte as well. Forte goes into Deep Mount. I could take Shem, the below, plug the below with guards rather than a... Ooh, but I can also go into Undermountain, which I do want to do. Might do Deep Mount, Undermountain, Shem, the below if we have enough survivors. Money is starting to get a bit better, so I'm going to have more fire followers. Wick patrols here. Bob and Biotic God, I believe your plan was to head out into Minawa. Are we going to be alright in supplies there? You guys are already starving, right? Oh god, yeah, these guys are not happy. And they're about to be even less happy popping out here. But I can divide my units and Gift of Health will cure them, so let's not worry about that just yet. We'll worry about that later. Tweedster, you're fine. Earl von Vumer and Don Paolo, you guys for now. You would actually help banishing in this fight, but I'm going to have you preach because I really want my Dominion up here. Dominion is good. I also wish to erect proper fortresses around here, not just crummy palisades. And then Admiral Yi, you wait. You'll be ferrying around units as we need them. And I know you want to build more temples, but I need my priests preaching right now. That includes you, DDD. Preach away Janiga's nasty old Dominion, please. Alright, it's aggressive, but we're going to do it. We're going to punch our way through here. We might all die in this throne attack, but them's the breaks. Secure this area, so I actually have something regarding land up top on the surface. We'll make it happen. Balaton is a big lake in Hungary. Yeah, why is someone asking what Balaton is? I know what it is. I live here in Balaton. Well, not in the lake. I live at Shiafolk, right next to the lake. Alright, construction complete. We're working on conjuration. We should be able to make our endless bags of wine now. All up since when? I've lived here for almost 2 years now. Next to good old Balaton. Life in Hungary is good. With one exception. Never get involved with anything to do with the government. Everything just gets 100 times harder. Right. It is foretold the prophecies of Zawet before the Lord and Master Ishmael. Its ills shall be cured and good health shall be enjoyed by everyone. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Search and find nothing, and then we fight in the silent cavern. I'm Hungarian, I didn't know you moved here. Oh yeah. I traveled around Europe about 2.5 years ago searching for the ideal place to live. Poland's okay. Austria's quite good. Hungary was great. And then I went to Japan. Japan was also great, but Hungary was just a bit better. So, these guys murked our province defense here, but I figure one man can do what a small army cannot. He can... Why are you injured? Oh, right, Gift of Health gave him max hit points, but not actually the hit points. So out comes one Fire Elemental. Now, making a Fire Elemental is exhausting, but as long as your fatigue is under 100, you can still cast more spells, so have... wait, you're not actually going to summon another one? How did you use both of your... Oh, he used a gem to make this easier. Oh, damn. I wanted him to cast it twice, not do it once easier. I don't know how you prevent the AI from doing that. Well, whatever. He's still casting fireballs from afar. So, this Fire Elemental, yeah, he has no protection, so he will get crushed by that club. But the fire elemental is ethereal, meaning 75% of those hits are going to miss. On top of that, attack skill 11 versus defense skill 12, the fire elemental is quite likely to dodge the attack as well. And even if it doesn't dodge and it does get hit and it does get crushed, it's got 140 hit points. Because Gift of Health is so good. But let's assume you even did manage to crush through all that. If you kill the fire elemental, it just becomes a slightly smaller fire elemental. You have to keep killing elementals until they no longer exist. They'll get smaller and smaller until they become nothing. All the while, the fire elemental blasts with magical fire damage, and also sets them on fire, and has a powerful heat aura, and becomes more powerful in hot provinces, and this province is hot. Jake likes elementals. He likes them a lot. And these Etons do not. And to make life even better, there's a reasonable chance that Monsoon is going to steal the armor that ogre thing was wearing. Burn, you big two-headed bastard. Burn. He's got an ever-healing wound. He's frightened. He's seen the fire and he's scared, and he's also gone limp. Boom. Burned before he could leave the arena. Okay, we didn't steal the armor. You don't always get enemy items, but it's possible. If it fits a troll, it'll fit this little guy. What about the Haunted Carousel? Yet another Nancy Drew reference. This game is full of them. The fish taco's going to manage this. No, they're not. Wow, that's pathetic. That's just independent light cavalry, and their own national units couldn't handle it. Bye-bye, Pislarna. That's good news for me. What else is going on? We have emerged from the caves. There was just a hole to the underground. We emerge with the army. Now, it is snowing here, which means our heat aura is severely reduced. What the hell is this? Damn. This unit has permanently reduced strength. How many of my units have been hit with that? We did meet someone that was casting steel strength. That's actually quite unfortunate. I wonder if there's a way to get this back. I guess the clue is in the name, right? Permanently. So I just had to check the window there. Sounded like a heavy vehicle outside. I'm still waiting on my package, which has been held up in Hungarian customs and is going to cost me a small fortune to get my hands on, but what am I meant to do about that? How fat is Monsoon that fits him? Come on, you know that armor is magical. Okay, so this is the Throne Province. It is behind hundreds of skeletons. Skeletons are weak and crap, but they make up for that by being plentiful. Also, sometimes they spawn out with actually surprisingly good equipment. It might be rusty, but this is still armor. They have low hit points, but you gotta get through that protection. And quite often they come out with spears, although these guys have swords and shields. So honestly, not that bad. Not something I'd want to deal with the starting army. But I am somewhat confident we'll be able to deal with this. The bigger problem is what these mages are going to do. Look at these spectrals. They're going to raise lots of more skeletons. Oh, they've got cauldrons of broth. I want that. I really hope we kill them and take that. Lots of gems, but you can't steal people's gems. Yeah, cauldrons of broth. Gib. Cauldron of broth gives 150 supplies. You might have noticed earlier we were talking about using 330 instead of 300 supplies. Well, this is just going to be amazing for the army. It's not very delicious, but that doesn't matter. What matters is they eat. This guy's a problem. Ghosts are a pain in the bum to deal with. They've got life drain, so they can heal themselves with their attacks, which are armor piercing. And they're really hard to hit because they've got good defense skill, and they're ethereal. And I don't have magical weapons to break through ethereal. But what I do have are really good units regardless, so get in there! The guy that landed in the middle here, he's gonna die. Skeletons or no skeletons. Yeah, pop. I knew we'd be taking attrition on this kind of fight, but let's not worry about that. If I can kill the leadership, then the skeletons will be no more. The skeletons will deanimate without any leadership because they are mindless fools, but it's proving difficult taking out those ethereal spectral mages. We're doing what we can, though. Yeah, down you go. That should actually have taken care of all of their leadership. C for commander. Yep, all the enemy leaders are dead, and there were a lot of them. Pain Elemental, the Barbarian Chief. Bear Tribe Shaman, Orlov, the Bear Tribe Shaman. And all the Spectral Mages. Jimbam, Terminal Wetness, Steel, Pierre Pants, and Denian. So now the skeletons just dissolve. Such a cool effect. I love that you get that now. Not only that, the actual regular soldiers there are routing too, because they've seen that life is bad. That cost me quite a few of my flyer units, which I'm not thrilled about. I might have been better doing hold and attack rather than just attack, because, see, my front line didn't even get to approach. But if I'd given those mages time, they might have cast some disastrous spells for me. As it stands, I should be satisfied, because that is one lovely throne for me. And we did steal 2 cauldrons of broth. That's incredibly handy. And also, we fight our foe in Deep Mount. This shouldn't be a problem, it's just a bunch of birds, right? A few birds and a few cavemen. And 1 lizard guy. Looks like they're going to try and attack us at the rear with the birds. They take the rear flank, and we throw axes at birds, because that's a sensible thing to do. To be fair, it's what I ordered my people to do. I like it when they throw axes. They're not very accurate, but they do hit. With enough axes, you will eventually hit your target. Jolly good. Unrest, Misfortune, Luck Scale 3, by the way. And the upcoming arena battle, I still don't think I'll get involved because I'm not going to beat the enemy's leaders. Pislarn and Spy is dead, Palisades and Umbra is done, critical damage in Kyoto, and we kill 30 filthy brigands in Umbra. Alright, so we shall finish off our fortifications. That does allow Wick to move around with a bit more impunity, but I don't think he needs to right now. Would love Janiga's capital, but... yeah. Anything else to worry about? I suspect not. You're building that palisade. I wish to build more temples. Every temple spreads dominion. You can see your total number by clicking on a temple. The amount of dominion spread chances I have per month is 35. 3 of them are 100% chance because they come from my god himself. Of course, that means they clash with enemy dominion, and there's some under-the-hood stuff that happens as they figure out whose dominion comes out on top. Right, Forte, do you think you have what it takes to take Undermountain? I don't know, truthfully. Right, my glorious god Ishmael. I want you to start claiming these thrones. But if you go over to Kyoto, is that going to help or hinder operations? Interestingly enough, it'll auto-bless these guys, but also blessing doesn't matter that much. Is there anything else you could cast for what it's worth? Why did you globals again? What's R for rituals? These are all rituals. I could bring up the dogs of gold and silver. Ooh, hang on. Riches from Beneath is available. So's Earthblood Deepwell. 17 Earth Gems. Extra if done in caves, but I'm thinking Riches from Beneath. Resources up, income up. I like both of these things. Income from mines up. Oh, hell yeah, I want Riches from Beneath. So this is a global enchantment, which we do have the earth access for. Very expensive. This enchantment transforms mining from something harsh and dangerous to a really uplifting experience. The miners can carve out gold and iron with their knives, and stone is extra soft. The enchantment only works within friendly dominion. That is so good, I hadn't even considered it. I do not have the earth gems to do so, and I would have to liquidate a ton of my other gems for it. The question is it worth it, though? Doesn't matter where you build your temples. I can't remember if they have a radius of effect or if they add to global strength of dominion everywhere. They collectively raise the cap on the amount of dominion you can have and the amount of sacred units they can have, but the temples themselves radiate dominion from where they're put down. So if I had a collection of temples over here, I'd see my dominion spread over here. Same if I had preaching priests or my god. It would all spread from here as well as from here. Yeah, I need that greed, don't I? I really want that up. Could I send my god into the arena? That would be amazing. I have no magical items at all. This has not been a magical item run, but Riches from Beneath is tempting me greatly. If anybody dispels this or casts over it, this is going to be incredibly costly because I need to do a lot of alchemy for this. But I can take gems that I'm never going to use. Water gems, never going to use. I love my death gems. Glamour gems, I have far too many. Never going to use them except for making glamour boosters. So I need about 100 astral pearls here. There we go. And liquidate them down, 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 down into earth gems. 70. You can overcast just in case. I could, but I don't like doing blind things like that. Let us cast earth. Riches from beneath. Resources up. That province income going up by 20%. Pretty good. Pretty good. That's in an ideal situation, but still pretty good. This also gives him time because I want to breach this fort, move over, and then claim the Throne of Zeal. And then... Oh, it's the Throne of Death with its 5 death gems. I'm willing to take the death scale for the 5 death gems. But look at this. We grabbed these 2 cauldrons of broth, and thank God we did because the supplies here are very low. And our supply usage has gone negative because we actually bring supplies due to the cauldrons of broth, which means our units are not getting diseased. We do have a couple of diseased ones. They'll die eventually, but that's far from my problem. Right, Malton is very important, but I don't have the money to defend it. There's a lot of things I don't have. Go figure. Right, Alaska, get in there. Jabufa. Make your way along with the army as well, please. We're going to need to spread our dominion, and we're going to need to defend these areas. Supply usage is actually lower than the supplies available in Manawa, which is cool. Biotic God Volus and Bab are out, but there's Asphodel. Asphodel are ahead of me here. They have not only secured Inger land, they've also erected a temple there. But the population is high. They've resisted the Asphodelian influence. I think war with Asphodel is an inevitability. The problem is Asphodel controls all of this. They are scary. I mean, look at this! 890 enemy Asphodelian units in Celadon City. If they broke through to Hot Hollows, they would one turn crack my fort. That's probably a sign that I want to have some units here, but I don't have the money for more units. Why do I not have any money? I might have to slow down on my temple building. I think we can say that our temple situation is fine. That is terrifying. Why else would they mount a massive army in Celadon if not to attack me? Oh well. Let's not poke the beast just yet. Let's go over to New Liverpool. Because I really want to secure Fargard, if nothing else. Fargard is the crown jewel of this area. Sarais Atsang hasn't taken this yet, especially with a 190 large army. I can only assume that Atsang is fighting against Anakim's units inside the base, so the units inside are aiding the defense. Otherwise, they should have fallen by now. Alright, good job on securing that province there, Monsoon. You may return to the hole and continue your research. Kalok, continue to hide and wait on a haunted carousel, see if anything happens there. What do we do with our units here? Moot, tell me what's happening near Celadon City. There's something happening around there, and the more I know, the better. As for the two of you, you did an excellent job. Now secure Fargard, which should be easy because we don't need to worry about supplies. Although I wonder what Fargard's been recruiting for the past 20 turns. Maybe 30 turns. Quite early on, knights lay siege to Fargard, and they've never broken out, which is very strange. Maybe they changed it in Dominion 6 so that the AI does not get the cheat for being able to recruit whilst under siege, but I severely doubt that would be the case. Why would they change that? Looking forward to having more things to recruit with here. That's good resources, but recruitment points are another consideration. Means I could probably... Nah, the recruitment... It's too important to get my Hellbent Guards. They're too strong not to recruit. Right, Jabufa, I took you out of the underground. Why? Because I want you up north. Aid Caius the Crippled. That's good reinforcements, but only a few flying units, and of that, they're not even all the sacred ones. That's still fine, though. Shark Killing Coconut, please preach the good word in Neverwinter. Vumer and Don Paolo. It's going to be very important to preach in Fargard, so get your butts down there on the double, please. How do I take Molten, anyway? I have ideas. Are any of them good? My god is busy casting. Yeah, I guess Biotic God Volus is close enough to take it. To secure a throne, you have to take the province, but you also need to claim the throne. Only 2 characters can claim a throne. Your god, and currently my god is in the capital casting big, bulky, global enchantments that can be seen here, by the way. There's our Gift of Health, and there's Mother Oak that Asphodel has. Meaning that Asphodel could take over Gift of Health with all their gems. That's troubling. But the other person that can claim it is any Holy 3 priest. Now, our priest access is only Holy 1 at best, but as long as you're playing a single-player game, or not single-player, but you're not playing a Disciples-style game, you will always be able to make a prophet, and the prophet is always priest 3 or more. So, Biotic God Volus can and likely will secure the Throne of Death, which is 2 ascension points. I do think securing the victory is very possible for us today, but we're going to have to get aggressive. But you already have 100 death gems, and just imagine how many more I could have. Oh, imagine the Wraith Lords. Okay, what's happening? Riches from beneath, of course. Search and find nothing, search and find nothing. Crippled dying units on the march from Molten, and then a bunch of attacks. Undermountain. Right, so this is the Throne Province. I'm only attacking with my frontline units. That could be a problem, because I don't have my darkness-boosted flyers. But this is also a problem. Look at these manticores. Ooh, this is interesting. I think they would have had more units here, but this is a site that spreads horror marks. That or there's been an event for horror marking. Horrors aren't interested in the undead or the mindless, but I do reckon these manticores have been thinned out by being horror marked. Cool. And they've also been cursed in general. Manticores are big and scary. They don't have any vision in the night, though, so we should be able to dodge quite a few of their terrifyingly strong and poisoning attacks. Death poison! Almost nobody survives death poison, certainly not our units, so let's hope we can kill these things quick. They're going to fly to us as well, aren't they? Ugh. And they're scary. On top of that, they've got lightning casting watchers. These guys are a pain in the bum. Cost fatigue, but these guys are statues. They don't really know what encumbrance or fatigue is, and that's a lot of damage. And then this thing's hard to kill as well. Natural protection 31, millions of gems. I think I've just sent a lot of units to their death here. Let's see how it unfolds. I'm guessing badly. Interestingly, the manticores are not flying at me. I don't have an explanation as to why. They're probably on something like attack closest then. I have to hope that my heat aura is going to help me here. The undead are resistant to cold, but not heat. Oh god, yeah, that lightning is about to become a problem. I have no resistance against lightning. It is armor piercing. Zap, zap, zap. And with morale 30, Civil Reader the Monolith is unlikely to rout. Oh yeah, my troops are not happy here. Not happy in the slightest. Yeah, we didn't line our uniforms with tactical rubber. This is my greed for those death gems. Oh, look who they do fly now. Interesting. And that death poison's not very nice. My entire flank here is just being eradicated. How long until we rout here? I'm thinking not much longer. Horrifying. Yeah, that's weird. Why did they wait before flying? I've not seen that before. Yeah, Zawet are routed. They're getting out of here. This was far too strong for us to take. The oppressive lightning from these watchers. Hard to beat. I didn't even put much of a dent in the enemy army. I hoped I could at least kill all the undead. And those manticores, good lord. Some of them are on fire, but I don't think they're going to die from the fire. Well, this one might. I think the bigger they are, the more damage they take from fire. You're going to need your whole army for this. I think I would actually need my flyers. If my flyers came down, they would be able to attack the watchers, but the watchers have lots of hit points and a lot of protection. And they're enlarged? Excuse me? How and why? Yeah, this is a tough throne. And that was a lot of my units to throw away to their death. But look on the bright side. We're burning some of them. And it's not like any other army is going to come and take this from me. And the survivors did retreat, hopefully in an orderly fashion. Burn, 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 burn. Die. No, he didn't die. He didn't even get wounded there. Troubling. Yeah, this is the main core that needs dealt with. You'd need to bring blunt weapons to smash them because they resist pierce and slash. And this monolith, though, he even boosted his own protection up to 36, so you'd need armor nullifying magics to bring him down. Sometimes he could be very nice and just cast a meteor on himself and get crushed to death by it. But oh boy, he's tough. Yeah, I think I underestimated that one. We lost 70% of our army. The sergeant died. I missed that part. Crumbs. Well, that isn't good. Was that Forte? The horsemen are dead, but yeah, we were in trouble there. 23 of them made it back to adjacent friendly territory. I will need to gather the fallen then. 12 are here, 11 are here. Yeah, the rock is horror marked. It might eventually die on its own, but even horrors would have a hard time dealing with that thing. Because he's magical. Right, well, what's a man to do but grab a replacement sergeant. Get my units back as best we can. I want a replacement sergeant up here rather than here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Please make me 10. No, you can't make me 10. There's not enough yet. Alright, get down there, gather the fallen, and then take the fight. Probably to Adversang. We'll grab Under Mountain when we are in a better position to do so. That was Forte, right? I'm gonna have to check. Poor Forte. Yep, I sent Forte off to die. Right, what happened over in Farguard instead? The monolith cast group Iron Skin. That would explain the protection. Wonder how much magical access they get. Knights? Knights that have been fighting Farguard this whole time? Very dead knights. I don't need my darkness ability here. We just go in and we slaughter. A few guards died. But that's to be expected. The knight's charge can be a pain like that. What about in Balaton? Wait, who did I send to Balaton? Oh, purely flyers. Goodbye. Not even a scratch. And their temple got raised. Every time you raise a temple, you feel really good about it. Because it's no longer spreading enemy dominion, and you know the enemy had to pay a lot of money for that temple. And New Liverpool. This is my biotic god Volus marching towards the throne to take it. And there's those ice drakes that we don't really care about because we are cold resistant. That Drake Frost can be really painful because it's armor negating cold damage that can really pierce through an entire line. The magical damage is low, but then it adds the exploding dice rolls to it and gives you a lot of problems. But it's not problems for us. What's this? What's this? Ice Druid? I'm not sure I've ever seen an Ice Druid before. That probably means they can be recruited here, right? No. But what if? Bad omens at Balaton. Who would have thought? Right, let's just watch the finale of the deathmatch. The finale is Makeo, the Farguardian Initiate, who's been badly messed up in the entire arena, versus Pain Elemental, the Solemn Exarch, who is kitted to the teeth. That's a very strongly kitted out fish. I don't think Makeo stands much of a chance. But he's going to raise a couple of Pokemon skeletons. Stellar Decree, Vine Arrow, Gift of the Sacred Swamp. What in God's name is that? So they're both kind of throwing things at each other and casting spells at each other. But Makeo is exhausted and now can die to whatever Pain Elemental does. You spent your magic too hastily, Makeo. And you got Vine Arrowed to death. It's weird, you had Demon Bane, you could just walked up and killed him with it, but I suppose Pain Elemental wanted to do it in style. As such, you get the Gladius, the Gold, and the Fire Gems as a prize. Well done. Palisades are done in Nether Mines. Nether Mines pops out to Minawa, which is relatively safe, so I don't feel the need to reinforce this yet. I want to save my money for important things. Monsoon, get back to researching. Nice experience on Monsoon for claiming some kills there, I assume. You two are still not starving, despite being in Liverpool. But we have a problem. I am pinned in away from Farguard. Either I take the fight to Asphodel or I take the fight to Zawet. And it really looks like... Wait, sorry. Either I take the fight to Asphodel or I take the fight to Atvazang. Atvazang hold the waters here. Pislarna hold the waters here. Some weird creature holds the water here. A huge sea serpent and mind lords hold the safe shallows. I have an army that can dispatch most things here, even though it's cold. The sooner I get rid of this cold dominion, the happier I'm going to be. But do I dare take the fight to Atvazang right now? It seems very risky. Unsure. I certainly need... Well, I don't need to, but I want to connect myself up over here. If I take the fight with Asphodel, there's not a lot to gain from it all. Taking Asphodelian lands, it's all dead here. Asphodel have killed the population and re-raised them as carrion corpses. But what does a fight with Atvazang gain me? Gains me a lot of vulnerabilities. Also, I struggle against Atvazang. They've got that poison aura, which admittedly I can bless my way around. They have not yet secured the airlock, which I do find a little baffling. But I need to carve my way over to Molten one way or another, and I feel like it's much safer to take the Atvazang route. But again, these guys can attack me from the water. See, Jolly Roger Bay can just march out into Thornton Hall or New Liverpool, and then down I go. And they wouldn't be disadvantaged in the darkness because their undead units have perfect vision. Yeah, even their schmucks down here, they've got perfect spirit sight. They will never be affected by darkness. I still get boosted by darkness, but they don't get murked by it. Their chill aura is meaningless against me, but it's these guys that concern me, the primordial protectors. Surprisingly skilled for the Cyclopses. Well, needs must. Biotic God and Bob, take Thornton Hall, take High Rock, secure the Throne of Death from Molten. Am I about to go Wraith Lording with all these death gems? I need to start asking myself questions like, what else am I going to do with all these death gems? They're some of the strongest gems that there are in the game. I should also ask myself, what could a Wraith Lord do in Undermountain? The answer is not much. Yeah, not much at all, sadly. It'd get destroyed by the electricity. Where is my beloved Death Blood Mage, anyway? Princess Zelda. So one of the problems of putting someone on auto-search, you don't know where they go half the time. All I need to do is search for someone that has Death 3. And I'm not seeing them, huh? They didn't die somehow, did they? No, they would have died and come back. Where in the world is Princess Zelda? There you are. You're in Silver World auto-searching. Now, if you could cast anything, what would it be? Bane Lords, yeah, it's nowhere near as good as Wraith Lords, but at least they're accessible right now. Well of Misery is amazing, but it's Conjuration 8. Poison Golems, that's not much of an option. Leviathans, Rituals of Rebirth, Rigor Mortis. Sorry, but I'm struggling to think of anything better than Wraith Lords. Gives me a way into the water. Wraith Lords are right there next to Well of Misery, but Well of Misery is a heavy death thing to go for. There's also Blood, of course, but I'm not well versed for doing blood things. We haven't been blood hunting, so our blood income is pretty low. Wraith Lord or Snecko-Eye, which one do you find harder to ignore? Snecko-Eye. Snecko-Eye is just so good. Alright, we'll hold on to you for now, Princess Zelda. You can continue site searching. I know you're good for it. What's going on here, though? I'm building that palisade, meaning I do want to continue to pump up these temples. It's working wonders for my dominion. It's all thawing out around here, as we want it to. Poor Malton needs to be quite heavily defended. And yet at the same time, I wonder if it's worth it. It's a bit of bait for enemies, but I don't want to take away from Farguard. I don't think I'll bother reinforcing Malton. I think what I will do is I'm going to shove everybody I can into Farguard. Then we preach from here, build our temple here, and spread out from there. I want to grab this area in general. Archdevils are the ones that caught my eye. How bad could they be? How bad indeed. Do I perhaps have the Dominion 6 Mod Inspector window at my fingertips? I rather think I do. You were asking about the Archdevil. Seems they come in a few flavors. Yeah, Bind Archdevil is a Blood 7. We're not getting that anytime soon, but if you wanted to know, you get one of 5 different devils. Looks like they've all got fire magic, very good skills, flying, magical weapon, barbed tail. They generate fire gems? Well, at least one of them does. Seems they have different abilities to them. Resists fire but is weak to cold, has a massive heat aura. Inferno Returning, I have no idea what that does. Impressive guys, but sadly a little off the table for us. Continue preaching the Neverwinter, that is good for me. Balaton is mine now. I am actively taking the fight with Adfazang, so the question is, do I attack the airlock or not? I think the answer is not, for now. Haven't had the number up to see how long it takes my units to move around. The thing is, the airlock is ready to pop, but I would really like my army here first. So 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, and then 4 into the airlock. That means Golden Deer just has to sit around here for a while, but that's no bad thing. I would love some reinforcements by the way of regular foot troops. That's kind of what Bob has, isn't it? Yeah, Bob has loads of my foot troops. As long as Asphodel stays off my back, I should be able to push north pretty handily. I'm at a loss as to how Asphodel holds Deception Island, though. Uncontested. 'Tis indeed bizarre. Kamari Ronso, what in the world are you doing? I feel like you could be used better by being anywhere else. Just wait for now, I got no good use for you. Actually, didn't I want a fort here? Would boost up the income of this area quite a bit, but it would come at no small cost. Yeah, go for it. A bit of an investment, but life is here to be invested. Now get over to Kyoto. I really want this place popped. Storm Kyoto. Even though our numbers are limited, I like to think we'll be able to take it. And then I can claim the Throne of Zeal for myself. The morale is whatever, it's that Dominion spread that I want. And then we march on over. So it's actually only 1, 2 turns and then we go into the airlock. That is good. Toad Raider has yet more units. More units that we could have brought over here. I struggle to see why we couldn't do that. But I could also bring them over to Balaton, really reinforce Golden Deer, and then we could actually have Ishmael go ham on the battlefield. Now that actually sounds quite good. What we're going to do is tell you to conserve magical gems, but I am actually going to load you up with a bunch of nature gems. That's not a lot of nature gems, but whatever, take what you can. And whenever you're in battle, I want you to cast some specific spells. I want you to do personal regeneration for sure. That will make you very hard to kill. Actually, do you take regeneration? He's unaffected by regeneration. Ooh, right. That means I can't do regeneration, but there is a spell that does work for you. What in the world is it? Is there personal reconstruction? I'm sure there is, but what is it? Granting +3 protection to all armor parts in an AoE 20 would actually be really, really good for my flyers. Doesn't cost gems either. Also weapons of sharpness. Mwah! Piercing. Sadly, it has very small area of effect. Steel-sliced warriors does not. Oh, that is good in a big fight, but I don't have the earth gems for you. Yeah, I mean, I got good small targeting spells, but not amazing stuff. You're actually not that great in a fight until I get the bigger spells, are you? Group regeneration, still only area effect 3. Mass regeneration. Mass regeneration, pretty amazing. Immaculate Mount, regen, heal. How in the world do you heal inanimates like this guy? I'm pretty sure there is something for that. Oh well, point is I need you up there regardless. Don't know if there's a workshop, but we'll find you one. What I can do instead is I can leave it to your infinite wisdom, Ishmael. So you are to cast spells. Also, if you are present in a fight within our dominion, all the sacred units of ours will be instantly blessed, so it's fine. Would have liked for you to make a dwarven hammer as well, just to make crafting things later on cheaper as well, but we don't have that. So instead... not enough gems to forge bags of wine. Alright, we'll get them soon enough. Might really need it for the march north. Supplies might be good for now, but I don't think it'll be so good as we carry on. Actually, that's what I will take care of right now. We're going to alchemize fire into astral, and then we're going to make 15 nature gems. My fire gems are pretty worthless right now, so I don't mind doing this. Bag of wine, bag of wine, bag of wine, and I'll load them up in Kyoto. I'm going to assume that there's a workshop in Kyoto. Give it to my leaders, and then off we trot with that. Also, you've done good preaching, Rakuso. I want you to join the march. If nothing else, you could actually carry some bags of wine with you. I still really want Obama as well. We'll get on that in due time. Golden Deer, you just patrol that area down. And that should be okay. Going on the offense now. Just want to make sure I'm storming the castles that I meant to. Yeah, Kaya storms this. You move in here. Farguard's an interesting one. So I moved into Farguard, which has been besieged forever. Okay, good. Severely damaged. We will take it down. Any reinforcements that I'm looking to move around, or any additional units that I can be pumping out. Our income's starting to look very, very good. So how do we make the most of that? Hot Hollows should definitely be making a lot more units than it is. Let's get rid of all of this and repeat the recruitment of 10 of our fire followers every turn. I'd really like to start using Zoetic champions. These guys are absolute machines at mulching entire squares of units. And I can fit 2 of them to a square. Thing is, they are expensive. So I'd need to pump them out somewhere that I can move them into very useful operations. I can do that in Farguard. There's always going to be a need for units north and south, and to help defend Malton. So I think Farguard is actually going to pump out frontliners. Yes, this works out rather well. Tell me, how fast moving are you? Matt moves 16, Matt moves 16. Okay, good. After I have you, Gonna make another one of you, and we're gonna dance around with our Hellbent Guards so that we can jump over as needed to bring the fight wherever needed. Okay, good. Tactically, we're building up a very good location. Sorry to say, Ishmael, but often super combatants are there for their magic rather than their big old club. Farguard declares war upon my unholy nation. I wonder why. Maybe because I have them pinned down at home. Search and find nothing, search and find nothing, and then on goes our battles. We're now at war with quite a few of our foes. Thornton Hall, you see it, now you don't see it. And they're coming again for the Haunted Carousel. More fish tacos in a square formation. There aren't many light cavalry left, so unless they snipe the commander, they're going to get eaten. Eaten by the fish. What a horrible way to go. And now, although I have limited forces here, fairly confident we can take this. Are you poisonous? Your barbed tail is paralyzing poison, and your bite is not poisonous, so we should be able to fly back and slaughter these fools. That looks like slaughtering. Who taught these guys how to cast electricity, though? Okay, there we go. I think we're already forcing almost a rout here by sniping the commanders. Not a problem, though. They're all gone. Kyoto is down, Kyoto is out, and Ishmael is there to claim the Throne of Zeal for myself. And they did have a laboratory, so observe. Claim Throne of Ascension. Rakuso, construct temple. Caius and Jabufa. Combine forces or not? The crippled Caius isn't that big of a problem because he's still a good leader. But then, how is he good in a way that Jabufa is not? Should we have a no cripples policy? Seems kind of cruel. One way to look at it is that Caius can command more units than Jabufa, but since Jabufa isn't crippled, Jabufa can ferry units better. Another way to look at it is just have both. Having multiple commanders means multiple item slots for carrying extra supplies, and it also means if one of them dies in combat, the other one can pick up that guy's bottle of wine and continue to command the units. If you only have one commander, that's quite risky, because if he dies, well, what am I going to do? I'm going to grab all of you and move you over there. That way you guys are on line formation in the front. You guys stay behind. You guys are on probably hold and attack rear. I'm getting sick of my front units not engaging and these guys taking undue attrition. And do I have any wounded guys here? I want those wounded guys set to be your guards, including these useless guys that never see any frontline action. Can't believe some of my guys from the start are still surviving. We never recruited any of these human elite swordsmasters, the slaves that they are. Incredible to see a slave with 16 morale. Right, so you guys fire on closest because throwing axes is funny. And we march on, get into the toxin refinery, and then we go into the airlock. Not thrilled that this fort is also sucking up some of this, but it'll be fine. And I really would like more units cranked out. Yeah, this is excellent, actually. This means I can get my fire followers here, my flyers here, more fire followers here, and I am sorely tempted to get these Zoetic champions. Oh, they're so scrumptious. Wonder if I couldn't do something like this. I want to have it... Yeah, there we go. Pump out 2 of these guys a turn, and that way I should in time have plenty of them to go on an attack. Oh, especially into Obama. The Vine men over here would get absolutely scorchioed. The Boars, on the other hand, could be a problem. Don't the Boars trample? In one multiplayer game, I had Doom Blessed Giants, expansion army led by Prophet. I took a javelin to the head and I died instantly in the first battle. Yep. That is the problem on relying on a few select units. Should be in a position, yeah, with this kind of money, I should be able to build up the fortresses. I've had to be in a bit of an austerity mode for a while, but now we are accelerating. See, the palisades that I build actually improve the income of everywhere within its circle. So when I finish the palisade in Silverworld, we're actually going to see an increase in the money output from Deep Wagor and Caverns of Gold. Infrastructure is important, don't you know? Keep the recruitment going here. Keep the recruitment going here. Keep the recruitment going everywhere. Wick, but not John, probably feels a little naked with his low number of soldiers. I'm hard pressed to blame him. So I would like to have an additional sergeant to move people around from here. Don Gero can barely move anyone around. He's a terrible leader, so get me one more sergeant, please. They barely cost me anything, so it's no big deal. Admiral Yi is going to collect the units here, collect the units in Mines of Fortune and Deepmouth, and then they will secure Shem and the Below. And that will hopefully prevent our friends from ever attacking us underground. We will have complete supremacy of the underground, which is enormous. It's the only reason I have income. I can't rely on the above grounds. And that income is turned into the ability to preach and build up more temples. Yeesh, man, the Dominion here is garbo. Having a quick scan to see if there's anywhere that lacks temples. Not around here, this is still a bit of a risky area, but around here, oh, we could certainly have more. Could we crank out a couple more of you, please? Dr. Nitro's fine there. Biotic God, Valis, and Bob took Thornton Hall easily. I am actually going to invest in Province Defense, quite a lot of it in Thornton Hall, because it has Pegasi and Amazons. They're actually pretty good for defense, so a few errant shamblers aren't going to retake Thornton Hall, and that should free... Yeah, this is amazing news! Atfazang actually kicked Asphodel out of here. That means I can expand in this area without having to worry about counterattacks from Asphodel. Right then. Malton is 18. Biotic God Volus can't get there fast enough. But we can do High Rock and Malton. Farguard is not yet breached, but we're working on that. I don't want you sieging, I want you preaching. Destroy that Dominion. Although the Dominion automatically destroys itself anyway, but do it anyway. Siege, siege, fall. You took Pewter City. Pewter City was Asphodelian, was it not? What am I looking at here? I'm at a loss, but you know what? I want both of these things. Take Pewter City while you're at it, just so I've got more secure, more of this area secured. A little risky leaving Biotic God Volus with so few units there. So I'm actually going to give him part of the army. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's more than fine. Take Pewter, take High Rock. Farguard should break next turn. Biotic takes Malton. Bob probably returns to Farguard. And then we force our way north. As long as Asphodel does not decide to start fighting us, which they could at any moment, we are going to secure this region and then turn all our attention north. We're going to take our army here, including our god, and go on a rampage. The goal is to secure Anakim, and if we can, punch all the way to Atfazang. If we hold all of this, we will surely have all the power that we need to claim godhood through thrones, which we still only have the Throne of Fortune for, but we're in a good position to change that. Continue with the research. Conjuration 7. You know what? Maybe. Conjuration 8 for Well of Misery isn't outside of our realm. And then we could have Wraith Lords. Why the heck not? Also, we got the construction, right? I want you guys to construct some things for me. Not this. I want you to forge me Dreamstones. 1, 2... oh, made a mistake there. Forge me Dreamstones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Dreamstones. Dreamstones are powerful. We'll see them next turn. It would also be nice to give something to my god. He seems a little... You know, he could be better. He's just wearing plate and a skull cap. But what could I make for him? Would love to kit him out with some cool stuff, but... riddle me what? Dijon is just researching, but think of what you could be forging. A flame helmet to give him... Well, he wouldn't get fire magic. What would I give my god, anyway? Copper plate gives shock resistance. Then I could send my god down in to take the throne away from that monolith. Because he would be virtually immune to the lightning strikes. And then he'd just go and club everything to death. I wonder if I could do that. That would be very funny. But it would also be very risky. Yeah, only virtually immune. Yeah, but I still need this. I think we kit him out to deal with that. He can go in a bit of a run along here, especially if I can get into the airlock with him. But then I'm going to have him put on some good boots and then head on down. Speaking of good boots, I really want Boots of the Messenger for him. That +9 map move will be huge. Yeah, we're going to kit out our god and actually have him do things. Get me that copper plate. Unless we have something better. Shock resistance 15 sounds better. Sounds a lot better. Who needs charge body? Charge body only strikes once. But shock resistance 15... Much better protection on the body. Yeah, I would think I'd rather have the White Dragon scale mail for him. What about a helmet? I'd love the horror helmet to give fear. My Death Mage is currently not doing what I need them to do. Where's Princess Zelda? Right, sod your searching, Zelda. Get over to a laboratory as quickly as you can. Yeah, get over to Mudwater Caves and make a nice helmet for our god. Then our god will have almost everything they need. They'll have boots, armor, helmet. What about a nice weapon, right? A club is something, but what else could we make? With our access to magics, it's hard-pressed to find good stuff. Don't mind having a two-handed weapon. The Holy Scourge. 2 attacks, at least. The Mace of Eruption. Blunt, armor-piercing, magical fire damage. How about the Flesh Eater? Make him berserk. It's a cutting weapon. But it does a lot of damage. It's only length 1, but it's length 2 in your big hands. the unseen sword. The Wand of Fire? Yeah, I'm considering that area effect flame eruption on the god. Boom, boom, boom. It's also something I can easily make. Fire 1, cost 5 fire gems. But what about a two-handed weapon? Yeah, two-handed weapon access is pretty low. I could give him 2 Maces of Eruption. The problem with this guy is that his attack skill is bogus. He's never going to land a hit. So he's very, very bad in combat. Although if he's just fighting those inanimate, useless things, then that shouldn't be difficult for him. I mean, they don't have defense skill, he just walks up and bonks them. So maybe I do give him a couple of bonking staffs. It would be funny. And funny is good. Alright, that means Schmoobler, Brelix, I wish for you to forge me a couple of bonk staffs, please. Giving this guy a shield is a waste of time. Boosting his pathetic defense skill isn't going to do anything. Alright, we'll do that. We'll get him kitted out, and we're going to send him to take that throne that my army got utterly mulched in attempting to take. Yeah, I kind of like where this is going. Anything else to concern myself with? Yosuke can probably just wait there. Pius, I need more temples. What do you mean I'm out of money? I didn't agree to being out of money. Dr. Nitram, you wait. Toad Raider. I'm bringing more units over to reinforce Balaton, am I not? Sounds like something I would do. Alright, very good. This game screams Dungeons, Dragons, Age of Empires. It has a lot of influences from a lot of games and a lot of lore. History, legends. Pretty cool. In the manuals, I think the Dominion's developers did some write-ups on what influenced each of the nations they made. But of course, the nations we're playing as and against are randomly generated. We are indeed making new lores and legends as we go. Ishmael, the Master of Dirt, has claimed the Throne of Zeal. There's a lot of talking in this game. As usual, we search and find nothing, but there's also a fight. Atfazang decides to counterattack us in New Liverpool, which we did not reinforce very well. It's just full of naked tribespeople. So, Bye-bye Liverpool. Wait, Christ, why did they bring in heavy cavalry? I didn't agree to that. That is a shame, and it's something I'm going to have to deal with. That's what I get for not reinforcing, but I don't want to spend the money on it. Right, I was fairly confident we'd just charge in and take this no problem, which is exactly what we did. And then what about the toxin refinery? This is us going on a rampage up north. Shouldn't be difficult. And then into the High Rock. This is where we split our forces. And again, our backline blenders. These guys have been in combat a long time. They're very well experienced at what they do. Hit points are lacking, though. Disease has spread amongst some of you, huh? Yeah, these guys could really do with a break. What I might do is switch out all of my horrifically injured guys here, and they are horrifically injured. I'll send them to the capital. They can take a few months off. Gift of Health will heal their afflictions, and then they'll be sent back out. Because they're good. They're experienced. Oh boy, these guys are experienced. I think we can see that as well. There's a way to see E for experience. Oh no, that just selects them all because they're experienced. But yeah, these are good, highly experienced units, and I want them to survive. So I'll do what I can for that. Anyway, the High Rock is mine. Balaton gives me death and unrest. Socotra has wounded my Woodhedge Druid. He saw the glimpse of horror. Well, he's fine. Oh, no, it was you. And he got battle fright out of it. That's fine, though. Also, I don't think I need more of these guys, so cease repeating the recruitment. That's fine. It was a bit of an investment getting the Woodhenge Druids, but I would have struggled to get these nature gems going without them. Could have liquidated other gems, but I didn't want to. Biotic God Volus, I want you to secure the throne of Malton. Map move 12, map move 12. Trying to think of the best way to deposit my units for their little holiday back home. Interestingly enough, there are more here than I can put to use. So I'm actually going to leave some behind. And then Toad Raider, Dementia et al. Is going to go and collect the units from Malton. So you're going to move there whilst there, claim the throne, pick them up, move the injured units back here. And then Biotic God is going to move over to Balaton. And between the two of you, you're going to launch the assault. However, ooh, I don't like this. Why is there so much death here? That death is going to cause disease. That was not allowed. Alright, how about we do it like this? Segregate the wounded. Segregate the diseased. Give them over to Toad Raider. 220. These guys are 29. That's fine. Get you guys out of there. Then we'll combine and move up, and I should be able to grab some supply items. Yeah. Toad Raider can grab a supply item out of Neverwinter, shove it over, and then that'll help them advance. Never did get it. No. Who in the world got the buckets of supply items? I could have sworn I stole them. Yeah, you've got them. Cool. Alright, storm this place, deposit one of them for one of these guys to grab. In fact, I can grab one of you right now. And then Alaska, I want you to give that bucket of slop over to Biotic God Volus, just to solve my supply issues, of which there will be plenty. Alright, that works out well. Pewter City is mine. Easy peasy. And that means Bob can go back and take New Liverpool. I'm going to reinforce these areas significantly at great personal expense because I don't trust them to be able to hold out against these fools. Yeah, man, the water nations are a real pain. They can attack anywhere from the waters and I can't chase them down. Anyway, take back New Liverpool, hold Pewter. Thornton is mine, the throne is mine, and we push north. And all of these guys that I just made craft me some of these Dream Spheres. I'm going to equip them. What is a Dream Sphere? It is a magic booster. Sorry, a research booster. Gives +9 research rate. That's incredible. Lowers magic resistance, which isn't a big deal because they're not in combat. The big thing is it cannot be used by glamour, non-glamour mages, so it has to be given to mages that have some level in glamour. And funnily enough, you need glamour to make them, so if you can make them, you can probably equip them. So they go from 15 research to 24 research. These poor old guys are not allowed to sleep. Anyone wielding a stone for a few days will suddenly start to dream every night and remember them clearly afterwards. A glamour mage can use this to steer the dreams into conjuring useful magic research ideas. Then he can write down the dreams in the morning and speed up his research greatly. That's pretty cool, right? I could make some real bait content about this game, you know. If you could have one of each rarity of item in this game, what would you use? Right, so that should boost up my research rate. Just get to work. Anybody else that's free, please do also get researching. And then Ishmael, here's your dual bonk staffs. He's got his Boots of the Messenger, his nice Dragon Scale Mail, and his map move has been boosted to 31. And that Scale Mail is a lot better than his normal stuff, so let's compare that. He normally wears a Plate Cuirass, lowers his defense by 1, he gets encumbered, and he actually has a map movement penalty of 2 for defense 14. This thing does not lower his map movement penalty, only gives him 1 encumbrance and gives him 16. But of course I'm getting it for the bonuses, that is shock resistance and hit points, although he's already got a bajillion hit points. I want to get that helmet for him, and if I can give us some accessories, all the better. I hadn't considered what accessory I'd want for him. Anyone can have 2, but what would I have? He doesn't have any lack of... I suppose he's weak to fire, isn't he? I could easily accidentally set Ishmael on fire. Where are you, Bob? Bob has my fire resistance ring, although I could easily make another one. But still, it's a good idea to give him fire resistance, given that he is leading a fire nation. He might get accidentally inflamed. He doesn't have a weakness to it, but he's not strong against it either. What else could be made for the poor fool? He's already as big can be. Just looking around for any of these that might be worth his time. Death Explosion, Gift of Water Breathing, Dancing Trident. I can't give him regeneration because he's inanimate. And I don't remember how to give inanimate regeneration because inanimates have access to reconstruction, which can make them regenerate health, but I can't remember how. Fire Pearl gives attack. It's nice for... Ooh, right. Suddenly he's going to land hits, and it gives fire resistance. Alright, Burning Pearl is a go-to. This is a very useful combination. So I'll make him a Fire Pearl. What else? I want to give him the Horror Helm rather than the Fire Helm, so I won't give him Fire Helmet. Army size... I can make him beautiful! There's Blood Searching, Blood Magic... Reinvigoration 10, but it can't be used. I can't give a Heart of Life into this undead beast. If only it was a resource to find information, an inspector tool of some sort. Yeah, I don't know the keys, though. I suppose I could look them up. Luck, Clarity, the Tablecloth of Marvelous Feasts. Whoa, Ring of the Warrior. Attack skill 5. The bonk staffs would finally bonk if I gave him Ring of the Warrior and the Burning Pearl. Oh man, I didn't know about this item here. Blood 1, but I have Blood 1. Ryu! Make me the Ring of the Warrior, please. And any old crummy fire mage, please make me Burning Pearls. You want the Chains of Reconstruction to fix inanimates? Great! Let's research that, shall we? I mean, in real life, let's research that. Find the item Chains of Reconstruction. Chains of Reconstruction is a Construction 7, Reconstruction 5 item. And it's very easy to get with Earth 1, but I barely have Earth access. It's that Construction 7 that's a problem. Still, well worth it for Reconstruction on my God. Saves him dying to chip damage. And 5% on that guy's a lot. So construction 5 an idea, construction 7 rather. Let's queue that up. Alright, now that you've done that, I wish for you to get engaged in underground actions. Basically, I want you to take Undermountain. You can get yourself equipped at any old... We can't get there in an easy amount of time. What if we send you over to Mudwater Caves? I'm going to send you over to Mudwater Caves. You'll get the final bit of equipping done, and I'm going to send you into Undermountain. If my god can't handle it, who can? The problem is if my god dies... Is that a problem? Not really. He's not instrumental to anything. But what's the point in having a god that can't prove himself? So yeah, we're sending him into Undermountain to claim that. Yeah, the Battle of the Statues. It is actually going to be statue supremacy battle. I like it. Alright, Wolfstaffs, please continue to preach for me. Princess Beatrix, your job is done. Just wait. Mike Mapu. You are going to wait for the moment where you want to ferry those units around. Actually, I already want you to ferry them over. Do I? Nah, Umbra's fine. Now that we have the fort here, we can reinforce as we need, so let's not do it just yet. Admiral Yi, you are here to gather the fallen. Problem is you're not very good at leadership. Should I send you together with Unitech? I got more fallen here than you can actually lead. So maybe you wait here and Unitech is going to collect the fallen. But I want to go and attack here, don't I? I want Shem and the Below down. With the possibility of popping out in Hammerfell. This could bite me in the bum, but let's go and move these units together. Supply usage ain't too shabby, right? No, but make me a replacement unit just in case and continue the construction of additional units. More additional pylons, please. The Dominion is spreading rather nicely here. Continue the erection of more temples. Continue the preaching. I brought these guys so that I could continue my temple rampage. Temple up the Cavern Realm, temple up the Caves of Madness, then Underspring, Slag, and whatever we have down south. Dijon, get back to researching Jabufa and Chaos. You took the Toxin Refinery with relative ease. You made crushing rocks seem such a breeze. But now, here's the problem. I kind of want to march into the airlock, and I also realize that might not be a good idea. But look at the numbers here. How they haven't already claimed this is beyond me. But if I go there without Biotic God Volus, I'm not gonna manage. Maybe I should aggressively go here immediately. That means Malton isn't getting claimed, but... well... So I could move Biotic God Volus over to Balaton if I ditched the walkers and only took the flyers here, and then next turn we could take the airlock. It would be a real power play. Wow, Anakim no longer on your western border. Yeah, we're pushing Anakim. But we're not the only ones. Looks like Atfazang has them surrounded. They might even have their capital already. It could be that Atfazang are about to die, meaning I have a very big, strong Atfazang to deal with. But you know what? I'm okay with dealing with them. This is changing my strategy here a bit. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this, but we'll do it anyway. I'm going to ditch you. But I wanted these poor wounded guys to take a vacation. Alright. Grab a few of them as your personal bodyguard, please. And get over there. I needed to ditch this so I can fly straight over to Balaton. Disease is going to be a real problem, though. Alright, we're changing all of our ideas. We're all waiting here. Get over here. I don't care about the disease. Move into the airlock. Fight hard. And then we pull back the diseased units to heal up with Gift of Health. And we push forward with everything else. That is okay. I'd be significantly more okay about this if I had more ways of giving resources to my guys. There we go. I would also like to be sure that I'm not going to be attacked in my backside. I'm spending a lot of money on province defense here because I don't want errant units just strolling in and taking my land from me. Neverwinter's not too bad. It'll hold nicely. Turn it into a proper fortress. No, you refuse to. Okay, well, just keep preaching the good word then. Do you want to go to Isengard? The hobbits are going to Isengard. Your supply usage is fine. Oh god, do not stand in the Well of Pestilence. Ah, they're not going to be happy in that. The Well of Pestilence is great for giving you death gems, but it also boosts death and it spreads deadly diseases. I might go to Isengard. Primordial Protectors. I don't like that, but... well, no buts. I think I gotta go for it. Move into Isengard, surround the airlock. Aptly named province there. I think someone earlier used the comment, like cinema. Don't really know what they meant, but I'm sure there's meaning to it. Rakuso, you just preached there for now. Ishmael, like we didn't know you were heading back with you. Okay, we're doing a bit of a power play. I could hunker down a bit more, but I really want to be aggressive. Because if Atfasang just dies without me being very involved... sorry, if Anakim die without me being very involved, that's just Atfasang claiming all of this land with impunity. And Atfasang are too strong as it is. No vacation for these guys in Jake's Black Company of a Nation. Listen, I offer a pretty marvelous deal, right? You worship me, or rather, my pretender avatar Ishmael, and you will live twice as long and you'll never get sick. Or if you do miraculously get sick, I will heal you through my benevolence. Essentially, with Gift of Health, people live forever, as long as they don't die to brutal injuries like being clubbed in the head. You know, you could have your arms fall off, you could go blind and crippled. I will heal you through my magnanimous nature. The problem is, in this game, lore-wise, whenever your god does become all-powerful, he gets bored. He gets bored and he just wanders off into the void to play World of Warcraft all day. That's the actual lore of the game, but we'll see that when we win. Right, magic sites, of course we find nothing. Limping units become crippled and cripples die. Now, were we able to take Isengard? That's not a given. But they'd already moved their army, which is good and bad for me. It might be more good than bad, especially if they move over to... don't worry, that's just the shrubbery dying. If they moved into castle, that's good for me. Liverpool going down, no problem, right? Yeah, nah, those heavy cavalry, no march for my tower shields and my long spears. Fortress of Fargard. So this is me slaughtering Fargard. They have been neutered all game. Okay, so they did have an army. Why they never used this, I'll never understand. Good lord, they made the gold... yeah, they made the silver and the gold dogs. Dogs of silver are better at sneaking spies. The gold dogs are stronger with more guardians. So they had this fairly decent army. Not bad for someone that only had one province the whole game. But they refused to break out. Wait, and I meant to take it with just this? And I'm unblessed? Oh, well, those... we're certainly putting my back row blenders to good use. His god is here as well. Dave the Diver. The Dragon. Ugh, Poison Cloud. I don't like that. I might not be okay here. Are you poison resistant? Heavily poison resistant, but I still might get through with poison daggers. 15 to 25 resistance is still possible. Yeesh, this is not what my guys signed up for. It's a lot of them, sire. As long as I can kill their god, right? No matter how good your unit is, if you are completely surrounded like this, you are often at mercy. 19 protection is good, but axes for my big, strong, chunky guys are going to get through that. And the poison isn't landing. Oh well. That is one dead god. But look at all the poison. Oh, I'm glad we can fly out of the poison, but look at all the green bars. These guys are in trouble because they haven't Gift of Health up their max hit points high enough. On the plus side, killing off their god will surely hamper their morale. As long as I can kill Marvin the captain, that should put an end to all their leadership and they won't want to be there anymore. Problem is, where is Marvin the captain? He could be anywhere. All of the inanimates are dying. That's good. See these clockwork soldiers and these long deads? They no longer have magical leadership, so they just fizzle away. That is good. That is good. They made the bulk of the scary core army there. What about the dogs? Are the dogs free thinking? Oh, that's amazing. The dogs are also mindless inanimates, so we don't even have to deal with them. See? Find your enemy's weakness and exploit it. That was actually a big scary army that outnumbered and in many ways outgunned me, but killing their god and their magical leadership ensures that this just becomes a case of all-you-can-eat clockwork soldiers. And an impressive number of survivors from my Black Company guys. Alright. A few of them get picked off by poison. 35. That's a lot of Hellbent Guards to lose, but considering what we did, that was excellent. And also we found something interesting. We found a skull. Wait, hang on. Wasn't Marvin the champion? Pretty sure we saw Marvin as the champion in there. We took his skull. Sorry, Marvin. You killed our god! The war will not end until the nation of Zawet is annihilated. Also, Dave the Diver, god of Fargeth, has been permanently vanquished. Killing a god is not the end of a god. Even soul-slaying a god is not the end of a god. You can only end a god by completely eliminating all of his believers, either by conquering the lands or destroying his dominion. Because if a nation still has land and still has dominion, they can still pray hard enough to bring their god back. That won't be happening for Dave the Diver. He can never return now. Balaton has famine, probably because I'm there eating all the food. Water gems get, and a heat wave in the Deep Gorge. Also, disease in Balaton. Well, I knew this would be happening. That's quite a lot of disease, and man, these guys really don't want to be here. What should I do? Here's what I'm going to do. Take all of the wounded. Take all of the diseased. Every last one of them, and give them to Toad Raider. Take all of the healthy units. Return them to Biotic God Volus. So these are the guys that have been on the war march for so long. Look at this poor sucker. He's diseased, he's crippled, he's limp, and he has a never-healing wound. He's not long for this earth. In fact, the crippled ones might not even survive this, but I take Toad Raider, who himself has some problems. Dementia. Dementia will fix itself in due time. And I am going to bring you back to safety. Actually, you're safe enough in Moon Lake. Might not be worth the 2 extra candles to go all the way back to Zawet. But anyway, you're going over to Moon Lake. And over in Moon Lake, you will restore, and the nasty diseases will go away. I'm very happy you took Isengard. Can we defend Isengard? Maybe. It's a bit of an investment for pretty crappy troops. It's a lot of money to spend. I don't want to spend too much. Right. Jifbuya, Caius, Biotic God, Golden Deer. We're marching on the airlock. It's going to be a very important fortification to take, and there's no good reason that we can't take it. We're going to have additional supplies, so we might be able to survive handily there. It's also very hot. Heat is good. We're going to have our blessing down, which is also a blessing, not even in disguise. Let's also improve our defenses around here. I'm in a position to pay for it, so I shall. We continue to gather the fallen from our previous attack in Undermountain. And then I want to make sure that you don't break out of the below now that we're at war, so I'm going to spend a little extra on my big crappy cavemen. Archers, Bear Tribe Warriors, Wolf Tribe Archers. I don't think they can beat crappy cavemen. Just in case though, let's grab a few extra units. I'm going to up this to 30. That's probably not worth it at all, but these provinces are good and I don't want to chase them because they could Imagine these units do break through, they could run around and start raiding me, and being raided is horrible because it's hard to catch without something like Cloud Trapeze. I mean, just thinking about it, I do have, but let's just nip it in the bud, shall we? Yi and Unitech, seal this problem before it becomes a problem. Shoshitatsu. There's Princess Zelda. I wish for you to make me the horror helmet. Was there anything else I was still wanting to make for my big pal Ishmael? Ishmael wants his accessories. Can't get to Mudwater Caves in one shot. It's a little disappointing. Maybe go to Yellow Caves. And then from Yellow Caves you can make two steps over to Undermountain. Yeah, we'll get Ishmael kitted out for good in the Yellow Caves because I have Ring of Warrior and Burning Pearl. Ooh, I'm looking forward to seeing Ishmael in action now. So Farguard is mine. What does a man do with Farguard? First, he reinforces it. Second, he constructs his own temple here, absolutely burning down Carthage and then remaking it in our own design. You get 3 days off to patch the gaping wounds and then come back to mud and trenches. My people get a whole let me think. 12 turns. Okay, they get a whole month off. When's the last time your work gave you a month off? When's the last time my work gave me a month off? My boss is a right piece of work. Anyway, Landstalker, Wittenreich, well done. Some of your units are severely beat up, and I do feel for you. I have to ask what we do with this information. I'll tell you what we do here was we recruit units up the wazoo. Including some of these guys? No, I don't think so. Just fire followers are pretty good. That is fine. I want a sergeant so I can always move people around here if the need arises. Bob. Bob's units are all in all pretty good. Do I hold this area? Do I not? Not really sure I care that much about Marawa and New Liverpool, but I should just keep Bob stationed here so that if they come at me, I can repel them back into the waters where they belong. At least until I can get my Wraith Lords online. Oh, no, that's not what I want you to do. Wraith Lords are about the only reasonable way I have to go underwater. Jake, you always use Wraith Lords. I wonder why. Can't quite build the temple here yet. I spent all my money on defenses. Landstalker and Wittenreich, what do we do with you? You got a lot of good units. The defense of Farguard is rather important. I should keep units stationed around here to deal with Asphodel if they ever come for me. Yeah, I'm okay with that, although I would really like to take Malton. Hey, Arthur's auto-searching around here. Oh, crumbs. I was meant to give that pot of goodies to these guys. Alright, Alaska, you need to run north with a pot of supplies and give them over to these people before they start complaining to me. Well, they'll complain anyway, but you know how it is. Get researching, get researching. All of you suckers, get researching. Big Follows is here. Ooh, wow. Big Followers is in a lovely situation to bring even more fun to the party. Have your personal bodyguards, have the rest of them hold an attack rear, have all of you do so from behind. Except you, hold, and then attack. Please attack the closest. Actually, just stay behind the bleeding troops. I don't want you flying into nonsense. Point is, I can fly over with you guys pretty easily. You can get over to Moon Lake and then over to the airlock in case reinforcements are needed. And because of what I've done here is I segregated flyers with the flyer, he can move 16 and cross rivers and mountains. The problem with my mixed armies is that these heavily clad in armor guys are quite slow. They have map move 12 instead of 16, and they can't fly. Same with anybody using the tower guards. Why do I have a bunch of people just left here in High Rock? I'm sure I left them there for a reason. I'm alright with Landstalker being here. Maybe even better if Landstalker holds all of you. And then Witterich can go and gather these guys. Oh yeah, I ditched them so I could fly over. I remember now. Witterich can go and collect them. And then we'll be okay. No, they didn't run from battle. I dropped them from Biotic God Volus' army so Biotic God Volus could join at Balaton. It's actually better for Golden Deer to lead the army because he gives a morale bonus. These are 17 morale, these are 20 morale. So better really just to do this, and then you take the army. At least most of the army. This is fine. When you get here, what kind of army composition? You might notice this stuff's getting more interesting, right? Larger armies, more stuff to play around with. Get on that. Hellbent Guards, weird guys, more weird guys. You guys will just stay behind the main army. Yes, please stay behind troops after you hold for 2 turns. I'm actually going to save this one so I can just copy paste it like so. Stay behind the units. Big front line moves in. The guard. My guys are back there with the whips to whip them on, even though they're not slaves. Jif Booyah's got surprisingly lowly morale himself, but she'll be fine. Attack rear instantly? I don't see why not. They'll get the Divine Blessing off pretty much immediately. Not that it matters much. Point is, go very offensively over there. Shoshitatsu, you just wait. Ludwig, sorry I don't have the money for your newest temple. I wish I could give it to you. And does Landstalker just want to hold out here? Or do you want to hold out in Malton? I think I want you just patrolling here, keep the area safe. That's fine. It's better than fine. Oh, Chumro just got back from 3 months off, but they've had a kid. So was it really time off? 3 months, huh? I think that's the minimum you get in Sweden for having a child. Recht. Search and find nothing. Search and find nothing. Isengard. Hang on, weren't we holding Isengard? Well, we reinforced the numbers here, but I do not think it's going to be enough. Not against their actual national units. There are ghouls here. Dubious, because these guys are crummy light infantry. Really quite terrible units. They die in droves. They eat a cavalry charge. They will mob the cavalry charge, but I don't think that'll be enough. I added extra units so I can have crossbow units firing, but that's not going to be enough. That's not massed crossbowing. I don't think I have this one. No, which means I spent a lot of money on province defense, and I don't keep the province. But in come those crossbow bolts. We've shot some riders off their horses. That's a good sign to begin with. If I were him, I'd feel confident about his position, because I'm not confident about mine. The light infantry are running away. The heavy infantry are still there, but can heavy infantry deal with the undead cave rights? I don't think so. We are about to entirely break. And now we are broken. Goodbye, cruel world. Yeah. If I'd invested a little bit more, we would have held it, but it was not tactically that important. I always mix up tactically and strategic, which seems weird given that I worked on a strategy game making company. I just don't have it ingrained in me. Right, so we've got a good chunky front line of tower shields that they shouldn't be able to break through easily. But there are rather a lot of them, and it's a lot of mixed units here. They got soulless. Wait, that's, I was wondering why a soulless was starving, but that's heavy infantry. They must have a lot of starving units then. Who even gets to eat around here? Ah, of course, they've got a lot of undead, so the undead don't have to eat. Fire snakes have to eat, though. I guess those that were starving for too long ended up getting diseased and dying. But yeah, here we go. Some of these guys are starving. Starvation hurts morale. I'm surprised it doesn't hurt skills, though. It does cause disease, though. Point is, will it blend? So for the first time in ever, it feels, we have Divine Blessing up. Boom. That means my Hellbent Guards are actually blessed. Doesn't do much for us. They were already larger, and if you choose a larger bless, you don't need to bless units to get that down. But their hit points go up, they get the poison resistance and some morale. The poison resistance, I think, is the important one here, because these guys being all nasty and undead-like, they do have poison on their side, although they don't have their poison cloud units, so it might not matter. If there are any coral weapons, like this coral club, then that's poison we can resist, but we'll see what happens. What matters is where do our back row blenders land? Naturally, it's on the back row. There's going to be attrition here. I can feel it. Not unthinkable that I actually fully lose this one. But my front line is pretty powerful, and it's bloody hot here. So even though they're sending in a bunch of Leogryphs, they will burn. Burn, you bastards. So I lob the axes before I engage them. My priest is actually able to banish the undead. Probably not very effectively, but look at that boom comes down. My pool from grave. Okay, the back row blenders are living up to their name. The enemy's back row is not only being shanked to death by axe and poison dagger, but look at the fire spread around here. That is the heat aura of my Hellbent Guards, further boosted by the massive amount of heat in this province. And then those that are done, the great thing about flyers is they often don't, you know, hang around with no real targets like these guys back here. They just fly to find a new target and shank them. It's one thing to have a lot of units, but you need to actually effectively use the units. They need to engage in combat. Having torn apart the back row, the enemy's front row is surely going to rout soon, and that is great because we're going to have them sandwiched in. The tower guard front line I have are very good at holding. Yeah, they're taking damage. They're taking quite a bit of damage. What happened to this poor sucker? They got shanked with a trident. He was not able to repel it. Repel 17 versus 20. The enemy got through his defense with attack roll 30 to 25, and then he took 22 plus 11 damage. And he only protected 16 plus 8 of it. However, they hold... Also, I wanted to take note of the axe that he threw. The throwing axe did just go and do 33 damage to a Leogryph. So I think it was a very good call for me to order these guys to throw axes before engaging in melee. All part of my brilliant strategy, you see. Some people saw the axes. They said, Jake, why would you ever order them to throw axes? Axes have precision -4, and they're already not very precise. Because massed axes will eventually hit something, and they hit hard. Think of... Bannerlord. Not Bannerlord, the other one. Battle Brothers. Axes hit really freaking hard. I can't believe the enemy hasn't broken yet. That's the power of being undead, I suppose. Undead usually have very good morale. And they slice, they dice, they blend, they even cook. Not sure the axes cook. Well, actually, my units certainly cook. Frontline took a real beating, but we put an enormous dent into Atvisang with this. This must have been a significant core of their army, because they were dedicating a lot of it to wiping out Anakim with this fort. To make matters even better, I will inherit the progress they've made on this siege, so if they've already started breaking down the walls, then we can take over and finish the fight. And remember, our units have a boost in the amount of damage they do to fortifications. I think I lost about half my units here, though. This was expensive. I had many more flyers at the start of this. My front line, you can tell, this side is okay. This side is just gone. I love seeing all the burning. These soulless are not much concern. It's these guys that I want to die. And run away, but they're on fire. Sorry, I don't have a can of Jarate to throw at you. And this is where the flyers really excel. They don't need to chase, they just fly down and attack. I've got post-traumatic stress disorder for managing Airmore free spawn, so you can have undead Velites throw javelins properly. I don't like managing free spawn. I don't like managing armies in general here. It's why I like to have fewer elite troops. I like thugs. I like fancy sacreds. I can't believe you got shanked by a retreating unit. Alright, there we go. There will be survivors on the enemy side, but not many of them. That was a good fight. That was an excellent fight. Whoo boy. I paid for that fight. As expected, half of my units fell. Biotic God Volus actually banished 38 enemy units. Good job. Fire Followers and Hellbent Guards really shared the killing. I didn't even manage to get rid of the last of my damn Zoetic demon breads. I don't want these guys alive, but they continue to live. And the enemy consisted of 615 units. They outnumbered us about 3 to 1. Every single leader they had died. Their Woodhenge Druid, their Shambler, their Vile Herbalist, their Composers, their General, their other Vile Herbalist. That was phenomenally good. So who survived? Well, it doesn't really matter. 13 of the enemy survived, and I think those were mostly soulless. And the soulless are rubbish. That was excellent. I want to see who the commanders were. Who did we kill? Much murder was committed in your name, Ishmael. If the murder must be done, let it be done under the name of Ishmael. So who did we kill? We killed the Bile Demon, the Lion Tamer, Liu Bei. Sorry, Von Dougals, you died as well. Sudazima, Scissorman, Gunnar Thompson, Bird Jake, Grakosef, Rocket Racer, and Sundretti. All dead because they're bloody losers. Let's get out of here. Right, Balaton is once again having famine. Somebody must have planted somebody there. Shikoku is losing Dominion, gaining Sloth, and losing Resource. Luck scale 3, you know. Misfortune and Magic. The fortress is done. The other fortress is done. We instantly breached the fortification into the airlock. That is good. Patrolling destroyed people. Patrolling destroyed people. Right. I was right to move in reinforcements already. Why are there units hanging around here? Oh, right. I'm recruiting these guys. So. I just pulled out all my injured units, and these are my newly injured units. Do we immediately storm the airlock and take it for ourselves? It does have our Dominion in it now. It will slowly heal people. How do these people feel? How do you feel, Big Follows? Take all the wounded again, segregate the non-wounded, give them to Big Follows, and let Big Follows reinforce the airlock. Alaska, get over there. Our supply usage is low, but I want to make sure our supply usage is low. This is essentially the main army. Although I would really like to reinforce that main army. I think I will. I think I'll deposit the wounded in Neverwinter. So that they can heal up. And then I'm going to march over with my Tower Shield frontliners to just reinforce what horrifically died there. I got 47, and about 50 of them died last time, so that can be considered reinforcement. Landstalker's holding on to a concerning number of them, though. Is that really concerning? I don't know. But good to see that Farguard is getting Dominion. Good. Good. That Dominion will be used to heal our fallen. Bob. Nobody's diseased here. They're not going to die. They will eventually get some Dominion over here to heal them up. Whose Dominion is this? Shy Mystics. Shy Mystics dead. Or are they? Janiga still lives somewhere. Didn't mean for the intimidating music to hit in upon that realization. Yeah, Farguard is defeated, but somehow Janiga still lives. Bizarre. Right, Moot Moot. You are unveiling what I already suspected, but I'm still fearful of. That Asphodel is huge and terrifying. Even though earlier on I was saying Asphodel's a rubbish nation. I guess the joke's on me here. I don't want to spread it and build forts in such a weak area, so you're just going to stay around and make sure that Farguard maintains good dominion. Toad Raider. You've got all these horrifically injured. Where's my way to select the cripples? Yeah, C for cripples. I'm just going to deposit the cripples so they don't die on the march. But otherwise, I'm going to bring them over to Tick-Tock Clock. The Dominion is higher here, so they're more likely to not die, or not be dead in the first place. Tweedster, that's not enough reinforcements to bother bringing on in. And I don't want to recruit yet more mages, but maybe I should. Sod the mages, we have enough. Admiral Yi and Unitech. Grab the units. Like so. Like so. I just want good bodyguards for you guys to stand behind. And it doesn't really matter who gets what. Let's just divide them up fairly cleanly. Good enough. Line formation. Fire on the closest. Fire on the closest. Guard, guard. Have an extra guard. I just don't want to lose my leadership here. The below is no big threat, so go over to Shem. And then grab Ishmael. Ishmael, grab your horror helmet, your ring of warrior, and your burning pearl. And suddenly, his attack skill is that of a slightly trained militiaman. Can't have everything, but we can have this. He can actually engage. And look at that, that's actual damage. That's actual protection. And that is hit points. So Ishmael is going into the Undermountain. I hope he doesn't die doing this. I want you to... Actually, that means I'm going to want you to attack, not cast spells. But what specific spell should you start with, if any? Strength of Gaia gives bonus to a lot of things, but I don't think I want them. Earth power. God, are any of these useful for you? Being inanimate actually really brings down the things you can do. Protection 3 to all your armor parts is actually quite good. So temper your armor. Ah, good morning, Baron. How goes Bauble? Oh yeah, I absolutely want you to have weapons of sharpness on yourself. What's that? What's personal weapons of sharpness? Blunt and slash melee attacks will stun on hit. I guess weapons of sharpness does it on yourself. Is there anything else that would be useful for you? There's no poison to worry about. Precision is not a consideration. You're not affected by darkness, are you? Oh my god, why are you affected by darkness? Okay, well, we're definitely going to deal with that. You're going to cast... Ooh, double combat speed is cool. That's not quite personal quickness, but still. What about haste? No, haste is for more people. Right, in that case, where was it? I want you to have cat eyes for dark vision and give yourself gift of the hair for double combat speed. And then I want you to attack. That should be fine. Yeah, sorry, my eyesight isn't what it used to be. In 2 turns, you're going to engage in what could be the most dangerous fight of your life. It will be the most dangerous fight of your life, actually. Please don't die. If you die, it becomes a problem for all of my priests. Because all of my priests are suddenly going to be on the job of recalling you. I'm going to build up priests here, just in case. I have the money, and it's kind of nice to be able to just spread out and spread dominion, even on the upper side here. Hatsune Miku, you've nothing left to do. Good job on building on the forts. Princess Zelda. Princess Zelda. Is it time to Wraith Lord? With all these death gems, I should really be Wraith Lording. It's one of the best things you can put death gems into. Some people might say Tatarians. I don't like them because they have broken minds. Twiceborn, Death Mage 3. The thing is, I don't have the research yet, but I'm quite close to the research. And I would probably need to forge boosters for you. What are the boosters for death again? There's... maybe I don't have access to them with my low construction, but there is... Yeah, there's Skull Staff, of course. Death Magic +1 with a Skull Staff. I'm certainly going to need that to up me to Death 4. But I swear there was an accessory of sorts. Brazen Vessel... Oh, right, there's a skull helmet thing, but of course I don't have that with construction either. Quickly checking my my Dominion 6 Inspector tool for the death boosters, a Skull Staff, and yes, Skull Face, but you need to be Death 5 to even make Skull Face. Yeah, it's not too bad though. Point is, one way or another, I'm going to need Skull Staff. Ludwig, please continue making more temples. Yeah, the Dominion down here is almost all encapsulating. And once I have all of the temple with my Dominion, it's going to start seeping out of the grounds. And that's going to be a problem for my enemies, but most notably not for me. Life is good. Life might even be great. Zarek over in Farguard, you just wait. We did one turn breach this thing. Are we going to instantly storm the castle? With these units that are all beaten up and broken, it's not without its risks, of course, but we're going to do it anyway. I want all of you guys under Golden Deer's command. Really? I mean, Caius is a heroic, if crippled individual. Shouldn't Caius be leading this? Maybe. But you're not. You're old and busted. Golden Deer's the new hotness. No, that can't be right. Here you go, Caius. You are still a... you're an inspiration to us. Take all of these guys. Golden Deer shouldn't even be here, frankly. Sorry to say, Golden Deer, you are returning to ferry units around. Caius, Jabufa, Biotic God, you are on the storming command here. No waiting, just instantly attack the rear. Yeah, they'll have this. Especially with the blessing of the Biotic God. And once I hold it, it should be easy to fend off any attacks from here. And then we go on our offensive towards Anakim, which I strongly suspect is held by Atfzang. Be amazing if it held out, but then it's just, either way, I am going to consume that province. A lot of units here that I really wish were getting involved in the big fight. Could I bring Sergeant over here? Actually, I could send Golden Deer over there, couldn't I? Yeah. Great. Golden Deer, you get to Kyoto. You'll be picking up these units in 2 turns and bringing them over for the offense. Doesn't Caius have the bonus morale to people? Yeah, that's Wick. Wick is underground, ready to emerge when the moment is right. Princess Daisy has claimed the Throne of Might. Damn, that's a strength booster that I'd really rather like. Search and find nothing. Then we go for... Wait, before we even storm the airlock, they're not done with me. They're not happy with me. Who do we have here? This is Atfasang's Jmei, 3-headed fire-breathing dragon. Good thing we all have fire resistance. This is considerably less to deal with than before, though. Even though our numbers are considerably less, I'm pretty sure our flying guys, especially knowing that they are divine blessed, will be able to go and take care of them. I know I said attack rear, but please, attack actual enemies. Who did you even kill there? Okay, well, I'll tell you, that Zawet, or whatever it was, is already gone. Agent J here, dead. Ernie Hecklerock, the master composer, dead. Every time you see that bomb there, that's Biotic God Volus banishing the undead. Yeah, look at that right there. Plop, plop. We can actually see exactly what he just did. There's Biotic God Volus, the lucky prophet of ours. What did you just do? Pull from the grave. Just did 12 damage and 16 damage to enemies that were unable to resist. I love fighting with priests. Priests are cool. Priests are mages. They just don't get the respect they deserve. What a horrifying thing. It was an excellent move to make these guys larger. It wasn't cheap. Larger is a very expensive bless. It costs, I think, like 4 earth and 3 nature. But suddenly having these guys be size 5 instead of size 4, oh, it's so good for attack density, strength, attack skill, movement, everything. So yeah, there we go. They tried to take us out at the cost of only 3 Hellbent Guards. We dispatched 117 more of them. And that still allowed us to do the battle in the airlock. Also, the AI wanted once again to take the Crucidium. It's good to know the chiefs have your respect. Oh, God. The AI really wants this throne, but you're not going to take it like that. What's happening in Shem? This is me? Kind of overkill here. We're just clearing up some little province defense. 2 events in the Mines of Despair. Give me Glamour Gems and Water Gems. And what about Into the Airlock? So this is what they were all fighting. Oh my god. I'm beginning to see why there was such a standoff in this province. Griffins up the wazoo, storm drakes, wyverns, vine men, clay men, lizard shaman things, Cleopatra, the High Priest. More griffins. Loads of wolves. Even more griffins. Even more of these lizard guys with blood air. I hope to God they don't summon air elementals. That complicates matters a lot. Wow. Okay. Who are we actually fighting against here? There are a ton of commanders. Xingquan, Crashide, Lyrco, Shy Mystic, Plague Bloater, Cleopatra, Darth Air, Shuperation, Blue, Dr. Jekyll, Civil Reader, Martin Lackey, Crying Baby in the background, Sizzlebay, Tolfei, Ashe, and Ganondorf. You won't get the Triforce of Courage off of me. And we're going to need a lot of courage to take this on. Oh, they've got flyers. Uh-oh. No! Biotic God Volus, no! You are so dead! Oh, dearie me. So they also decided that it's the right thing to snipe commanders. And, well, Crying Baby in the background might be dead, but Biotic God Volus is going to have a very hard time right now. Fight the good fight. Oh, God! Storm Drakes. Ow. Ow. We are not lightning immune. Far from it. Yeah, please live, Biotic God Volus. You are my go-to priest here. Oh, those Storm Drakes are going to have us absolutely annihilated. Fortunately, though, and this is where my giant brain is once again working overtime, I specifically gave these guys the order to attack closest for this. If we do get back attacked, their order is closest. Closest means whatever's closest to the side that you come from. So they did bravely decide to turn around and save my commander corps. You can only assign 5 bodyguards, but the army's going to have to help. Caius has 1 health left, and I don't think they're going to last much longer. Okay. Fortunately, okay, this is helpful. These guys are so starved from being stuck inside their fortress that it impacted their morale, so the beasts are actually retreating, and the few that aren't are at least dying. So that did tremendous damage to my commander corps. But the commanders are all still alive, if barely. On my side, at least. Now, hopefully they all bugger off, and I need my tower shields to reform and defend us against the hordes of wolves that are coming my way. Backed by archers. On the plus side, my back row blenders are doing phenomenal work. But, yeah, it was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Any lucky shot from their archers could now eliminate my leaders, and we're getting mobbed by wolves. Eaten by dogs. Come on, why is there still some kind of Storm Drake thing? There's a griffin, but what's even doing electrical damage here? Baffling modern science by continuing to live. That is our Caius Caceres. Could someone tell me who Caius Caceres is? Because this name's flying over my head. A griffin hit him in the arm with a talon for 8 points of damage. Increased to 16 points of damage due to slashing and all that. But because it was in the arm, it could only do a maximum of 8. That means that Caius is somewhere out there, probably right here, fighting with crippled and weakened. Surprised he's not one-armed. He's the skooma addict, really. The more you know. Okay, please, we're getting mobbed horribly by wolves. I'm not sure if the wolves being on fire is good or bad for us, but they are on fire. As is that griffin. Who wouldn't want roast griffin for dinner? Alright, alright. The fight is on our side. The wolves are now running away. I think even the ones on the walls will want to run really soon. They're still throwing things at us. Please just don't hit Caius. He's still alive? With 1 hit point. The final one is all that matters after all. The armies of Anakim are mostly routed. Really just means the ramparts are all they have left, and our flyers can get onto the ramparts and slaughter them, surely? Surely? Come on, don't let them get another volley off. Whew. Okay, there we go. They're all dead. Well, they're routing properly, and that just means our flyers are going to put an end to them. What a fight! What a terrifying fight. And just to be sure, all of my commanders lived. Caius, Jafbua, Biotic God. The big terror were those storm drakes. I did not expect storm drakes. Or why would have I expected storm drakes? Anyway, all things considered, the attrition not that bad, not compared to actually securing the lands around the fort. But yeah, that was another 330 odd units to deal with. Let's take a closer look at the big problem here, storm drakes. Storm drakes are winged, scaly reptiles capable of breathing lightning. So it wasn't their flying down and their biting, it was this drake lightning. It does 2 armor negating electric damage, but that's 2 plus whatever random exploding dice is added to it. It chains. It affects mounts and riders, so if it hits a horseman, it will hit the horse as well. Sometimes used in melee instead of the other attack. Doesn't appear to have a limit on the amount that you can use other than the fatigue cost. Storm drakes have pretty decent natural protection, good hit points, no upkeep. Wow, okay, I need to start considering using storm drakes myself, because that is a way to utterly mince enemy commanders in the back line. The defense skill's a bit crummy though, and they're not going to repel with a 0 length attack. Interesting. Yeah, they definitely have their weaknesses. Imagine having these guys but blessed. Imagine making these guys larger. They're already size 6. If anything, you want them smaller then. Cool, very cool. I am so happy we survived that, and I'm very happy my commanders continue to live. Palisade is done in Silver World. Could we please turn it into a fortress? And Terminal Wetness, the god of Anakim, has been permanently vanquished. You know what sucks about that? If I had waited 1 turn, I could have taken this fort and there would have been nobody inside it. Because Anakim would have been gone, his units would have just poof, gone away, and I wouldn't have taken any of that. But as it stands, I did. Right, Alaska, please give that enormous cauldron of broth to Biotic God Volus. Biotic God Volus, you have a chest wound, but that is pretty irrelevant. It doesn't stop you leading. Alaska, your job is to ensure that there is a temple here. The rest of you, I want you to reorganize your armies. Big follows. That army should belong to Caius. Do I really want Caius the Cripple leading all of my glorious flyers? I don't think I do. I think it'll be fine under Biotic God. Their morale is high enough. And that leaves Biotic God very good at being able to move around. However, we took a lot of beatings there. So how are we going to do this? I think I really just want the diseased. Well, the wounded as well, I guess. Okay, so all the wounded, all of the diseased. The diseased can actually go back with Big Follows. Big Follows doesn't need a bodyguard. All the wounded ones of you as well. Send them over with Big Follows. What's wrong with you? Oh, your shield is broken. That's quite funny. In that case, become a bodyguard. Bodyguard with broken shield is fine. Aside from you, give them back over. Keep you well bodyguarded. You are a very important individual. Alright. Airlock, I need reinforcements here on the double. Not really in a position to work with this, but we'll work with it anyway. I'm going to give this place considerable amount of province defense. Because at least my province defense is fire retardant. Yeah, all of them are. Excellent. Some slaves there. Slaves can be a problem, but whatever. We're going to patrol this area. Are we? I'd really like Biotic God to preach here, but there's a lot of preaching I'd love done here. Actually, that's all the more reason Rakuso should be over here. Golden Deer is going to grab units out of Kyoto and bring them back. Rakuso, wait, my priests have leadership? Since when? Amazing. Grab all of these people, please. And bring them over to the airlock. That'll be the reinforcements, or at least some of the reinforcements at least. Big follows. You grabbed our injured guys. These guys I'm not going to bring out of here. They're just going to wait around. They'll be healed slowly but surely. Speaking of which, are any of these guys crippled? Yeah, a few of them are. Leave the cripples behind as well. Get rid of Moon Lake, where our units are still in a bad space. How are your guys? Some of them are getting quite good, actually. I suppose that's fine for you to just wait a bit. Just trying to reinforce my numbers that have been severely depleted right here. Makes it a lot easier if I have more flying commanders to bring them around with. So I should make 2 more of them. Just get greedy like that. Admiral Yi, good job on taking whatever this was. There's actually no need for me to buy province defense. I already have it built up naturally due to my thrones, but I still like it at 11. You're moving into the below. We're moving in Ishmael. Ishmael's getting in for that under mountain. God, what if he gets horror marked over there? That'd be so bad. Princess Zelda, you've got the staff. Now I need you to empower yourself up to death 5, because death 5 is needed for pretty much everything. And we will continue to expand the infrastructure. Any more for any more? Farguard here is looking nice and prayed up. I think I can actually stand to have some of these guys go out and just pray. Don't build temples, just pray. Good movement on these guys. Really good movement. Just go out here and pray everywhere. It's not praying, it's preaching. Praying is something different. Mr. Streamer, there's this attrition mechanic I don't get. Your units keep on getting hurt. Is there no way to heal them so that they are crippled and they die on the march? Feels like the ones that can barely move should be left behind to populate, guard, or defend, no? Yeah, you're right. Dragging cripples around with you makes it very likely that they die on the march. People can go limp, and then they'll go limp if they have to march further than they can go in one turn. Then they get crippled, and then cripples die on the march. The thing is, if you leave them behind, they'll only heal if there is something to actively heal them. So you can have a unit with the healing ability, you can have rituals to heal people, you can have Gift of Health, a big ritual that heals everyone in your dominion. But if you don't have these things, then it's really not worth it, because you still have to pay them, even though they're crippled. Everybody has an upkeep, or most units have upkeep. Yeah, these guys. Gotta pay them, even if they are crippled or one-armed or blind or whatever. So I'd rather just drag them with me and hope that they survive long enough to die in battle than actually have to pay them. I know that sounds quite harsh, and it is, but such is how it is. Also, some of them have damaged armor. Lowers their protection, but that's okay. There should be enough resources for them to fix their stuff up here. Alright, patrol around here in case they come for me, otherwise we're ready. I don't like the fact they can cross rivers, but was I ever going to like that? No, I was not. Witterecht, what were you doing again? I'm sure I knew what you were doing at some point. I think you're coming up for reinforcements into the airlock, that's good. Yeah, get reinforced here and then we're going for Anakim. Where is Atfasang? Yeah, the dream is to take Atfasang. Just take this area. And if I own this, I should be in a wonderful position to win, because I'm just going to go for thrones. I still want Malton, by the way. I still want that Throne of Death. Is it not unthinkable to bring Biotic God there? Actually, it might be more worth my time to bring Ishmael there. Ishmael's going to take Undermountain. And then Ishmael can emerge from the underground. Where exactly? Where's the closest way to emerge to Malton? There's Minawa. Actually, that's quite good. Go from Undermountain to Nethermines, pop out at Minawa, move over to Malton, secure that throne, and by then I should hopefully also have access to... Yeah, there's Bookholm over there, and I do want Obama. Remember, you win by getting thrones. I will probably have to fight Asphodel for some throne action as well. Currently I'm at 3 points out of 15. But surely Wraith Lords can take the waters for me. Also, I can make, with air magic, I can make a barrel of, I can make air pills, that's right. I can make pills of water breathing. Air magic 2 required. Couldn't I just crap out and... You there, Trevor Belmont. I want pills of water breathing, so I'm ready for that. But what about retinue 1 air elemental? Now make me a pill of breathing, please. Alright, let's go. You're gonna win before you need to make any Wraith Lords, but Wraith Lords answer my water question. I swear if I just use them in water, it's okay, right? I don't know if I have the magic access to get their soul vortex up, though. That's the big one. Princess Zelda has empowered herself in death. Now I have a Death 5 mage, which is amazing. What can she do? At the moment, not that much, right? No, you're going to research for a little while. Because I need Conjuration 8, and what in the world is it for Soul Vortex? I always forget. Alteration? Yes, Alteration 6. But I do like it, so we're going to go for it. Just options, right? There's nothing saying I have to have my Wraith Lords, I just want to have the option there. Somebody has correctly pointed out in the YouTube comments that I tend to do a lot of the same things when I play this game. What can I say? They're good things. Right, we actually found a magic site, the Labyrinth of Skulls, to give me, you guessed it, more death. Thank you, Godzilla. Your auto-site searching is paying off, maybe? Undermountain, right, Ishmael. Still looks to be quite a few of them. This is about to be a problem, isn't it? The Manticores. I'm sure we'll be fine. So Ishmael's going to go in, cast those spells I told him to cast. And I hope that he gets his ability to see in the dark, because this is a problem, isn't it? Right, so are you sure you're a colossal fetish? You just look like some fat ass in a gimp mask. We have to do a bit of imagination work, given the pixels, and I've seen a few in my time. But get on it, will you? Why are you looking at us when you cast magic? Anyway, he has given himself the temper armor. That means that his magical armor is now even better. Protection 29 is very respectable. And then he's got weapons of sharpness, so now he has armor piercing. That's really good. Half of the enemy's protection is reduced. We're going to need that to deal with the staggering amount of protection that the monolith has, if it even comes to that. It's funny, yeah, we can make these maces extra sharp, even though they're blunt weapons. I really need you to get your cat eyes ability up, because if you can't see in the dark, you're not going to land your hits. And you do cast Cat Eyes, so there we go. Your attack skill is now a respectable 14. And Gift of the Hair to increase your combat speed. Not that combat speed matters much, but I do want you to be able to walk over to the other side. And now, boom! Wield those dual maces of eruption, my beloved god. Their length too, that's part of the problem. We lower the attack skill because he's not ambidextrous. I think. Mace of Eruption has attack 1, so you'd accept 15. Yeah, it is. Oh, he's also going to cast Strength of Gaia. I didn't tell you to do that. Stop casting spells. I told you to attack. Oh, that's right. He'll cast spells whilst he's attacking because he's an innate spellcaster. By the way, this is amazing. If you have innate spellcaster on a non-immobile unit, so anybody that can walk around, so not a monolith, not a pile of bones, generally something with legs or wheels, it's so strong in combat. Because they wander around, they fight, and they instantly cast spells that lesser beings can take up to 4 turns to cast. So even though he's still marching, he just lobs stones at these guys. They come in for combat, and he goes club. Fist of Iron? Please tell me how you're about to poison this guy with his 40 poison resistance. Even death poison is going to be negated. Lovely. And these guys caused my guys a lot of problems. They also have fear. They could make me scared and run away, but morale 50 essentially means you will never flee. That is not true. There are ways to make morale 50 units flee, but for the purpose of our giant fetish, I think he'll be fine. It's a bit of a shame that he's not a trampler. He could step on these beasts because he's size 10. We could have made him a trampler by giving him Boots of the Behemoth. Yeah, I think that's the one. There are boots that make you trample. But I think he's actually better smacking them with his Maces of Eruption than he is trampling. It's so scary the way he looks at us when he does anything. Okay, now this is where the Mace of Eruption really shines. We're getting kind of surrounded by these annoying little soulless things. They're terrible fighters, but they clog you up. But the Mace of Eruption is area of effect, so boom, 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 boom. As long as the enemy isn't making more of the soulless, which I don't think they are. What do we have here? We have a Mound King, but he doesn't seem to be making more of them. Yeah, these soulless are all going to die. Pop, 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 pop. Then in comes the Long Dead Horseman, and you guessed it, pop. Colossal Fetish is getting a little tired, though. He keeps casting spells instead of fighting, so please actually fight. And now he would be dead because he is being hit by armor nullifying lightning. It is still getting through, but very importantly, if we scroll all the way down through all the fighting to the lightning, he has inherently reduced lightning damage. So this would be doing, instead of 17, it'd be doing 21 or so. 14 would be doing 18, 3 would be doing... He'd be getting absolutely ruined by this. As it stands, he is not. He's also affliction resistant, so he's less likely to get a permanent injury from any of this lightning striking him. All down to this right here. And that's with shock resistance 15 is normally, I don't care about lightning damage levels of resistance. But these freaking things with their lightning, that is dangerously powerful. Anyway, please go and club them, because you won't survive there forever. He might not make it. Those lightning storms are ridiculously powerful. But he's closing the distance. Please tell me he didn't do... Oh god, he's dead. Oh, wow. I cannot believe how powerful that lightning was. How is their lightning doing 27 damage, though? Wow. Eradicated. Absolutely eradicated. Damage roll, 11 points of shock damage. Oof. Can't believe it. Really can't believe it. So that's 19 with my 15 down. Yeah. Too big a target, too slow. Not enough lightning resistance. I need more. The problem is all the cool stuff I just made for him got removed. But don't worry. We can fix this, maybe. Maybe. Oof, that does hurt, though. Yeah, the Watchers are brutal, man. Right, well, there was a battle in below. Let's lick our wounds with success. Call in the Wraith... No, the Wraith Lords would die horribly to that. So I need to remake what he just had. Fortunately, that's easy to do. We have the resources and the mages for that. I need to call him back. Hopefully he didn't lose anything important there. I lost the globals that he put up, though. That's the big loss. Gift of Health is now gone. Riches from beneath are now gone. And all the gems I sunk into them are gone. Painful. If we look at the globals, completely gone. Crumbs. I just didn't want to continue working. Yeah, we needed to give you more shock resistance. I really thought 15 would have it, but no, we need at least 10 more than that. How do we get more than that? Well, that's a problem we need to solve approximately now. Let's bring in some more cardinals so we can call you back. And let's get on this. So we need to do Call God. Many priests for many months. More better priests work better. All correct. So everywhere I can, I need to start bringing out cardinals that have them calling my god. Please call our god. Call our god. Call that god of ours. Underground. Where do I have people who can still call gods? Well, never mind that. I need to bring out more of them to do so. I could have these guys call God, but I still want to be researching with them. Yeah, you get a vacation. Lucky you. Made those pills of water breathing, but I still need I want to be ready to re-equip him when he comes back. So that means... Ryu, I do quite like that Ring of the Warrior. I want a pair of those big old maces again. Although they won't be very good underwater, will they? Well, let's not worry about that just yet. What's going on in Shem? It's that weird little icon again. Some kind of spying is happening. No preaching, it's time to call my god again. Although it is also time to call my god, I also want my temples up here. You're building a fortress. Also, please make me more cardinals to call my god. I also want Princess Zelda to forge me another one of those horror helmets, although maybe I should consider a helmet that gives lightning protection just for that fight. I'm going to want this beforehand, though. I'm sure there's a lightning retardant helmet. Dejan, if there is one, you'll know of it. Air magic, glamour magic, blurring. Maybe it's a higher level. I will need that white dragon scale back, though. Oof, man, I can't get over how brutalized our god was there. That was not safe for work. It's going to cost me a lot of gems to get those globals back up as well, but hey-ho. No, you should be making that. You should be probably considering something else. Also get me that burning pearl. Ring of Tamed Lightning gives 15 resistance, so that's good. Does make us lose some of that attack skill, but that's still very good. Want my Boots of the Messenger back. What about lightning resistant boots? No. Hey, we got flying. I could have my god fly around at speed 20. Right, who's going to make that ring? Ring of Tamed Lightning for 15. That's good. Do we have anything that's better? You know, gives lightning resistance, but also does other nice things. Storm Spool is shock resistance 10, but that's not worth it. The Acorn Necklace gives another 15. The Acorn Necklace? Unsure of an Acorn Necklace. Let me look that up on my reference thing. Acorn Necklace is Nature Wood. It gives 15 resist, shock, and lucky. But I think it's better just to do the ring. Cheaper and easier to get access to. Yeah, let's make a Tamed Lightning Ring. God, just having that from the get-go would have made my life a lot easier down there. Okay, so that was an incredibly expensive loss with my god, but I wanted to take the chance. Maybe I wouldn't want if I'd thought it through some more, but oh well. Recht, where do we go from here? Am I brave enough to march onto Troy with this army? What do we even do with this army? We take note of all the non-wounded ones that we have right now. We can reintroduce them into the army. Poor army looks a little battered and bruised, but... Gonna have Whittlereich move and patrol into the airlock with the other ones. I'd love to preach here, and I think I will rather than call my god. But let's bring in more of you. And more of you. And oh god, Rakuso. Rakuso's probably not the only one that got, diseased going through the toxin refinery. Horrifying. However, we have ways of dealing with that, don't we? I can send a couple of you over to the airlock because these are my disease healing sisters. They can handle that. Also, we can bring in yet more flying reinforcements. With big follows. I'm gonna bring all of you actually back to Zawet, just less complicated that way. Leave behind the cripples. Leave behind the non-wounded, maybe? That means take the wounded, segregate them, take the non-wounded, leave them there. Then I'll pick up I'll pick up the non-cripples on the way back, and then Big Follows can take the rest of these home. Alright, that works. Now, do I emerge over in here? No, because Ugam Buzitz is here. So what we're going to do with you is throw down a fortification. Yes, that works. Emperor Karl, get over here so we can have a temple as well. You build up a palisade, you patrol here, and then we are in a good position, even though I've set our nation back. And Gift of Health isn't going to heal these poor people. I need it back up on the double, so I need my god back up on the double. That's funny. Very funny. So wherever possible, I want more of those priests of mine. Fortunately, they're not very expensive. Do we have air access? Air elementals would resist the lightning. Yes. Yes, we do. But then I need to bring in people to cast the air elementals, and then they would need to be resistant as well. I just think bringing our god back again, but giving him the actual lightning resistance that he needs would be fine. Even better, we could also give him some regeneration, but that might be a bit beyond us, because he's inanimate. Yeah, there we go. People getting crippled during long marches. Zawet gives me gems. Religious misconceptions and falsehoods are spreading in Shem. How dare you? I'm going to have to up my province defense to try and catch whoever's doing that. A unit was cured of disease. Yeah, so somebody got diseased here, but then my sister decided to take care of that. Otherwise, not a lot of action, but my units are generally coming together here. So grab all of you, take out the cripples, everyone else is fine, get over to the airlock. Supply usage is very low, and I think we're in a good position to punch out from here now. A very good position. I could actually spread out quite a bit. Freiheits, how do you feel about actually going on the attack? I mean, I could really go on the offensive here. Take out Deception Island. Gotta remember these guys are not getting healed right now. That includes you, Rakuso. I do want you to preach, but I also want to call my god. Sooner he's back, the better. Construction 7 is ways away, yeah, especially if I'm trying to get Conjuration 8 first. Why does this man want Wraith Lords so much? No need to keep patrolling here. I say no Gift of Health, these guys still look fine. Poor diseased ones are going to be dying, but oh well. It's the best way to go about this. The Bless will still work handily because our Bless does not require our god to be alive. So I could send Jifbuya and Biotic God out in one direction. Over to Isengard, and then Witterich and Caius. Caius doesn't actually need to head out with you. Caius the weakened, but not the crippled. Caius is better, he's got better protection going into fights. And he's a good old slave driver, isn't he? Capio might be a little dangerous for Caius on his own. Go anyway. Yeah, I want to go on a rampage here. If we're not expanding, we're not getting stronger. At least not stronger enough. And then we want you to fire on closest from here. Over into here, attack rear, fire closest. I am definitely spreading my units uncomfortably around. I want the flying units this side of the river, because they can cross the river. Otherwise, we're stuck here. Deception, Troy, and then meet up in Anakim. Any more reinforcements to come in? There's Big follows with the army. Dunk them all here for now. And then wait. And then any of you guys get to calling my god. It's random how much god calling you need to do, somewhat unfortunately. Well, that's right, I brought in all these reinforcements, didn't I? And I believe Caius was a little low on number. Caius, be high on number. What about these guys, though? Who deserves them? The diseased one I want healed, so please don't die on me. These things are too expensive to just lose like that. I think Jifbuya should be in control of them. So, Jifbuya, you have these guys. And then we're going to have them right here. And they're going to be told to attack the closest. Actually, just attack. In a line formation? Sure. 2 to a square on these guys. The damage density on these things is ridiculous. The short sword and the lance are just whatever. This fire flare is what it's all about. Good if they engage in hot areas, though. Capua's hot. I think we'll be fine either way, though. And there's a lot of god calling we need to do. Princess Zelda, good job. Get back to your researching. You guys, what's the action for calling god? It's G, capital G. So when I find these people, just slap capital G on them to call my god, call my god, call my god. I'm going to have to give these guys a lot of new orders once the god is back, but that's fine. I think you need a total of 50 priest levels total preached to bring your god back, give or take a certain amount. So it should only take a few turns with this many priests. One can hope, at least. Keep the researching. How many of our magical items did we make? God's helmet, God's 2 bonk sticks, God's shoes, God's armor, God's accessories, God's additional accessory. I think that's everything for the god, right? Mm-hmm. That all seems about right. So we're ready for him, we just need him back. We need you back, Ishmael. We're not the same without you. Toad Raider is here with a bunch of horrifically injured individuals. Just dump them and hope they get healed in due time. And then wait for later. All of you guys just get to the researching. Trevor Belmont, research. You... we need our god back. You guys, we need our god back. Alright, begin the advance. You're not wrong. If I did give you the ability to fly, you'd be in the back row a lot faster, rather than having to march through all the lightning. Could switch out your boots for that, come to think of it. Right, we actually found something in the gold area. It's the battlefield. That's fine, it's just a death gem. The throne of the artificer is now in Lubu's name. We don't like that. We want all the thrones for ourselves. Pislarna have their prince. They've got their own Princess Zelda, a spectral mage. Right, now for our attacks. Hopefully very successful ones. We never did take the lake next to our capital. We don't have anything that can go into water currently. That was something that Wraithlord could take care of, by the way. Just throwing that one out there. Another offense. There we go. Down it all goes, and then onwards to Isengard. Yeah, we're not going to see them being used when the rest of our army is hitting so strong, but these guys, oh my days, if they're ever needed for combat, just watch how they wipe out squares. Boom. Just roasted this immediately. This guy's just catching fire being near them, and he's also dead. Boom. Hello, people. What do you mean you outnumber me? What are these guys even doing? They've got their own idea of what they want to attack for some reason. But yeah, they're just melting anything they come across. Terrific. Better damage output than my flying guys, just different uses. Combined arms, don't you know? Quite good at surviving as well. The silver deposits have been found and a mine is being built on Moon Lake. Good. More money. More money, more better. Dominion up from a martyr in Silver World. The world is getting colder. That actually helps us in a few ways, because it gets too hot in our lands. We end up killing our own population. Shen continues to have misconceptions. Fortress is done in Silver World. Then you can just wait. There's nothing else really worth your time, I think. Please call my god. We've cured a lot of people of their diseases. Good. And some magical things wish to be created. So all of these guys, I want them back on bringing Ishmael where Ishmael should be, which is here. Call our god pretty please. And then those that advanced must advance further. Deception Island is ours. Capio's ours. There's Anakim's capital. I want that pretty badly. Thankfully, with all the supply bonuses I've given my guys, it should not be intimidatingly difficult for us to just lay siege to it. Chest wound on you, chest wound on you. Chest wounds are no big deal. Just get in there. Take Anakim. It's a very powerful province to have. And our momentum is pretty high. We slaughtered a lot of Atfasang's units. Both the ones that were besieging the airlock and the counterattack that they had into the airlock. And we should use that momentum to really carve out a lot of their land before they are able to reorganize and come and get me. Right, the below needs preaching here because it's a horrible death area. Hopefully it's not actually just another well of pestilence. Our units aren't getting diseased, so it's probably not. So you guys can just stay patrolling there. Continue to bring my god Ishmael back. IFT and Raven, you cannot preach, you cannot call my god. All you can really do is wait. Wait there and heal the disease of any diseased unit, which includes, hey, the Zawet champion. Wish I could have you back over here, huh? Might bring you over as a reinforcement. All of these guys that are not messed up. Yeah, you don't need to patrol here. I want you to join in the big fight here and condense our units down. All of you guys get God praising. Even more God praising. Don't think I need to repeat the recruitment of these guys. That might have been a bit over the top. I'm sure we'll have Ishmael back in no time. So yes, we press on. This river is rather nice, except I know the undeads can deal with that. Atfasang having a lot of weird finned guys here. When do I get my bleeding Wraith Lords? In a couple of turns I can make Wraith Lords. Good. And I might just do that. Yeah, the fish people are always a concern. I've still only got 3 points, and I need so many points to win. Especially when Ishmael can't pick up the ones that we need. But the Throne of Death is worth 2. And we don't even know what throne this is, but given how heavily it's guarded, it's probably worth 3. It's probably the Shattered Throne. Yeah, because it spreads horror marks, of course. It might horror mark Ishmael. That would be bad. But it wouldn't be as bad as horror marking Biotic God Volus, question mark? Anyway, it's 3 points, so I need to grab Undermountain regardless. Mos Maurice has been sitting there for ages and has become horror marked. They'll die eventually. Is there anyone left who's still a threat? Asphodel. Asphodel's a considerable threat, but I really think we've started to hit the point of no return. We have the economic output thanks to taking the underground, which allows us to replenish losses really easily. Our research has finally come online. We're able to make good items. Things are good. The nation rejoices. Ishmael is back, but he lost a level of nature in the process. That means he cannot cast Gift of Health. He could cast the stuff from below, but let's see what we can do. I can have him forge a Thistle Mace. And that will give him the nature access that he needs. Yeah, forge a Thistle Mace, get Gift of Health back online, and get yourself well equipped. Actually, I'll well equip you already. Except... Attack skill up more or attack skill up less of fire resistance? Fire resistance is too important, so there you go. Hey, where do we get this Frostbrand from? There we go. Now he's got shock resistance 30. That will be very hard for anyone to get through. Won't chip away at him. And no free healthcare because no Ishmael. It's alright, we'll get our free healthcare back. Biotic God Vol's crippled units died in the march, but we have our fights, including Anakim. Boom. Nice and easy, including Troy. Generally skipping these because we know how they go. As long as the enemy isn't numerous, we can just obliterate them as we know how. Temple destroyed. Glowing Cavern brings us Visiting Heroes. Well, that's not good. Frostbrand came from Umbra. Yeah, Glowing Caverns is probably about to fall because the heroes This is a fun event. These heroes here are based on the Dungeons and Dragons group of the developers. So this Troll Archer, this Dark Knight Griffin, Bogus the Troll Rider. These guys are a real pain. If they ever happen, forget about killing them. They are a bunch of fairly powerful thugs. Thug just means a single unit that can generally take on 100 guys on his own. Yeah, now we're dying to these guys, and it's probably not even worth engaging with them. So that regenerating troll just goes and slaughters us. They're making phantom wolves and all of that. Yeah. Oh, we took out the Dark Knight somehow. But yeah, not worth it unless the province itself was amazing. Because these are just indies, they're not going to expand. You know, I could kill them. I bet Mike Mapu could take them on. Melt them to death. Grab yourself your own bodyguards, stay behind your units and go and kill them. The flying one already died, so I should just be able to attack. And if they have any cool gear, Mike Mapu's going to steal it. Go, Mike. I command you, says our pretender god. So now we have all these priests that we don't need to keep working for us. They don't need to call our god. And there's actually not a lot that they need to do currently, so they can just preach. And if there are any more... Good thing I didn't build a temple there. I would have lost it. Go and build more temples if and where we still have places that need them. Although, I got temples all over the place now, underground, which is excellent. The few places that don't have them, I generally didn't want them to begin with. Can I have one of you deal with one over in Gnek? And then there's Shem. I need you preaching here, though. Nico, Mercury, and Johnny Bravo get down to the below for more preaching. Emperor, go and build a temple in Shem, please. Wolfstas, just preach up in the Crystal Fields. All of you guys, again, just preach. Keeps you busy. If I need you, we know that you're already all over these places to grab more priests as and when needed. Same with you. Preaching doesn't do anything if the Dominion is already at a certain level in a province. And that level depends on how good they are at their job. Yeah, I definitely overreacted, but oh well. With this kind of money, do I want temples around here? With Asphodel not on my case, and my province is fairly well defended on the coast. Yeah, still fairly well defended. I'll put a little bit into you and a little bit more into you. I think I will. Right, let's get ourselves a temple here, and a temple here. Just really start pouring out our Dominion on the upper area. And you can see already, this is where Dominion is seeping through the cracks in the ground. So there's a gateway between Underhome and Pilot Wings Resort. My Dominion has popped out of here. We don't have any temples or anything spreading Dominion here. It's just coming out of the ground. That's kind of terrifying, isn't it? Faith coming out of the very ground below you for an enemy deity who's probably not that nice. I would know. I am he. Since I have a lot of these guys, I'm going to spread them out so that they can continue to do away... I can't believe I map moved 20. That's enlarged for you. I'm spreading you guys around here so that you can praise and or add temples around this area. If they die, they die. That's no big deal, but I want them to aid all of this. We did not one turn crack Anakim. Why not? The walls are severely damaged. We have 892 siege strength. How is this thing not broken? Because its wall integrity 1,000. Huh. Oh, it's a giant's fortress, of course, because Anakim are demi-giants. They're certainly larger than humans. Okay, that makes sense. If it didn't have that much fortification, I would assume there's a big army inside repelling me. You don't get to see what's inside, but okay, we should be fine with that. Ishmael will be on the war march very soon again to reclaim what's rightfully his, but he's going to do it via the Throne of Death. He'll take the Throne of Death, and then he will head down to Undermountain as quickly as he can, however quick that might be. By the way, did you get injured? Nope, thank you, Affliction Resistance. Do not make more of these things, please. There's not really any preaching that you guys can do, but just kind of wait around there, will you? Toxin refinery might be a horrible place that nobody wants to be, but... And there is a but here. I want a temple there regardless. Yeah, Toxin Refinery is horrible. Well of Pestilence is a nightmare, but you can use it to your advantage. If you build a big fortification on a Well of Pestilence and you fill it full of undead, the undead don't care about getting diseased. They will defend the fortification from attack, and all the attackers that are fighting you will get the disease, provided they're not also undead or otherwise immune to the diseases. A very cool thing to do. A very cruel thing to do. Right, you made it into Troy. Give it some token defense. Might need more than token defense. Look at this. Constantinople have a lot of nasty cavern rights that want a piece of me. I think we should just accept that Troy might fall. Yeah, because these guys are just going to emerge and take it. What can I do? I can spread out. The more I burn down his lands, the more he gets scunnered. So if I move you into Crazy Kremlin and I'm just going to raid with Freiheits. Yeah, this is a good raiding army anyway. I'll give you a couple more... Ooh, Christ. Gonna give you a couple more... There we go. Had caps lock on, attack rear. A couple more bodyguards on you to keep you safe, otherwise go and destroy everything here. Good to see the recruitment coming along nicely. I do not like the fact that I have to drag these people through Toxin Refinery. They're going to get injured. But I suppose that's what this is for. It only spreads disease, not other horrible things. Yeah, the more of these are on the front line, the better. Golden Deer, bring him in. Even though you have to march through the toxins. Sin's toxins, watch out. Also have a fair few units here, don't we? Yeah, 55 in the garrison. Landstalker has a lot of units that are currently not really doing anything, but they serve a very important role, and that's containing Asphodel. I like to think this is an army that could take on Asphodel, so I'm more than happy to keep them around. That means these guys can just sit around and preach. Did you build the temple yet? No, but somebody else is, so preach. Alright, that's fine. I really like these territory names. Big shout out to Nix Quality, who built a tool for renaming the provinces in Dominion 6. And he made it publicly available on Nix is Fabulous. Conjuration, at long last is done. The Wraith Lords have entered the fray. And we actually found something, the Ancient Temple underground, giving me a staggering Astral Pearl. So every 2 turns I will get 1 gem of my choosing. Phenomenal. Search and found nothing. At Fasang have brought out Goro Akechi, their Master Composer Prophet. And another cripple dies. Crazy Kremlin, what are you made of? What am I made of? Ooh, boy, there's a few of you. I'm glad I can take out your big, scary flyer myself. This wasn't what I meant by raiding. Looks like he's actually invested in province defense here. But although he has fire snakes, I don't fear the fire snakes. 12 fire damage against my 25 fire resistance. Might as well be doing nothing, frankly. Although I think I got attrition there quite a bit. Yeah, 15 of them died, wow. The AI loves to dump a lot of money into province defense. This is actually a surprisingly small amount. How about Obama? This is good. It gives me an idea of what's in Obama. I can take this easily enough. Yeah, those goring boars don't worry me at all. We can take this. However, their mages have loads of gems, don't they? Yeah, especially this one. I think it's fine, though. I'm pretty much saving Obama for later, so the enemy can kill themselves on it, but I will surely trounce in there and take it all. I bet I could even send in Ishmael, but Ishmael's kind of busy, right? And then this is the Dungeons and Dragons party, but how do they stand up to my beloved Tower Shield users? These are funny, these wolf illusions. They don't really exist, but do they? It's false damage. If you hit them, they instantly die, but the problem is they're ethereal, so 75% of hits are ignored. And I know there's old bogus troll raider. He regenerates, so he's hard to kill, but with enough skewering and enough setting him on fire, because he's not fire resistant, he's susceptible to fire. Yeah, he's not liking the heat that he's in right now, as the whole land smolders around him. It's going to exhaust him, building up his fatigue, make him easier to hit. Eventually he will collapse due to how hot it is. Did you freeze? I can't believe it. Must have been some cold aura on something. Oh yeah, I see it. Winter's chill has been cast on my guys. That's weird. We're cold resistant. How are we getting chilled? I guess it's a bit more than the chill resistance I have. Anyway, Bogey the old clown is about to die here. He cannot overcome all of this shanking. We're getting exhausted though, Jengs. Am I actually going to win here? I might not. At least he's been set on fire, but the mage is giving me a hard time. Okay, well at least Bogey's on fire now, but we might run at this rate. We're too knackered to keep fighting him. We built up too much fatigue, and our heavy armor gives us so much more encumbrance, so we can't keep fighting forever. And his regeneration is outdoing what we can do to him. Huh. Come on, skewer the freaking troll. Okay, there we go. The troll is dead. The others saw that troll is dead. They probably shouldn't hang around, and they run. But my troops are exhausted. Can you imagine that? Big, constantly regenerating troll. It's really hot. And I didn't even notice this guy. The troll archer is also here. I gotta say, our commander here, it's Mike Mapu, right? He's gonna be walking away with a lot of good stuff. Another freaking regenerator. Why? How? That's trolls for you, I guess. I might lose in this one because I simply can't hurt this guy. Even though he's susceptible to fire, he's not bursting into flames, as I would like him to do, because it would aid dealing with his regeneration. And he's ethereal, so I'm missing a lot of times. This guy's a royal pain. There we go. Thank you, fire. We even... Oh, that's why. Twilight fell, so the stuff he cast on himself got undone. Those poor exhausted guys. But hey, we took them out, and look at that. Mike Mapu is now loaded. Let's go and check him out. He went and stole the Wraith Sword. It's a life-draining two-handed magical sword, definitely better than what he had before. He stole the armor off of Bogle the Troll, giving him hit points, acid resistance, and it's heavy for some reason. And he grabbed the Precious Ring, giving him strength and attack skill. Now he's pretty damn good. Still wouldn't really want him charging up front and foremost. He's meant to lead these guys, but I respect what you achieved on this day, Mike Mapu. There's no real point in reinforcing this place particularly hard, but I will bring it a temple. And Mike Mapu gets back to Hot Hollows. What about Troy? I put in some mediocre province defense here. Is it going to work against this? These guys have a chill aura. If they get into combat range, probably not. However, my priests are here. Plentiful priests to banish them. Is it going to work, though? Not if you don't hit them, come on. No, bye-bye, my priests. Wow, that was pretty bad. I sent in my priests along the way, they got annihilated. There's not many of these guys, and they're also trying to break, but they still won the Battle of Troy. Oh, well, I guess I didn't invest too much into it, but I'd still rather that wasn't the case. So I'm going to reinforce the borders of Troy so that they don't spill in further beyond that. Caverns gave me a load of gems. Loch Ness gave me gems. The false prophet, right, see the guys that were preaching against me in the underground of Shem. Finally, we found them and then we put them to sword. High Inquisitor is there. So Peter Molyneux, the false prophet, an expert at leading people astray from the true faith by altering it just a little. His followers are fanatics, and he gathers more of them constantly. He's a heretic. He turns people away from the true faith. And he brings in his little heretics armed with their wee daggers, but they're all sacred. And they're all about to die, because they die easy. They're just dressed in crummy little robes. Oh wow, they're actually naked. Cool. No defense on them. Right, and then Anakim is breached, and a disease has been cured in the airlock, and only one person got diseased going through the toxin refinery. Lovely. Can't say I'm thrilled about the what happened in Troy there, but I'm still going to build my temples because I'm fairly confident in my economy now. You get over to Capua. You guys, first of all, rearrange your army. Witterich is here to unload more troops onto you. He doesn't need them. Most of all, I want you reinforced. This is fine. Witterich will return to the airlock where we constantly recruit more units. We preach hard, and you guys storm that castle, take Anakim. There's our Crazy Kremland. We can't actually siphon the income out of Crazy Kremland because it has no land connection to the rest of us. I could severely invest in province defense here, but I think Adfasang would very easily crush it. So I'd just be throwing money away, throwing 2 grand away for no good reason. No, I'm just here to raid. Hang on. Why? Why can't I order units in Crazy Kremland? I'm about to find out something I don't want to find out. Freiherz was killed when retreating into enemy territory. Our leader actually retreated from this fight, leaving all these Hellbent Guards without leadership. How far away is that? Okay. Do I save them? How many units is that? That's 21 Hellbent Guards. I don't want to sacrifice them for no good reason. I could send in Biotic God to very bravely save their lives. That would be very brave. But it's bollocking cold over there. We would be quite defenseless. Ishmael, you're my god. Do you leave people behind to die? Honest question. Whilst I ponder that question, I actually need to check and see if my package is ever being bloody delivered. I've got a scheduled date of today before 6 PM. Granted, it is still before 6 PM. I don't think that thing's coming. Not today, at least. No man left behind, says Ishmael. Alright, here's what's happening then. We're still going to storm the castle, of course. Ishmael is going to leave some of these troops in Jifbuya. No, Caius. Caius can look after them. Please attack the rear with them, whilst Biotic God Volus is going to jump over to Crazy Kremland, grab these guys, and take care of it. Gonna be tragic if Biotic God Volus dies there, but what's a man to do? What do we do once we have this, though? Definitely wanting to spread out and do more damage, but Adfasang is everywhere. It's all over the place. I need more and bigger armies here. I guess that's what Big Follows and his ilk are for. Also, Ishmael is here. Right, Ishmael. I don't think I need riches from below, although it does... thinking about what it does for my income. Never mind that. Let us alchemize a solution here. I want 50 nature gems again, and I want you to once again cast the ritual spell, Gift of Health, which you can't do because you weren't holding your Thistle Mace. Thistle Mace doesn't do area effect stuff, so you're going to de-equip that once you have this cast, but please cast this for now. Gift of Health is up, or at least it will be soon. Not sure if I want to melt down everything from riches from beneath, though. No, I really want to get on taking these thrones. Balaton needs my own personal temple, frankly. Isengard needs my own personal temple, frankly. Shem needs my own, you guessed it. Silent Cavern. I never did re-erect a temple in Silent Cavern. Wily Coyote is apparently on defense job. Right, get into the hole and just research for me. And you get over there to re-erect a temple. Preach over there. Preach over here. Preach over there. And that is all right for now. We storm this castle and then we spread out. Really want to crush Abysians. They are too powerful. Funny, all the green nations cause me problems. Green fish, green undead things, other green undead things. I still haven't answered the question of what they're doing with all those units over there. But once we have this crushed, we might have a few ideas on how we can proceed for the victory. Also, I believe we have the... Whoa, what happened to Princess Zelda? Why is Princess Zelda dying? Because I don't have Gift of Health up. It's about to come up, but... Could you please cast me a Wraith Lord before you die? Just so I don't lose my death access. You've permanently lost some hit points. Yeah, okay. You've also got Never Healing Wound and Battle Fright. Yeah, you got diseased because of course Gift of Health ain't there. But it's about to come back, so don't worry, Princess Zelda. We'll have you saved. Whew. Yeah, Ritsu. I've got an open document for people to add their own names as well as fictional names of people and places. And I love to insert them into games wherever possible. Alright, Princess Zelda did get Wraith Lord down before she died, and hopefully she doesn't die. Gift of Health is up. And it cured something on Princess Zelda, but not her disease, at least not yet. Please call me a few Wraith Lords, basically. So I want you to cast another one. I want the Wraith Lord that I do have to have a specific set of orders. I want you to... That's a Sergeant, not a Wraith Lord. That's a Wraith Lord. I want you to cast... Well, of course I don't have access to the stuff that I really want yet, do I? No, I do not. I don't think I even have invulnerability. I mean, that's fine. These guys are pretty good out the gate anyway. But what do I want them to do? I want you to take the lands of Sudan and maybe even Adventure Island. But there's Pislarna there, huh? Oh, right. No, I tell you what I want. I want the White Sea. We've been sitting next to the White Sea for so long and not holding it. That's unacceptable. Counterattacks, I see. Abysians is attacking me here with almost nothing. We're too strong for you, my friend. Crazy Kremland. So I jumped into reinforce Crazy Kremland. As expected, they did want it back. They send in big old forest trolls, which regenerate. We know how much we love those. Although they are susceptible to fire. It's also cold here, so it's harder to start a fire. Kusariku. I'm not going to say Riku is my favorite in Final Fantasy X, but there she is. So here we are with my biotic god to save the day. We get the blessing on these guys, and then blap. We do not worry about any poison that they might have. We just go and kill. I don't think they would have survived without the biotic god's assistance. Yeah, because as it stands, 11 of them already died, repelling all of this. A damn shame, but there we are. So biotic god is going to fold them back into his care. And then... Yeah, I could run into Troy. But I think I'd rather have a proper attack force deal with Troy. You're a proper attack force. You're pretty brutal attack force as well. That was not what I meant to press. Hold and attack rear is what I meant to press there. You guys do the guard. Do I take Troy? My problem is if I take Troy, but the main army is moved over to Deception Island or Thornton Hall, that's a problem for me. It's just crummy Shamblers, right? Shamblers, Soulless, Long Dead. But these are just crummy naked units. They are very bad at dealing with that. I think the biotic god could take Coronation Streets that spread around here. Anakim definitely needs defended by something. What about my army here? Golden Deer. Leave behind the injured units. And bring these guys in to assist. I could send in Landstalker into Thornton, just in case you end up going into Thornton. If you go to Deception Island, I have other problems. Which does mean I could send you to Deception Island. That way I've got them covered. No matter which way you go, you're going to be intercepted. And from Deception, I don't think it's a big deal to go elsewhere, like to Coronation Street. So I think I will do that just to... Yeah, here's the problem with units that come out of the water. What can I do? They can just send more of them out from the water. Damn you, Advsang. The alternative approach is go for the throat. There's Advsang's capital. And if I just marched on Advsang, he'd be unable to make his fairly powerful national units. What if we do exactly that then? So you take out Rittersberg. Do not worry too much about his actions, although I would like more defense here just to keep them at bay. Also, I have the likes of Bjorn and a sizable number of these. Leave behind, as is often the case, the wounded. And that way Bjorn could actually assist by moving around with these guys as well. Guard commander, you just stay behind, I suppose. You guys attack rear. Yeah, we're getting moving on out here. It's time to be aggressive. Does that mean I can pop out of any hole around here and really put one in the backside of Advsang? Yes, it does, because the below connects there. Okay. That means you two are going on the war march. And you're going to be joined by Mercury and Johnny Bravo, whilst Nico Bellic improves our fortification here. TBW raises a temple to himself. Shem preaches, or Emperor Karl preaches in Shem. Get our replacement temple. No, forget that. I've only got four bits of money. Okay, just preach there for now then. Mike Mapu, you found some nice stuff. I'm afraid I'm going to take it all off of you. Good job. That Precious might actually be good on my god rather than on you. It gives the attack skill and some other nice stuff. Princess Zelda is still dying. I suppose that's to be expected. You're casting more Wraith Lords. Godzilla, you just get with the researching. Wily Coyote, research. Binky, preach. And then Ishmael. I don't think I want riches from below. I want these thrones and I want them now. Get on Malton. Then we are done in Malton. Actually, maybe get on Kyoto. Did I ever take the Throne of Zeal? Yes, you already claimed the Throne of Zeal. Get onto Malton and claim that. Whoa, look at Riga. Knights and Militia took it. Give me that Throne of Death. I want all the death gems, please. And then you could probably go down via Shikoku to get to Undermountain. Someday you're going to win that fight. Excuse me, just allergic to how good our god is. He would never die in battle to a bunch of statues. Capua could well do with a... Alright, we can't afford temples. Keep running down my treasury. Mike Mapu. If you emerged here, you'd be in Asphodel, which is all the more reason you should wait here and protect us from Asphodel assault. Alright, this is good. Engage the attack. My cash economy is quite good. I just keep spending it. I have a lot of recruits on repeat recruitment. Wraith Lords are coming. Cripples are dying. Construction is getting there to 7, so I can have a regenerating god. And it's a bunch of fights, starting with Hammerfell. We have emerged from the underground. These guys have known nothing but the underground for so very long. And out they pop and they realize, ooh, the sun is burning, the sands are scorching beneath us. What a wonderful day to very inaccurately throw axes at these guys. But does a really good job of shredding them. They're retreating before they even get into melee. My guys are good at melee, but, you know, why take risks? Jolly good, not a single loss on our side. They're all dead. Rittersberg, this is my, perhaps, risky gambit of expansion. These guys won't beat us, though. Blap, down they go. Temple is found, temple is destroyed. Crazy Kremlin might be falling behind us. Yeah, I knew this would fall. I didn't bother reinforcing it. Coronation Street, though. Yeah, these are my mixed units going in, continuing to slaughter. And Anakim. Wait, he's going for Anakim? How much did I reinforce it? Not by enough. However, Anakim is a big fort. Anakim will hold for a good long time. Not worried about that. So essentially these troops are tied up in Anakim. If we go and look at it, they've done under 300 damage to the walls, and we can tear it apart at our leisure. The problem is he's probably going to reinforce it with the units from Troy. That kind of is a problem. I'm going to send Landstalker up into Troy. Bjorn is going to go to Deception Island, although he could go further. I could have you go to Troy, actually. That would demolish them in Troy if they're still there, which they might not be. Landstalker has a bunch of supplies for them, though, so I won't starve. Also, Grove of Fertility, Stone Circle. Nice, if only we had unbroken access to it. Golden Deer's moving into Anakim. That's fine if I double back for it. But there's no guarantee I want to do that. What I'd really like to do is go and crack the Wuzang Plains. There's a lot of back and forthing around here because he's all around me. It's hard for me to really pierce forward the way I want to. But he's almost certainly going to reinforce this. I can fly over there with Bjorn though, so why don't I hold off with Golden Deer? Maybe move him into Isengard instead. So I'm poised and ready to shank him. Kinda works for me. Yeah, I need to focus on the forts. I'm really good at cracking forts. Crack Wuzang Plains in potentially one go. We've got 250 and 650, so I might be able to crack Wuzang Plains in one go, then storm it, and then double back to save Anakim. Although if I can cross from Troy to Coronation Street, I can deal with this anyway. Depends on if this stays cold both sides of the river. Then I will have a good breach and ever closer to Absang. Also, how you doing there, Ishmael? Please claim the Throne of Ascension. This is us working our way towards true victory. TBW, just preach our good words and Gnek. Princess Zelda has managed to get rid of her disease and she lives on. You know how we'll celebrate that? By calling down another Wraith Lord. It's only right. We'll get our construction soon enough, and then we'll get Alteration level 6 so that we can cast Soul Vortex for our Wraith Lords. That is good. Meanwhile, Captain Crow, I don't want you to pop out over there. Where can you pop out? You know, that's useful. Hey, how about taking Pilot Wings Resort? That way you can jump into the waters and fight Abtsang where it hurts them the most. Do exactly that, please. Not much for you to do there, Reimu, so just preach there. Hammerfell is ours. Going to reinforce it so Asphodel doesn't want to attack, but this is an excellent opportunity for all of you to go on a rampage. Why did you two not just cast spells in battles, by the way? I would love to know what's up with the Shivering Isles. It's also interesting to see that Atfazang is attacking Pislarna there. Could go into the Vasa, could go into Besaid. Going to Vasa kind of seals this area off, so that has a lot going for it. Oh, but I have to go through Aberdeen. Nobody wants to do that. Alright, that tells me I'm taking through Besaid into Baltic Sea. I'll let others do the work for me so I can just be a god chilling. We know that's not true. You have to go and attack into thrones for the greater good, you see. It's a fight to the death with Abtsang, but I should hold all the cards in this power play. Wraith Lords are on their way. The Throne of Death is ours. The name is a misnomer, you see. Death is the precursor to life. Search and found nothing, cripples dying, limpings becoming crippled, and then our attacks. We attack into Besaid with our army that wishes it was a lot hotter. But again, you know, we shred them with axes and then we skewer them with our spears. Long spears at that. Length 4 is amazing for a weapon. Only one of them dies. And then there's Troy. Did the Shamblers stay for me? No, the Shamblers moved out. So the question is, where do they move to? And the answer is probably Coronation Street. No. Although fool on me for not reinforcing Coronation Street. I could have beaten that back easily. The Wuzhang Plains. There's a really cool Wuzhang Plains scenario in Dynasty Warriors 3 where you play as Yuan Shao versus Cao Cao. Really, really good. Fun. Difficult as well. Unlike that fight. There, we just crushed them. Manawa, population down due to sacrifices. Ulm, air gems, thank you. The Throne of Death has awoken. Life suddenly seems shorter. Everyone is aged. That's really bad for us because fire mages age rapidly. But Gift of Health should counter that rather nicely. 1 turn breaching of Wuzhang Plains. Anakim is also breached, but that's the enemy breaching us. So they moved their Shamblers there, and I'm not in a position to save that quickly. Because the river is no longer frozen over. That's a problem. Is it a problem we can deal with? Of course. Landstalker is going to move all of their aerial units, or at least as many as they can, over to Björn. Landstalker will return to Fargard, because I don't know if and when our foe is going to attack us over in Asphodel. We are going to have Björn fly over to liberate Anakim. Golden Deer and Alaska are also going to move in. Nobody else is in a position to move in there unless I bring these guys over, and I don't want to. Question is, do I think this is enough? That depends. Cavern Rites, Master Composers, Soulless Warriors, Shamblers. The front line is a little weak, and by a little weak I mean it's very weak. You fire it closest, you guys just do whatever feels right. I want to advance my line here as much as I can. This is okay. I don't see a good reason why this wouldn't work. I'm going to liberate Anakim and use my combined forces to push all the way to Wuzhang. Good thing we brought supplies with us, though. We would be starving to death if it weren't for our endless bags of wine. A wineskin enchanted with the powers of creation creates an endless amount of wine. If that's Tokai wine, I want one of those bags. And then we mix it all down with an enormous cauldron of broth. Once emptied, it begins to refill itself to be emptied again. It's not popular, but it is filling. Okay. As it is, I should definitely storm the Wuzhang Plains. We'll have this down very easily, I reckon. And then if I just secure this a lot better, we should be in a place to just annihilate Abtsang. And if I can grab Bookholm, all the better. Bookholm is either the lower throne or the throne of might. No real way of me knowing which. Princess Zelda. We don't have enough gems to make another Wraith Lord. How can this be? Perhaps you could alchemize me a few death gems so that you could bring me a... I'd love the Well of Misery. God, I would love the Well of Misery, actually. And we have the ability to do that. Why don't we do that? I could empower you, or I could make you a Skull Helmet. Skull Helmet is available after next turn. Doesn't a Skull Helmet cost quite a lot, though? It's called Skull Face, and it costs 40 gems to make. Empowering you would cost 75, so definitely make the Skull Face, because that I can also give to somebody else if you die. And then I could liquidate things into Well of Misery, which I'm okay to do, even with you, because if you die, you come back. So... call Canny on the Wraith Lords, try and get Well of Misery up instead. Although I'd love some Wraith Lords. I mean, look at all these gems that are busy doing nothing. I could turn them into death gems 1 billion. I do really like that idea. By the way, where does Mudwater Caves connect to? Sokoto. Then I should definitely protect this better. Zelda, get over to Yellow Caves. It's a lot more... oh, maybe it's not a lot more protected. Where is protected around here? It's just Asphodel all the way down. Yeah, because if they attack me from Sokoto, they could just pop Mudwater Caves and I'm in trouble. I guess if anywhere, Hot Hollows is a lot safer. I'm going to move Zelda over to Hot Hollows. I never made those flying boots for you. Or for anybody, really. Let's change that right now. Go and find Pazuzu, maybe? Pazuzu, I wish to be... Not Pazuzu, actually. Get Dijon to make it. Dijon, I wish to be the proud owner of some winged shoes. And since you'll be able to do that move in one go anyway, just continue researching. Don Munda. Could you also go to Pilot Wings Resort, please? There's a lot of opportunity to expand from there. Now, Admiral Yi and co. took over Besaid, no real problems. Get it defended with the money that we have. What's your siege ability? 486. In a few turns, you could pop any of these. I don't think I need to fear much from the Dundee docks. It's more important that we keep the Baltic Sea under lock and key. Although all these units from the Vasa could really push my bits in. How many units do we have? We've only got about 100. I think we would die to that. Where are our bleeding reinforcements? Actually, that's a good question. What kind of reinforcements can I pull right now? I don't want to pull Mike Mapu down. But Wick, but not John, could probably bring in a reasonable number to aid. Yeah, he could pick up the extras in Hot Hollow and pull them through the below. That's actually quite useful. Right, you, Ishmael. You know what you have to do. You've got to go and take the Under Mountain. Hopefully you're doing that in a sensible way. Yeah, you're going via Shikoku, out to Ohm, and then down to Under Mountain. And I want to... I'll probably replace the Tamed Lightning Ring with Precious once we've dealt with that. Do you remember your old orders? Yes, you do. Good. Yeah, I need to go and smash those statues good and proper. Also need to switch out my Thistle Mace, actually. On your way down, would you mind stopping by somewhere like Mudwater Caves so that we can equip you properly? 32, what's your map move? Don't say 31, I'll be very unhappy. It's 31, I'm very unhappy. Do we have another better way of getting down there then? No. Okay. Just trying to think of the best way to move him down there in terms of turn order. How quickly can get to Mudwater Cave? Again, it's a couple of turns away. The hottest of hollows. Oh yeah, do not go through Asphodel. Please don't do that. Alright, just get down there in your own way. We do have reinforcements that we could bring in from here, but I'd rather pile them up a bit more. I recruit awfully slowly in the airlock. I got some coming out in Kyoto, but moving them around can be a royal pain. I think we're alright as we are. We're about to relieve Anakim, hopefully. We're about to storm Wuzang Plain, and then we'll be able to secure... Oh man, it would be great to move north, take Kiel Canal and Vasa out, and then there's no risk of more of these guys from the north. Plop, plop. And then just secure this. Maybe even let them come to Wuzang and let me counterattack them. Yeah, that works really well. You made me take the quickest route. I just need to kill Asphodel real quick. Asphodel gets weaker as time goes on, so I reckon they shouldn't be too hard to kill later on if it comes to a fight like that. Right, Goro Akechi, Master Composer, claimed the Throne of Destiny. Huh. In the name of Princess Daisy, you say? Right, the Baltic Sea, well-known forest. Nobody's really here, though, so it doesn't matter that it's cold. We just shred them. And then Anakim. So this is us trying to lift the siege. It's hot here, though. So even though there are a lot of them, these crummy shamblers should burn to our heat. Believe. Also, I These guys might be significantly outnumbered, though. They might kill like crazy, but they're gonna get killed like crazy there, I think. But look at that damage they output. Whomph. Whomph. I love it. I really love those units. Meanwhile, the line tries to hold against the Shamblers, and the backline blenders do their blending. The question, as always, is, will it blend? The undead don't really take any poison damage, but the Shamblers sure aren't poison resistant. The Vine Men certainly are. Poison resistance 15, and we still pierce through with some poison. And poison actually reduces skills of units. I think there's a good example of it over here. See this poor guy? Poisoned reduces 13% of his attack and probably defense skill. Although he did manage to kill our flyer. Ooh, we might not have this. I think my flyer's just retreated en masse. Uh-oh. Isn't Biotic God Volus here? No, Biotic God Volus is in the Wuzang Plains. Golden Deer is here. Bjorn and Alaska are here. However, unless my line here holds spectacularly well, I think we're deader than dead. Our morale is good, but their morale is infinite because they're undead. That's not true. It's unlimited because it's mindless. Undead do have morale. Even so, though, that's a lot of undead. I don't think we're going to hold this. We're getting encircled pretty badly. Come on, we need to melt our foes here. We're getting knackered and they are not, because the undead know no tiredness. They've got their master composer here. He's got withering weapons and he's well kitted out. He's also invulnerable. This is becoming what one might call a problem, and now we are routed. We're running. This is a problem because they're about to storm the castle and take it. Unless we get inside the castle. My flyers will be inside the castle, hopefully. Maybe they can mount a desperate defense. Dang. Well, there's the answer for someone asking, is there anyone that still threatens me? I'm surprised my flyers ran away so fast. They're meant to have really good morale. So, yeah. Well, they lost about half their number. That explains why they started running. If they hadn't run, they would have dealt with this, but that's painful. Oh, I don't think they went into the castle, though. I think we're going to lose this one. No, I don't have Fear Aura. Maybe the question is, did they? I don't think they do. No. And they don't have Death to cast Panic. Alright, so Fortress of Anakim probably just fell right now. Although they barely had anything to storm it with. Maybe our archers en masse can shred these things, but the undead have pierce resistance. Yeah, all I have is a provincial defense, and all they really have are arrows, and arrows are not good at the undead. Yep, my archer's just routed. We're gone. These very, very few units managed to take our fort from us. That's really bad. Well, hopefully we went better over in Wuzhang. Oh yeah, we'll have this. Splat. Claims we gained one. No, we did not. Okay, so a bit of a trade there. Air gems down, population down. Oh, barbarians just appeared in Manawa. Did I reinforce Manawa? Kind of, but barbarians are tough. At least they rout easy. So morale is only 8, so they get shredded by projectiles. That's a big weakness for the barbarians. Meets tower shield, meets stones. That's crazy. Like actually being defeated by slings. Just barbarian things. Right, the fortress is done. The Baltic Sea is being destroyed. It's critically destroyed, but not fully done yet. I need to deal with Anakim. I'm very unhappy at Bjorn retreating there, though. Good morale in these guys, and yet they flee. Crazy. I think we should just go straight back in before they reinforce. And that means that I will want these additional reinforcements in as soon as possible. Yeah, I know things hurt, but what doesn't hurt? Take that back. And I was hoping we'd easily be able to just split up and take this, but that's not going to be so simple. Look at all these undead. Man, where do they get all these? I think they have reanimating priests. That's the only way I can explain so many long deads. Worm is in with 99. He almost has 10 metric years here. Well, I should reinforce this at least a little bit, but the question is, what do we do from here? What if we can't repel Anakim with just this? I guess big follows can bring in our units, as long as there are no cripples and no limps. There are 2 limps, okay. The rest of you, come with me if you want to live. Well, come with me if you want to die for Ishmael. Get your arses over there. Starting to rethink Landstalkers retreat down south. Zarek has enough units that he can hold this, so Landstalker, I actually want you to go and aid up north. That won't be easy, I know that, but get up there anyway. Capua needs a temple. Preaching is good. But get in there anyway and cast spells for me. Yeah, this... We might be able to beat them back. I certainly hope we do. Wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't hoping for that. The question is where to move my Wuzang Plains units. I think it's better to raid with them, like just slaughter into either Gilligan's Island or Crazy Kremland or Coronation Street. Would be really nice to slaughter all those units, but we start taking real big attrition these days. Feels like we don't deal with the undead quite as well as we should. Knowing that these guys can retreat, I want them under Caius's command. Caius will make them retreat. Or less likely to retreat, I'm trying to say. Hold and attack the rear, please. Don't retreat. I think I keep hitting caps lock. Hold and attack rear. It's R for retreat, but it's capital R for rear attack order. Yeah, not having the darkness boost our power is a big part of this. I could bring in glamour mages, but I think it would take too long for that to take effect. Also be a pain in the arse to do. That's the main reason. Don't want to go through the effort. I'm allergic to effort. Damn, Abtsang is right there. I just really want to crush Abtsang. Granted, crushing these armies is going a long way to doing that. If these reinforce Anakim, I'm in trouble though. I guess I go Coronation Street and hope that they go for Wuzang Plains and then I take them on there. All these preachers aren't doing too much for me. I want you in here as well. Lovely thing about preaching units is they dispel the undead. Really good against long deads, less good against their national units. So get in there and try and bomb them out of existence, please. Where are my Wraith Lords at? Okay, one of them is about to arrive in Pilot Wings Resort. And hey, he's going to have the ability now. I can tell him to specifically cast... Why don't I have it? Why did I think I have it? Oh no, I'm currently working on the alteration. That's my problem. What about those big chains I wanted? I think that's something that Ishmael himself has to make. And Ishmael is right here. You're going to go here, then into Mudwater. You're going to switch out for another explosive mace, and then you're going to take this on. Alternatively, I do something else. I grab Alette. I tell Alette to go to Stalagmania. Alette is going to hold on to the Mace of Eruption. And I'm going to give it to you. Ooh, what about not just that, but the Winged Boots? That wouldn't do what I want it to do, though. Because I wouldn't be able to get you down here in one shot with the Winged Boots, would I? I'm not entirely sure about that. Let's experiment. Alette, take the winged boots and get over there. We'll see what happens if I trade those over to Ishmael, because Ishmael might be able to fly over here. I don't know if flying is going to aid, but we'll find out. If it isn't something to crush those damn statues, I don't want it. We shall experiment, but now at least you'll be able to deal with the lightning. Seem a little overextended, sire. That's fine if we win. Overextending to win is good. Overextending and losing, tragically bad. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Ishmael, but with your shock resistance, it shouldn't matter that they keep hitting you with lightning. Search and find nothing. Cripple's dying. Alteration complete. Isengard. Right, I was more than a little worried about this. Was I thinking I'd be able to take this on? Because I'm not so sure. See, these guys they have are pretty damn good. They hit like hell with those bronze tridents if they land their hits, and their attack skill isn't that bad for Cyclopses. That 19 protection that they have, the tons of hit points, these guys are difficult for me to deal with. And I thought it would be the Anakims that would be my counter given their fire resistance. But yeah, where was Isengard again? Ah, well, this has become a problem. Pilot Wings Resort. Yeah, fires from afar would probably be a good ritual to cast nearby these guys to do a lot of damage to them. Oh, I didn't script him. Damn. Well, that's okay. He'll be fine. Look at him go. It's a Wraith Lord after all. Oh, he's dead. And that's what happens when you don't have Soul Vortex. You just get killed by... That wasn't quite militia, but they were heavy infantry. And I believe it gets worse. And he goes underground. And get killed by Tritons. Wow. Never send in Wraith Lords that don't have Soul Vortex, huh? The things we learn. Alright, Coronation Street. We need some victories here today. Good. Anakim. I already know I won this one. But would you look at that? They moved their units out. That or they moved their units into the fort, which is also possible. Yeah, we're getting counterattacked all over the place here. This is becoming a real slog and a bit of a problem. Capua is lucky, and we get some air gems here. The Baltic Sea is breached, on the other hand, and we are moderately destroying Anakim. Right, so let us hopefully storm the Baltic Sea. Although, look at that. I reckon they've come from... I reckon they've come here to liberate the Baltic Sea. They're almost certainly going to do that, so if I actually stick forward with this assault, I'm going to die. Yeah, I got a lot of air gems. I really should be using my gems more. And yet, I am not. Yeesh. Alright, let's reinforce the toxin refinery. Certainly reinforce the airlock. Ah, the airlock's fine. And bring in reinforcements, please. Yeah, I should definitely bring Dijon in closer so he can actually do things. You should be the one with the flying boots, frankly. But yes, get over to the airlock so you can actually do things like fire from afar over there. Yeesh. Okay, well, at least we have Coronation Street. I'm going to solidly reinforce it because it's got good enough units to help out here. It's actually not a bad place just to hold out here with my units. If they want to slam into me in Coronation Street, they're more than welcome to do so. Means I can preach with you, and I can patrol with you. But also God Volus gets severely gimped down by being in enemy dominion. How are we doing on the graphs, Jake? Oh, we can check that out. In terms of provinces, I'm way ahead because I own the underground. I also win on forts, that's nice. I have also taken over on income, probably because of taking enemy capitals and, of course, the underground. Asphodel has me beaten on gems. Blood is irrelevant. We're only taking over dead nations with our research. But our Dominion is up there. Again, because of the underground temples that we have. So yeah, look at our Dominion spread. It's actually quite terrifying for the enemies. Again, it's spilling out from underground. Janiga is part of our territory in terms of Dominion, so it's not going to eat Asphodelian pop kill. That is good. How are you guys doing? What do you mean not good? Get coordinated over there. And let's get this reinforced. And despite everything, I want you preaching here. Alright, so Ishmael cannot get to the Undermountain this easily. But what if I gave them Boots of Flying? They can get there in one shot, surprisingly. Even though Wing Chus only have fly speed 20, you can get there in one shot? I don't understand. And you can get there in one shot regardless. Do I want the flying boots on or not? I think no. I think I prefer to have the big old chunky map move. Plus the reinvigoration is pretty big as well. And there we go. Now you've got your bonk sticks. Get over there. Yeah, go and temper your armor, weapons of sharpness, cat eye, gift of the hair, and then I want you to attack. Yeah, just get attacking. Unless you have another spell that's going to really help you out there. I don't know, resist lightning, is that a thing? Armor of Achilles? Resist lightning is indeed a thing. You know what? Cast resist lightning on yourself. Give you another +5. Just to be absolutely sure they're not going to chip away at you. Alette, bring these goods back to somewhere like Mudwater Caves. We'll have that down. And then we'll have more points. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we need 15. Amazing. But we'll get there. Life will be a bit easier for us if we crush Atfazang significantly. Because we've got Bookholm's Throne that I'd really like. There's also the Crucidium that they did manage to break through and destroy. Interesting. There are thrones with my names on them. Taking these will be a bit hard without my Wraith Lords properly online, but we're working on that alteration. Once I have that alteration, what do I want? I can already conjure up the Well of Misery, and I do plan on doing so. Given that I have no evocations, I might want to just get some base evocations and thaumaturgies up. Which reminds me... Princess Zelda. Where'd you get all those death gems from? I'm contemplating about the Well of Misery that I want up for you. Let's make you have the skull face first. I'll bring the Boots of Flying back, and then you're going to fly over to Hot Hollows and then cast Well of Misery in Hot Hollows. Because I think it's better defended than Mudwater Caves. Of course, I could just move my army over to Mudwater Caves. It's not like I don't have units here. Yeah, why would I not do that? I'll just move the army over there. Mike Mapu keeps Hot Hollows. And the Mudwater Caves... I just need a sergeant. Oh, I've already got sergeant here. Bang! Just like that, it feels much better taken care of. So yeah, we can do this here. And again, you're twice born, so it's not a big deal. I didn't mean to press E there. E automatically ends the turn unless you have some units that aren't doing anything. And I was a little worried about that 100 turn fight, though. Are we about to see our god die again? Let's see what happens in the Undermountain. So we're very familiar with this again, aren't we? We've got these horrifying watchers. And they love to throw lightning at us, but... We've got our tempered armor, our weapon of sharpness, our cat eyes, our gift of the hair, and our resist lightning. If shock resistance 35 can't see us through this with 600 hit points, I don't know what will. Strength of giants, strength of Gaia, our big bonk sticks know how to bonk now. Why is your attack skill still so low, though? Swamp penalty, darkness... Ah, that's right, because I got rid of one of my attack skill boosters for 15 shock resistance. Now in they come. And now they do no damage, because we have massive resistance against all of this nonsense. Some of them will still get through thanks to exploding dice rolls, surely. If you see any damage popping up, though, it's because of hits being done to little plant forms here, mushrooms and shrubbery and that. But we're close. And we're so much bigger than you. All right, begin the bonking. Bonk harder. Continue to bonk. There we go. Despite the incredible protection of the monolith, we're able to bonk through it. And thank goodness it doesn't know any kind of regeneration. They are getting through me a little bit, though. That is not welcome. And these guys seem to have stopped casting lightning on me, which is welcome, but I'm also kind of standing around here not knowing what to do. My bonking isn't working very well. Why is it not working very well? Tell me more. The monolith hit the colossal fetish in the head with Stonebird. Oh, that's right, it's got Stonebird. Oh, crap. I'll tell you what it's doing. It's repelling us with Stonebird. Stonebird is surprisingly good for repel, right? Or does Ishmael... Innate caster, self-fatigue trap. It's looking a lot like that. Monolith hit colossal fetish with Stonebird. Alright, but could you please just hit the freaking thing instead of casting? I told you to attack. That's exactly what's happening. Oh, but he is getting through. Every now and then he is actually smashing that monolith. And we are breaking it apart. We can get some numbers on that, can't we? Colossal Fetish hit Monolith in the body with a mace for 7 and 12 points of damage. Thank goodness. Wow, we actually gave it a chest wound. How do you chest wound a giant rock? Very carefully. And there we go. Without the magical guidance of their big daddy rock, the little watcher rocks just fizzle away. I don't like you making that noise. Please don't make that noise, Ishmael. And stop looking at me like that. Alright, jolly good. The Undermountain is ours. What else happened? I knew this was happening, and I was planning on pulling these guys back, but I accidentally ended my turn too quickly, so goodbye, my army. Yeah, just encircled and destroyed by undead cavern wights. Those poor guys. Yeah, all dead. All very, very dead. Well, no, one sergeant apparently lived. Maybe. No, I think they died on retreat, because I sure don't see them right now. I just see some errant units hanging around. What about Pilot Wings Resort? Go, Wraithlord that doesn't know Soul Vortex. Go! It might actually fear them out. There we go. Wraithlords don't need Soul Vortex. Not Don Munda, at least. What happened in Troy? Shamblers again. Oh, and I didn't reinforce Troy. What a fool of me. Why didn't I reinforce Troy? I guess strategically it's not that important, but I would have rather had it than not. Some free gold. It's been a long time since we had gold events. We're meant to have Luck 3 giving us loads of this. The Water Lens is ours. We started to destroy Anakim. They're severely damaged, but not enough. Patrolling done. Units who lose their mounts. Gingawa. Yeah, I knew this would be happening up in the Baltic Sea. The question is, what do I do to help? They don't seem to want to go for the Wuzhang Plains, and this is a decent army to attack with. It's just, it needs reinforcements pretty badly. I could take on the crazy Kremlin. It's probably better to do something like go over to Gilligan's Island, just try and slaughter more of them, keep everything safe away from Anakim. Maybe reinforce Anakim if these guys come down, which they might. If they go north, it's not too big of a deal. Good job, Don Munda, though. This is ours now. And we almost know how to cast cast that. What am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? What are we trying to learn how to cast? Soul Vortex. It's very important. Right, Shattered Throne. This is what you wear. Please do not horror mark my god whilst I claim the Throne of Ascension. 3 Ascension points. Gaining Misfortune is pretty bad. Dominion Spread 3 is good. Blood Magic bonus is whatever. But we're here for those Ascension points because this will boost us from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 6, 7, 8. And then we'll be more than halfway towards victory. But then we get Ishmael out of there as quickly as possible. But then the question is, where does Ishmael go? Does Ishmael join the offense? It's an idea. Having Ishmael in a fight casting Mass Regeneration would certainly help. I also really want Obama, and I haven't dedicated an army to taking Obama. But maybe I could. I think I have a lot left over down in Fargard. How long would it take you to get up there? Probably inexcusably long. There's not nearly enough of you, but I still think I could go on an attack wave here. Especially if I grabbed a bunch of these guys. Because I could give them Phoenix Power and have them each drop a Fire Elemental in combat. That would certainly help out with this. Yeah, I think it's time to even start using my Fire Mages on the offense. The question is, where do I get more thrones from? I'm on 8 points. I can get 9, 10, 11 if I grab this. That puts me on 11. This will put me on 12. Question is, what's Obama? Obama might be what we need for victory. So we might secure a victory with Obama, Bookholm, and Cressidium. So I need Biotic God Volus to advance the attack here significantly. And I need Ishmael probably to come and claim Obama. I reckon that's how it's going to go. So Ishmael, once you're done claiming that throne, out you come. Couldn't help but notice the unrest here is staggeringly high. Let's try and protect our beloved throne, and it is beloved. I'm going to research for Princess Zelda, actually. Even though you could cast Well of Misery right now. What do you mean, not enough magical gems? How can this be? We're not using water gems, so just throw those away. I think I missed by 1, right? Yeah. Cast, Death, Well of Misery is huge, by the way. 21 death gems, growth across the world, massive growth scale. You'd think Well of Misery is bad, but what Well of Misery does is it harvests all the misery in the world into one place. And then you turn that misery into death gems. Trust me, everybody is happy when the Well of Misery is up. Deposit these fancy goods, get back to preaching. Shoshitatsu should probably just wait inside the fort. I don't think I want you patrolling. I'd rather have you hold out, because these units are actually really good at holding the line. +3 base, excuse me, +3 base siege defense is really good. Though why is it only 2.3 if they're getting +3? Riddle me that. Doesn't matter though, as long as you hold, everything is good. So yes, you just wait there. Don Munda. Good job here. Just site search. I don't want you to attack until we have this. I need 2 more research points. Come on, that's not fair. How can I squeeze out 2 more research points? I don't have any research boosters here. I think everybody who can research is researching other than Princess Zelda, and I do want her doing other work. I don't have someone site searching who could otherwise be researching, right? Preaching, researching, preaching. So it's either Well of Misery now and the other thing later, or now Well of Misery is certainly worth it. Certainly worth it. Wait a second, Thistle Mace boosts nature. 1 bit of nature boost equates to 2 bit of research boost. Bang. 462, 462. We got it. Don't forget 4 versions a turn. I really can't make good use of blood magic at this point, and I don't think it's particularly useful even if I did at this point. Damn that Troy. Right, what are these guys doing? They're moving into Gilligan. You guys continue the siege with your admittedly depleting numbers. I haven't given you guys good orders. I need to change that. Also, you don't have good leadership either. And you're getting banged up, but that's exactly what I have Gift of Health for. Wittere, he shouldn't even be there. Get back to the airlock for easy transmission of units. Get into good old line formation. Get into hold and attack. Hold and stay behind. There we go. It's not great. I'm kind of throwing units around without too much thought, and it's not working out too well for me, but we'll see what we can do. Also, those Wraith forms that died, they should reform soon enough, and then I can send them out and feel bad about what I did. Because they now have Spirit form, I can't actually repair the damage that's done to them like you could in Dominions 5, but that's okay. I can just make more of them. That's the wonderful thing about Wraith Lords. You don't have to pay upkeep for them, and they keep coming back unless they get Soul Slain. So you can just keep sending them in. As long as they know Soul Vortex, they'll be fine. Most of the time. Alright, we claim the Shattered Throne. The Well of Misery is up for us as well. Unnatural Vigor. Their woes, their pains, their very mortality is being sucked away. The Black Lamb Ishmael is drawing all ills to his throne. Providing false hopes to the righteously smitten. Oh, how cute. Alright, Gilligan's Island. This is me going on the offense. This is me slightly regretting going on the offense. Oh my lord. You thought that Asphodel would be the end boss here? That front line of mine has a hard time holding, and even my backline blenders just don't blend anymore. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. I felt so invulnerable. How could this happen? Yeesh. Their units are good. Bionic God successfully retreated to Anakim. Well, thank goodness for that. Shem's Unrest. Money. More money. A free sling. Upcoming arena battle. Not so sure about that one. One of my scouts was found and slaughtered. And then we have breached Anakim. Good-ish. Okay, well, I'm glad the Biotic God is still alive, but otherwise we have a big problem dealing with these guys. My units on their own are insufficient these days. Either I bring a lot more of them, or I really soup them up with magic. I don't have good magic to soup up with currently. Right, well, I'll tell you what, Landstalker is here with significant reinforcements. We need to hold down in Anakim, weaken our foe. He's getting weakened by Asphodel, which is good news for me. I'm starting to wonder if it's time to start bringing in those slaves. The slaves really bulk things up, but they don't hold the line quite like my tower shield guys do. The slave units I'm talking about are these guys. Early on I said I wanted to use a lot of these heavy human slaves, but the problem is the resources to recruitment point means that in the end I'm probably going to be better off getting the fire followers. They're better at sieging, they've got a lovely shield, they've got a throwing axe, they've got a heat aura. They do a lot of things that these other slaves just do not. So I'm hard pressed to justify that. And good, we just barely got the spell that I was after. And that means you, Don Munda, you are going to have Soul Vortex, Invulnerability, and then I need you to attack. And we're going to save that as number 2. And it's your job to now go into the water and kill Atvasang. Wherever possible. Like here and here. Maybe get up to Bulworth Academy. The choices are yours to make. Also, some of my guys reformed. There we go. Captain Crow and Duifko. They get the same order. They also get told to head on back. Very glad that those guys didn't get injured. And Princess Zeldar. You're nice and boosted up, and your job is to create for me more Wraith Lords wherever possible. Who would have thought? It's Wraith Lords again. I don't feel like this is the best place to make Wraith Lords, though. Couldn't I move you somewhere more convenient? Pislarna hold Obra Dinn. The waters in general are nice for Wraith Lords, because it's the only place, or it's one of the places that I can't actually deal with. So if I instead move Princess Zelda over to Underhome, or maybe Silver World is a better place to go. I could fly you over to Silver World, and then it's a lot faster to just cram the Wraith Lords out here, and they can start taking waters for me. Slight problem is I don't have a temple here, or a laboratory rather, but Zelda can go and build a laboratory here. And they're just cranking out wholesale Wraith Lords. Alright, that makes sense. Means I need you guys out in Pilot Wings Resort for now, although actually one of them I want to finally take the White Sea, as if that's too much to ask. Caius still lives. He's holding out in Wuzang Plains. That's not a good place for anybody right now. I mean, I can reinforce it like crazy, but I don't think that will hold. I can try, though. I can damn well try. And I've got more reinforcements coming my way here. Who did I say was going to take on this, though? I got units here. I've got units here. And I'm going to bring in some of my fire mages. Might even bring in all of my fire mages. Just, here's an idea. Here's a great idea, actually. I'm going to have them make fire in a jar. That way they're all going to have a fire gem permanently. And then I can bring them into the battles. They release the fire gem, and then out pops a fire elemental, and all is good. They're old and they have no protection, so they could die to just about anything. But that's why I keep them at the very back line. So they just do that and then hang around for a bit. As long as they don't engage in battle, because with protection 2, they die to anything. Even slings, even sticks and stones, they just die, man. It's not good for them. Alright, this place is cracked open. We absolutely do need to put an end to it. So storm the castle, please. Don't hold an attack rear, just attack rear. Get in there. Biotic God Volus will be there to bless you. And maybe this time we hold it and don't let it fall so badly. Actually, I do still want it preached. I want my dominion here. Gift of health, etc. Wick, why did I send you over here? I think I sent you as reinforcements, and now I realize that things are really bad over here. However, that doesn't matter. Progress on regardless. You are the original gangster, Wick, but not John the Sergeant. I'm sure you can manage with fewer troops where people with far more have failed. Is a foolish thing to do. Just patrol around here, make sure the defenses are good enough. I will reinforce and bring in more as needed, although Mike Mapu could help out. And imagine Mike Mapu joining you on that front. I like it. If nothing else, these guys are good at sieging. I think my problem is not being committed enough to throwing my units' lives away. Mike, bring in both of these bottles of wine and go in support. I will add one additional sergeant here. If you give somebody 2 bottles of wine, only one of them take effect. Look at that. Supply bonus 75. If I don't have it, supply bonus 75. I'm bringing it so that I can give one of the bottles over to John Wick, and then we can carry on. Ishmael did not get horror marked, at least not that we know of. Excellent. But where do they emerge from? I think I had the idea of heading them over to Obama, right? So if I got Ishmael over to here or so, how do you go about doing that? You leg it up And then over to here. Yeah, once you're about here, we're going to send an attack onto Obama. We need to claim that throne. Yeah, but pushing to get Bookholm and Cressidium, that is proving tough. It might turn out we don't need to go as far as Cressidium, but Bookholm is proving to be a priority. Sounds like a good reason to go and smash more things. That's exactly what I need you to do. Are you up for smashing? Just as I am up for recruiting more units here. Just more units across the board are generally needed. Ah, Senator Armstrong have brought reinforcements as well. That's good. Please continue to bring them forward, or give them to Landstalker. Landstalker has very good capacity for additional units, so that's fine by me. Yeah, Landstalker knows what's up. Please get rid of the Champion Skull and grab more supplies for your units, because I don't trust you not to run into supply issues. Senator Armstrong, the preaching is already good here. Get over to Anakim. IFT Clerk and Raven also get over to Anakim, because this is no longer the place of disease, is it? With that much... with that many candles, any units that are here will have themselves healed nice and quickly regardless. Okay, keep moving. Ishmael's getting a taste for blood, huh? You fight a lot better in your own dominion, and notably that throne that we're trying to go for is not in our dominion. But if you get there, I'm pretty sure it soon will be. Evocation is ours, and the Wuzhang Plains is not a good place to see a battle. But I did just pump it up, so I think we can handle a charge from all these knights. Are these actually the enemy's knights? I guess they recruited them. Anyway, crossbows can shoot riders off knights. But crossbows only fire once every 2 turns, so if they manage to make it through that volley, which they did, I'm in trouble. However, look at this. Our 21 protection heavy human slaves, low morale though they may have, should be able to deal with this. They can eat that charge, and then get shot in the back by their friendly crossbow units. Yep, all coming to plan. The cold doesn't bother us so much because we don't have heat aura, we simply have heat resistance. The slaves run away after eating the cavalry charge. It's kind of cool, just seeing the arrows take the knights clean off their horses. Look at this poor guy. Well, actually, we're just looking at the horse, aren't we? We're not looking at the rider because the rider's busy being dead. All right, not bad. These knights never stood a chance. A few more of them and we might have been in trouble, though. But there weren't a few more of them, so you guys get running away. Heavy human slaves. As an American, I feel so hurt. He's just like me. Thank you. Anyway, Wuzhang holds. Although, man, I invested a lot in that defense, and that was not a lot of knights to have to stand up against. What about the old whale bones? This is my, finally, Soul Vortex enhanced Wraith Lord going into the water. The invulnerability is a nice touch as well, because their inherent invulnerability is only 15 or 20, and this boosts it to 25. And now these Shamblers don't stand a chance, because even if they chip damage me, we suck that damage back. We also suck fatigue back away, so we don't become easier to hit by being fatigued out. There we go. What a difference, right? To think we died so easily before. And now Don Munda is back. They also get stronger and more angry the more they get killed. So the whalebones are ours. What about Coronation Street? Adfasang counters attacks, but I invested in Coronation Street. Let's see how my knights perform. Blech. Much better. Our only deaths were to friendly fire. Fine by me. Anakim. This is us being counterattacked, it seems. Oh, Christ. You might notice that my numbers are thinned out a bit. We might not have this. There's a lot of long deads, but I can't help but feel the long deads are a good counter to my flyers. They do manage to get in and pierce through my protection with their pointy sticks. And they won't rout. And melting them just isn't worth it either. Too slow. That's a good backline blending, though. But remember, I need their enemy commanders dealt with, and they've got a few. Frozen Kaiser's here. Peter Molyneux is back to spread his lies. Look at the morale of my guys. They're 21. How could they not handle this? In goes my last remaining Zoetic champion on his salamander, burning down these undead freaks, but I'm pretty sure he's about to die. The unfortunate thing about these big lances is they cannot be used for repelling. The idea is he has a lance, he charges in, he lodges it into somebody and then drops it, and then takes out his sword and starts engaging, and now he's dead. Okay, well, there's a reason I brought mages here, or priests rather. That's to try and preach away these undeads, but their magic resistance is good. They keep managing to resist Pool the Grave, because penetration is low and their resistance is significantly higher. Even if it does land, it's not a guarantee for killing. But we're holding this quite nicely. My backline blenders are not taking the massive attrition from before, so we should be able to take this. Our losses were unpleasant, but manageable. Also, we stole some things, some green dragon mail and a cornucopia, that's good. But what was still inside the fortress? Okay, nothing we can't handle. Die! Alright, losing this cost me a whole lot, we got it back. What happened in Ulm? We got some gold. Dominion down, Sloth up, resources down. All the money is lost in Underhome, okay. We just took that province and now we're not allowed it. Worldwide, units have been horror marked. The Shattered Throne has been claimed and its power is awakened. Maybe there's a good reason why the old Pantocrator destroyed it. I just hope that wasn't our god horror marked. There's no escape from horror marking, you will die. Not a lot of people entering the otherworldly tournament, though. I could have gone in one, especially if I killed STJ, the Master Composer. Do you have dementia? No, but he's got feeble-mindedness. Everybody got a slave collar for this fight, but he's... What? How? How did Pain Elemental kill him? He's dual-wielding both the Champion's Gladius and the Sword of Sharpness. Sword of Sharpness is a great cheap anti-thug weapon because it's armor-piercing, good damage, and just rips through enemies. Good job, Little Fishy wins. He gets the Sparkling Fire Gems as a prize. Right, most importantly, did my god get horror marked? Ishmael, how are you feeling? Our god is not horror marked. Okay, no need to concern ourselves then. We carry on. Wuzhang Plains continues to hold, but with all of the undead towering around it, I reckon it's not long before Wuzhang falls. Caius should probably leave. Or we throw in a lot of reinforcements and fast. See that Green Dragon mail? Would you mind giving that over to Biotic God Volus, please? Chain mail for 15, Dragon Scale mail for better. Yeah. Might as well invest in Biotic God Volus busy being alive. Yeesh, my troops are not happy and they're severely thinned out. Let's make sure Anakim is well defended. I went to a lot of effort to grab Wuzhang Plains and now I am feeling the burn here. I don't like Isengard having fallen either. Landstalker's busy reinforcing, but he could also make sure Isengard is ours again. Where's our fires from afar? Do I even have that? No. Do have internal pyre, though. Caster Curse is a distant province with a dramatic rise in temperature. Heat scale 3, population -5. So I could Breath of the Desert on one of these provinces to make it more unbearable for my foes and better for me to fight in. Might be better to do that when I know there's about to be a fight. Mindless units such as your god cannot be horror marked. I forgot about the mindless there. Well noted. Alright, the water should be ours. Advsang has the safe shallows. So that's either the Throne of Might or the Throne of Ice. Probably Ice if it's underwater like that. Gotta be careful I don't piss off Pislarna while I'm down here. Laying siege to this is going to be nigh on impossible. But I can still do damage, that's the important thing. Maybe take Wet Dry World, Gangplank Galleon, just try and ruin Atvazang's finances that they get from the water. See all these guys? They're about to equip their brand new fires and jars. And I'm going to give them a special order just for them. They were never that great as researchers to begin with, but we got me where I need to be. Your job is to specifically cast Phoenix Power, and then cast Summon Fire Elemental, and then I really want you to cast... Damn, I don't have it, do I? Phoenix Pyre? Not Phoenix Pyre. Yeah, Phoenix Pyre, not Power. Isn't that Thaumaturgy, though? No, is it Alteration? Oh, it's Alteration 7. I want that. I really want that to keep them alive. Sod the Evocation and a Thaumaturgy. Get my Alteration 7. Then Evocation 6, and then pour into Thaumaturgy. There's Fire from Afar at Evocation 5. Getting Alteration 7. Ooh, boy, it's going to take a while. Well, might be a while before they even see combat. But I do want that extra thing on them, huh? How long until we're about to engage over here, though? Because I do want them in that battle, but I also want them researching for as long as possible. Let's see. Ishmael is going into Cavern Realm, and then we'll pop out to about here. These guys are slow because they're so anciently old. At least the anciently old ones are. Well, I can't make them magically younger. I guess we just move on out, get them over to Thebes, enjoy the lowered research rate. Gonna want some reinforcements from the Hellbent Guards, of course, of which we have quite a few in the garrison. So let's make sure we have somebody that can fly them around. And then Kyoto has not many units, but it's gradually making more. Then we bring them all over here, we attack Etheria and Obama. Claim Obama as our own and start wondering how we get the final points. Alright, makes sense to me. Adalbert Wesker, grab the units, stay on patrol, no, stay inside and wait. Princess Zelda, I wanted you to construct a laboratory, start cranking out wholesale amounts of Wraith Lords. Caius continues to whittle himself over there in Wuzang Plains, because I'm not dedicating myself to saving him for some reason. Wuzang Plains is going to fall so fast, though. With this amount of units, maybe if I moved over there and had myself on patrolling it, we might be able to hold it better. It's hard to say, though. Fires from afar would be nice. Having my Dominion here would be nice. Preach. Construct temple. Want to push my Dominion as best I can. Kicking myself over Troy, being relatively undefended as well. But I also got Volus could probably just go and take Troy back. Yeah, would kind of work. But I'm severely running out of these flying units. Yeah, get me Troy back and get it well defended. Take Isengard. Caius really should fall back there. He's just going to die if I leave him there. So grab the units and just get out. Maybe grab this one on your way out as well. Take Isengard. Don't kill yourself over Wuzang Plains, I think is the main takeaway here. And do keep these units flowing. Hello. Reavers of the Deep. I could always pay my way into the underwater. Also, look at those hoplites. Hoplites are cool. Not sure I can make much use of these things right now, though. It's a consideration. Right, Dijan, you research while you're there. Eventually I'll have you casting spells and whatnot. Witterich, you're there to move troops around, and we don't have enough of them. You're already flush for cash, yeah, and I'd like to keep it that way. Big followers and Bjorn are here. The reinforcements are good and coming. Zarek has so many units down there. Gotta remember Bob is here as well. But he's just there to hold the line against any fishies that try to come out from the water. And of course repel Asphodel. Asphodel should be losing steam by now. In fact, my Dominion is almost on their capital. Well, I'm surprised they're not declaring war on me over that, but they have their hands full, don't they? Yeah, I have the money, it's just hard to chug out enough units. I suppose there are places where I could be chugging out more, but organizing them. I wish this game had rally points. So you crank out a unit, you just wait a little bit extra and have them rally in one location. The fiddling of attaching them to commanders to move them around. It's bad enough for this nation. Imagine doing it with a free spawn nation. I think I did someone like Lemuria on stream, and whoa, what an undertaking that was. So, big followers and Bjorn. There's not a lot for you guys to do here. You should probably just hold on for now then. 6 commanders doing nothing. One. Right, you two shouldn't be hiding, you should be waiting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. How's the winning going today? It's winning. Might be some immortal undeads that are helping me out with that, but only for the waters, for now. I have no other way into the water than Wraith Lords. Throne of Night for Pico under Princess Zelda. Balaton has a forest for me. The Stray Wild Forest with nature and glamour. Don't mind if I do. Right, that fight in Troy. Hopefully this didn't backfire. It didn't backfire. Blech. What about Wet Dry World? This is my Wraith Lord doing what he does underwater. Soul Vortex, Invulnerability. I used to add Skeletal Body to that, but Dominion 6 added Spirit Form, which means they don't get any fancy things like those. Immune to Petrification is handy. Diseases, not being able to fix things that are wrong with them, though, that could be a problem, because he does take chip damage. Eventually, he'll be crippled, he'll lose an arm, and then you'll just kind of wish he wasn't there. But dying and coming back to life restores some, or undoes some afflictions. Old whale bones, get in there. Wait, this is them counterattacking. I invested in province defense, but is it enough? Amber Tritons can be a real pain to deal with. Yeah, we got them. But it might be an indicator that I'm not investing enough in the underground. Isengard. I wanted to cut off their flank. Shouldn't be difficult. There we go. Nice. When battles go well, they go really well, but when I hit a slog, I take massive attrition. My poor flyers don't have the dark power, enormously boosting their survivability due to mostly defense skill boosts. Anyway, Isengard being under my control, very nice. Let's try and keep it that way. Our Dominion is spreading. It's getting hotter here. Good. Very good. White Sea will soon be mine. Ishmael is about to move over to Thebes. I want my mages over there. I want Donkey Kong to grab Donkey Kong's units and get over to Thebes as well. Why is that taking you extra time? Ah, because Thebes is further away than I thought. But Mystery Lake to Artheria is 17. They might be okay, but they might not. Dave the Diver, I want you to grab these units and bring them into Thebes. That's going to have to do us for an assault. Golden Deer's fine there. Big Followers and Bjorn are fine. Senator Armstrong, get preaching. Or go over to Isengard and re-erect a temple for me. Or, a temple. Let's make sure that we are reinforced to the hilt over in Troy, because we got smashed here before. Might get smashed again, but them's the breaks. Caius, grab the Fallen, and they don't seem to want to attack into Wujiang. What if we held in Coronation Street instead? It's really well defended. That would mean advancing on with Bjorn, Big Followers, and my preaching units. This is not without risk. Or one could say it's with phenomenal risk. I want you to make it hotter over there, please. Breath of the Desert. Heat scale +3. Yeah, could you make Coronation Street a lot hotter so that if fighting does happen there, we're a bit better prepared for it? Makes our heat aura not get instantly dispelled. And then Landstalker wants to be over there. But shouldn't I wait for Landstalker? He's a big part of the army. Engaging without him is going to be dangerous. But on the other hand, I got all these guys. Have confidence in my units. Fire closest, attack rear. Hold an attack rear. A bit of a mess, but we'll see how it works out. Princess Zelda, now is the time. I want you... Hey, look at that. We make just enough to make a Wraith Lord every turn. But wait, I just remembered. We found something... Yeah, we found... Where was it? Where was it? There's somewhere around here that lets us do conjuration cheaper. Wasn't you, you're the blood magic bonus. I could have sworn there was somewhere around here that made conjuration cheaper. Yeah, the crypt underneath. I should be making my Wraith Lords over there. Oh, they'd be so much cheaper. But I don't want to waste 2 turns going over there. And positionally, it's really good to crank them out and have them go into the water here quickly. So, sorry to people that want me to save 8 death gems per Wraith Lord, but I'm going to cast monthly Call Wraith Lord. We'll survive. As long as they know what to do. I want you over in Bullworth Academy. Wow, Wet Dry World. Temples of the Deep, rock crab colonies. Definitely need a lot of defense on these places because they're hard to hold at times. Take Gangplank. Check out what's happening in Chibi in Brazil. We're all Brazil on this blessed day. You just wait for now. Do not repeat that recruitment. No need for preaching over in Thebes just now, but do defend for now. Yes, so we'll be in a position to march momentarily. Should have built a workshop, not a workshop, the other thing. Should have built a place where I can exchange magical items and such, so I could have refitted out my my god when I was there. But oh well, I'm pretty confident we'll make it with a march north. Pretty sure, he says. Breath of the Desert is done. Wraith Lords are done. Mos Moriz, the Bakemono chief, was suddenly attacked by a horror. So this is what happens when you get horror marked. Occasionally, horrors come and get you. Spine membrane with a armor-piercing magical stinger that does deathly poison damage that negates armor, and a paralyzing mind blast. Do you think that the currently asleep Mos Moriz, the Italian Bakemono chief, is going to handle this? Because I think he will not. I think he will instantly die. Doesn't even have to attack him, it's just thinking Mos Moriz to death. You just thunk him out of existence. That's okay, at least I don't have to pay Mos Moriz anymore. Cripples are dying, and Wuzhang is being attacked. With a small-ish army like that, Wuzhang might be able to hold, not the battle, but the walls. Notably, they're bringing in their poison-spewing giant sacred. See these guys right here? Poison cloud. Scary stuff. Can anything survive being death-marked? Yes, you can. You will periodically be attacked by horrors, the number of which and the ferocity of which will be fairly random. They're all defeatable, like everything in the game is, but every horror is terrifying. Generally, they all have armor negating attacks, so protection doesn't help. They have high skills, they have magical attacks, so ethereal won't save you. So your real defense is to have abusive amounts of hit points, regeneration, and a way to kill them. And you have to not get scared, because all horrors are frightening. I think all of them are frightening. Most of them are frightening. So really, only a super combatant could reasonably expect to survive against horrors, and even then, they'll eventually die to them. Don't get horror marked on your favorite units, because they'll die, is the takeaway there. So yeah, Wuzhang is now under siege by a reasonable force. Yeah, the horrors are cool, and you can get them on your side, but will they stay on your side? That's another question. Shambler versus Shambler combat, and Shamblers win. Good. Generally speaking, province defense in water is trash, but what can you do? You can hope that we don't get destroyed, is what you can do. Don Munda knows what's up. I'm not afraid of Amber Tritons if I have Soul Vortex up, and I'm not afraid of being banished because we have good... Wait, we're meant to have good magic resistance. There we are. 16 on Don Munda. And that purple swirling you see is the Soul Vortex sucking up life around you. Coronation Street did indeed get the heat bonus, but there wasn't a fight in Coronation Street. Deep Wagor, the halls, Wuzhang is damaged, and we have two new famous heroes, Landstalker's Unequaled Obesity and Don Munda's Unequaled Obesity. What was I saying about having loads of hit points? Apparently the fatter you are, the more hit points you have. The lessons we learn in playing Dominions. Do I go for Chibi? It's kind of a waste if I don't. Let's go and take Chibi. Well, I'm glad Wet and Dry World survive. Ooh, wasn't I moving into Bulworth? I'm very glad I'm not now. Looks like Asphodel want it. Let's go and hopefully put Safe Shallows under siege so that we don't get attacked from there again. I had a third Wraith Lord around here. How do these Wraith Lords keep evading me? Good, we can fly over to Altheria. And there's our army. So, we're all moving on in with our god by our side. Altheria has enemy dominion, so our god is going to be significantly weakened in all of that. But what can we do to help? Ishmael is a terrible leader. You suck at leading armies. My general priests are better than you. But Donkey Kong is the best of my limited options for leadership. Alright then, fair enough. Get moving on in and moving on out. So how do we organize this? Dave the Diver has you. I can only box formation my fire followers. Hellbent Guards are here. What does Ishmael even do? I wish I could give you the cornucopia, because then you could do some fancy regenerative stuff. But there's not really much of a problem you just taking the front line as you are. Temper armor, weapons of sharpness. You don't need cat eyes anymore. Get that out of here. You don't need resist lightning. In fact, I wanted to take that ring off of you, but oh well. Hopefully it's not a big deal. Now, do I have Phoenix Pyre yet? I'm pretty sure I didn't get it. I sure don't see it here. Well, that's not too bad a thing. In that case, grab all of you specifically and make sure you guys are all on the back-ish line. And I believe I want to save this. And that's what you do. Cast Phoenix Power, summon a Fire Elemental, and then don't really do anything else. Then you're fine. Although, thinking about it, it would make a lot more sense if you spread out a bit so that the Fire Elementals can flank the enemy. Yeah, not that these guys are going to be any match for us. It's more for this fight, which will be a match for us. Right, Mac Mapu, give one of these bottles of wine to Wick, but not John. And then consider what we do with you. Dang, Wick is one hell of a leader. Increased morale and leadership. People under his command just do not break. At least not in terms of morale. They certainly break down and die, but you are going to do what the others cannot. You're going to take the Baltic Sea. Diane did remove some of the frostiness in Coronation Street. Do I have fires from afar yet? Cast Flame... No, I do not. I want you even closer, though. Could you get over to Anakim? I'll give you some flying boots if it gets you there faster. Zelda, do you still have those flying boots on? Those ain't yours to hold. Give them back. Flying boots sounds amazing. Right, I get you over to Anakim. That way you're much closer for casting very malicious spells. And we almost have the Alteration 7 that we want for Phoenix Pyre. But it's Evocation that we want for Fires from Afar. Evocation 5. Takes a while to get these, man. Who would have thought our ability to do magic is still so crummy? Anyway, the reinforcements are here. Landstalker, move into Coronation Street, and then we're going to lift the siege on Wuzang Plains. Wuzang Plains is already half dead, but by next turn I can get the units into Coronation Street, and then we move up to Wuzhang, and then we lay waste. And I'm hoping with all of that we finally cripple Adfasang's ability to wage war on a large scale. Might be wrong, but you know, I'm always open to that, right? Biotic God, without much else to do, just preach. Get these other suckers preaching as well. Try and get my Dominion up and on the go here. Probably going to want more fires, some more heat to dispel the coldness of Wuzhang Plains. Rakuso, I also need you to preach as best you can. The others can just hang around doing not much. And then we've got Rockman. Please, Soul Vortex. And then make your way out there. I'll figure out what to do with you next. Flying boots sounds amazing until you realize you don't have an opportunity. You don't have them on properly. They fall off mid-flight. They're magical. The thing about them is the magical weapons fit to the wearer. The same pair of shoes are going to fit a tiny little hobgoblin thing, the same way it's going to fit my giant wooden colossus fetish. So don't worry about things falling off. It's magic. Just hope the magic doesn't dispel. Dire Portent. There's a global enchantment done by Lubu. I find it very weird that even in Dominion 6 they didn't actually add text for all of the enchantment, all of the global enchantments, and they don't even tell you what they are. It's just Lubu casts something, and you have no idea what. You have to go here and then figure it out. Now it's Purgatory, but that's good for me. Wait, why in the world did you do that? Purgatory attacks the undead. Asphodel is made of undead, but I think it doesn't attack friendly undeads. The point is my undead are just my Wraith Lords. My Wraith Lords are probably not keen on going into Asphodelian. Uh-oh, they are in Asphodelian Dominion. Okay, well, how about that? How about we just build up our province defense of these useless naked fish are going to die anyway. Alright, how about we step out of there? Something weird going on in Bornholm. I don't mind taking that if it's up for the grabs. New Liverpool. Adfasang once again want a piece of me, and once again they die. Altheria. This is us walking in with our army with our god. Wish I could have given that god the cornucopia, then he can do some actual nice things mid-battle. For the rest of us, that is. Okay, so as expected, the fire elementals are a little too slow to get involved on a short skirmish like this. And also nobody really got injured, that's good. But that's not where it ends, of course. Yeah, Giant Fetish could wear Cinderella's shoes and he could be looking fabulous. We actually have a beauty boosting item that we could give him. The netting didn't last long on my beloved Wraith Lord. And he's not getting injuries here. In fact, his unequaled obesity means that he's less likely to take nasty afflictions because he's got more maximum health. And the odds of getting an affliction is based on the amount of damage you take based on your maximum health. How safe are the safe shallows? This is me attacking their fort, and I want to put it under siege just to keep him locked in there. And it's very easy to do because, frankly, as long as a Wraith Lord has Soul Vortex on, all they need to do is stand there. Not even stand, they could crawl on the ground, and they're still a significant threat. And that's going to... He's never going to besiege this on his own, unless I gave him equipment for that. I could give him the Horn of Shaking Walls, I could give him the Axe of Tearing Down Fortresses. I think there's another thing that does fort damage, but I'm not in a position to do that. For now, I could. If I really needed that throne, I could. What about the White Sea? Finally, I get this. What does beauty do? Beauty makes it more likely that you... Beauty makes it so that you can more likely seduce a target. You do get units which have the seduction ability and the dream seduction ability, where you go over to a targeted commander, and then you try and invite them seductively over to your side. And you do this in your dreams with dream seduction, and then you either escort them away, or if you're a flying unit, you fly them away. Some units are better at this than others. The game is gendered, but there are tools in this game to reverse your gender. I think it's the cat claw and the bear thing One makes you more feminine, the other one makes you more masculine, and then you can seduce the other side. So that's one of a few ways that you can actually get enemy commanders over to your side. There's also mass enslavement, which is just a by force astral spell. There's charming, which is a single target spell, but there's also a hat that auto charms people. I love it. You can even charm enemy indie pretender chassis over to your side. It's hard, but it's doable. Yeah. Those are kind of more play around things. You're not likely to be doing that in a serious game, but I do love the amount of options that you get. Wuzang has been breached already. As was expected, we started to destroy the gates in safe shallows, but it's very slow. Genega is finally gone. Okay, took their time. Yeah, I'm contemplating actually going for safe shallows because it's probably the Throne of Ice. Wait, what is it? No, it's the Throne of Might. I really, really want that. Strength 2? Okay, consider. Consider, if you will, that I don't have the Earth access to get the Gate Cleaver, but I do have the Air access to get the Horn Blower. Where is it? The Wall Shaker. Air 3 for Wall Shaker? That's a tall order. He's looking around for his Air 3 guy, and he knows where he is. He's over here. I want you casting on Wuzang Plains, not making me little toys. What are the other things that tear down walls? I'm going to refer to my Dominion 6 Mod Inspector tool. I'm going to go Item. Now, I cannot remember what the key is for doing fort damage, but we all just know what we saw there. It was the Shaker. So if we check the Wall Shaker... I'm going to clear the rest of these. They're not relevant anymore, are they? We already got the Dreamstone. I still want the Chains of Reconstruction, though. Keep that up and around. So, Wall Shaker, tell me more. Tell me about that ability, which is Keys. So, I'm looking for anything that does Siege bonus. So now if I go, give me anything with the ability Siege bonus. Did I spell Siege right? Siege doesn't have an E on the end of it, right? Also, there's not an H in Siege. Maybe it did have an E on the end of it. There we go. All of the weapons, it's just Gate Cleaver and Wall Shaker. Gate Cleaver can only be made by my Pretender, but that's 100 Siege bonus. So even though I don't have a good way into the water, I could make a Gate Cleaver and a Wall Shaker, or multiple of one or the other, and then send a unit with those underground to tear the walls down. And I am very enamored with the idea of doing that, because I want that Throne of Might. So we could do that to the safe shallows, and that means if Cyrodiil is reinforced, we can also march over and take Cyrodiil. So this has actually become a priority for me. And... don't I have the ability to do this with relative ease? Kind of. You could cast Crumble with your high earth guys. Yeah, just my god, though. Make sure you name the unit tearing down the wall Gorbachev. There's an idea there. I'm not sure if it's a good one. I certainly have options here, don't I? I don't have the high air access that I need aside from my hero. I don't like that because I really want my hero to cast on Wuzang right now. Yeah, you really need to cast Breath of the Desert on Wuzang to make it hotter for our assault right now, and we are about to assault it. Gotta say, Wuzang, I poured a lot of effort into that. 360 units are assaulting it, mostly ghouls. Crappy undead are really good for just tearing down walls. Don't need to think about supplying them with anything, just point them in a direction and away they go. Okay. Princess, you just wait. Everybody else, though. We're going for the Throne of Obama. Thanks, Obama. I really want this place kept protected because these slippery little buggers could come out of the water and assault me from the sides. Also, there's Asphodel again. Asphodel is everywhere. How much of the world's dominion is Asphodel's as opposed to mine? They're competing pretty evenly with everyone else, but my Supremacy Underground is giving me the dominion that I need. Well, that's good for me, I suppose. Reinforcements? Could do with a few. Got some units here that I probably forgot to pick up on my way through. Right, getting into Wujiang, how do we take this on? We've got Hellbent Guards to fly around into the back. Who has 2 spare Hellbent Guards? Hand them over to Biotic God Volus. Who's got the best command? We don't have Wick here, which means Caius or Landstalker are the best ones to lead the units, so there we go. That's fine. Get you joining your peers, get you joining your peers. Landstalker's a really good general. I'm looking forward to seeing how he mucks this up and dies. Get everybody behind the line. And I want to advance the line, so let's move it as forward as possible. Yeah, keep you at the back. You can fly any distance in a battle. Hold, then attack the rear. Please hold, then attack the rear. Guard, hold, fire closest. You do whatever feels natural. I want my priests casting spells. They will almost certainly be casting Pull from the Grave on the undead units. It's not going to be very effective, but it's the best my priests can do. It's better than running up with their knife and gouging them a little bit. Mike Mapu and Wick go and gather up the fallen in Besaid and launch back into a crusade against the Baltic Sea. Rockman, you've just peered your head out. Don't want to fight Pislarna, but do consider that the Obradine has something for me. Maybe just pierce through safe shallows and start raiding. Get Abtsang here and check out what's happening in Cyrodiil. And once this is done, I'm going to make... a fort on Obama is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to put a laboratory there so that my god can create gate cleavers. And then I'm going to cleave through the walls of safe shallows. And that should secure me a few more points needed. 15 is needed. I currently have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Should be 9, 10, or 11. So 10 or 11. Let's say 11. 12. 13, but yeah, okay. We should have this. A few more turns. A few more. It'll take quite a few, but I am confident victory is in the proverbial bag. Golden Deer's hanging out. Golden Deer's hanging out. I still have a few more units. Do I want to bring them as reinforcements? I should probably be reinforcing the north with everything I can. It's pretty important. But what if this falls and needs reinforcing? Nah, they'll be fine. Especially since my god is going to spread friendly dominion here, it'll surely be fine. And I have plenty of priests to preach down enemy dominion as well. In fact, that tells me that you guys should be there as well. And I do want more of these guys every turn. There's little stopping me from having more. Is there a channel meeting planned this summer in Romania? I don't have any plans to set foot in Romania anytime soon, even though they're on the border. I lived with a Romanian for a while, that's got to be close enough. Do the thrones always spread dominion? I believe every single throne spreads dominion, at least by 1. Some of them go up to, I think 5 is the highest. Right, what are we looking at here? The Wraith Lord is out, the Breath of the Desert warmed that place up. Look, managed to melt that province as opposed to everything around it. That's going to be useful for my heat aura in battle. Cripples are dying, and Advsang are not happy with me besieging safe shallows, and they're actually bringing a formidable army to deal with it, a formidable aquatic army. The thing about aquatic creatures is they tend to be very strong. The offset being is that they can only fight in the waters. So we got this guy with his coral magical horn that'll pierce through my ethereal nature. Venomous fangs with death poison, that's powerful. Tail sweep, fear to scare me. Formidable morale, otherwise you've got a lot of naked but numerous units and some amber shielded and amber helmets. Who wears a nice helmet, a nice shield, but does not protect their torso with anything? Amber Tritons, that's who. Anyway, he's invulnerable. He's wearing full plate. And he's going to see what he can do. His name is Rockman. And he's immediately trying to be banished. Okay, well, he goes right into the thick of it. And that's good. He surrounds himself with these useless naked people. Oh, hang on, he's not alone. Duifkoi, the Wraith Lord, actually got involved in time. And they've got rusty equipment. Actually, I'm not sure who was there first. Point is, it's 2 Wraith Lords. That's double the soul-draining fun. And double the fear procs as well. Okay, well, they ate that Wraith Lord. Yeah, it's these guys. These are a problem. It's that Coral Horn. That's a lot of damage. 20 magical piercing damage. Eesh. Oh well. Where the other guy with the weird name failed, Rockman, it's up to you to succeed. Being netted is a great way to die to that Coral Horn. Please break out of that net. There we go. Rockman's got it. Rockman also got diseased. Got muted, which is incredibly bad for a Wraith Lord. It means they can't cast Soul Thingamajigger. And they also got a Never Healing Wound. So both of them are... One's dead and one is essentially dead. But the important thing was to hold this so that the enemy gets pinned down in the safe shallows. Also, Bornholm was free for our taking. Must have been Janiga's last holdout. Now, what about Obama? So this is Obama. We've seen it before. It's riddled with units. But my belief is that my units will be able to handle this. Although I now realize it's quite cold, so heat aura won't be on my side. I'm also now reflecting on how few units I brought here. Oh well, I'm sure we'll be fine. Especially when we have these fire elementals fighting in the cold, which is making them worse at what they do. But hey, if nothing else, Ishmael is here, with severely reduced hit points due to being in enemy dominion. And I didn't switch out their items. Believe, though. Just believe. The enemy have crossbows as well. If I can go in and have a horrible time with their leaders, which we seem to be avoiding, we'd be able to force a rout. The boars are getting out of here. Weren't those boars bigger earlier? Why do they look so small now? There we go. Ishmael smash. Ishmael just throwing bits of metal at the enemy. What did you even cast there? Tell me more, tell me more. Yeah, you use Blade Wind, and that is substantial damage. 35 damage on a poor vine man, cut down by blades. Just don't hit our own guys with that, okay? Can easily be done. And he gets to do that as well as move and attack, such as the power of Innate Spellcaster. And it looks like they're routing. What the hell is that? Ishmael just cast Falling Fires to burn the bastards in the middle of the fight. And he does it again. Didn't I give you a bunch of gems? Thank you, Ishmael. Alright, how did that ultimately go down? Very well. We lost one of our champions, 2 I think, and 18 of our Hellbent Guards, in exchange for slaughtering 501 of theirs. You think that was the fire mages? I'm pretty sure it said Ishmael cast flames from above, but I might have misread that. Well, actually we can see, can't we? Oh, I guess they must have. Otherwise those followers wouldn't have gained 23 kills on their own. Anyway, good job, had by all. Obama is now mine, but what is in Obama? The Ascension Point 2 Throne of the Earth is mine. For Reinvigoration 1, Earth Gems, also, delicious. Okay, let's fix everything here. Let's claim the Throne of Ascension. Let's preach, but also one of our preachers should build a temple. Let's have Donkey Kong start building us a palisade. Let's have one of our guys here construct a laboratory. And the rest of them don't really have anything to do, so they can all just site search or something. It makes no difference if one or many site search, but I don't know what the rest of them would do. Patrolling seems actually not unreasonable. Get that unrest dealt with. Alright, that's great, and I certainly want to have this place well defended because the AI loves to take thrones. I love to take thrones, after all it's how you win. And we have yet another Starchy Pancake out to do some fighting. Oh yeah, what else is going on here? Oh, Wuzang Plains, that's a big fight. So, we thawed out Wuzang Plains, meaning that it shouldn't be so cold here. I know the ground seems awfully frosty, but well, it is. Anyway, these guys are a pain to deal with. They got a lot of soulless, they got their national troops, the undead Cyclopses. Some of them are spewing out poison, I see. They've also got griffins, they got trolls, they got a giant scorpion beast with its deadly poison. Problems. Problems we can surely solve with our ever-reducing number of units. They fly in, they instantly get shanked by my frontliners. In go the axes. Interesting move for them to race out with a few to bait out all of my axe throws. My axe throws work best when it's thrown into the bulk of the enemy. They try to snipe my commanders. Probably not going to work. I put on enough bodyguards here. We're banishing the undead. We're hoping the front line holds. We're trying to assassinate their backline commanders. There are a lot of them, though. Heck of a lot of them. Right, good. Their assassination attempt failed. My assassination attempt continues unabated. Here are all the commanders in the fight. Michael Jackson, the master composer, is there, so tremble in fear. Don't get dangled out of the window either. Gol Rathian is dead. Multi-talented old man, the junior composer, is down. Jagalia and Aeromorph are down as well. So is Goro Akechi, Jasmine, Selectamo, De Bruges. They're all dying. But we need more of them to die because this is Wuzhang Plains. Ultimate showdown between Shu and Wei, right? It was the final battle in Dynasty Warriors 2, and a really cool battle at that. God, I love Dynasty Warriors 2. 3 is better, though. I don't think much of Origins. I played it a fair bit, and I really think it misses a lot of the point of Dynasty Warriors. Well, the point to me, at least. Nice. Very nice. The line is holding. It's not easy to hold. And as you can see, the poison is seeping through and hurting my front line because they don't get my poison-resistant bless that my flyers do. But as long as my flyers don't abandon the fight due to morale routing, they should be able to pick them off by jumping in, slashing a few of them, and then jumping elsewhere. As long as we continue to hold, we're okay. They're pulling from the... Oh, but they shattered through the center here. That's a problem. On the other hand, we're succeeding on the flank, so if the flank pulls back in, this will actually work as an encirclement of them and not me. But the numbers are thin on both sides. This is bad. Fortunately, though, Adfasang have decided they've had enough. They're going home. They want to go and rot in peace. And this gives me an opportunity to chase them down with my flyers, as well as my priests to banish them on the route. Units that are routing have much lowered skills, so they're much easier to hit. And they don't get any faster for running away. In fact, these poor guys are encumbered. Okay, you might reasonably assess that that was a very costly battle. It was. But the difference is I won and they lost. And Adfasang have lost a lot of ground, whereas I have not. So their ability to raise the economy and re-raise these undead units is not really there. They have to pay for their undead units. These are not those lovely free spawn undeads that you don't have to pay like their soulless here. These guys are real... They might be dead, but they have thoughts of their own. They're not mindless like a soulless. Wait, soulless aren't mindless. Okay, well, I'm making all the bad examples. The point is, economically, a lot of damage has been done to them and me, but I am more in a position to recover economically. Yeah, exactly. Victory nonetheless. Not quite as Pyrrhic as when we had that one guy left standing in a massive fight against those charging Minotaurs. Okay, pretty good. I'm very surprised to see quite a lot of my front line is still alive. I say quite a lot, right? They probably don't feel that way. These poor buggers. Wishing for that gift of health to save them. Point is, we win. We lost a ton. Every single one of my champions were dead. Half of my guards are dead. 2/3 of my followers are dead. One of my flying commanders, and that better not have been Biotic God Volus. That was Biotic God Volus, wasn't it? That was my my prophet. They faced a hell of a slaughter, though. Anyway, Wuzhang Plains, the heat is up, the population is down. Maybe the heat only happened after. Oh, that's not fair. I thought this would have happened before the fight. So I guess our heat wasn't affected there. Damn, what's the point then? Province income up, fire gems up, patrolling enemies slapping down a black harpy, who's one of the best scouts in the game there. They fly, they have really good map move, and they got stealthy 60. Harpies are the just amazing scouts to have, cheap as well. We're not tearing down safe shallows. We're starving in Besaid. Oh, that's right. No, you've got endless bottles of wine. You'll be fine. Press on into the Baltic Sea after you gather up the fallen. Put them under Wick's general rulership, because Wick is the significantly better commander. Just all of them under Wick. One nation under Wick. Their morale is so much better under him than under Mike Mapu. Nobody trusts Mapu. Alright, Bornholm is mine as well. Stolen from Janiga. We've got Pislarna here, Pislarna there. Just people that I don't want to aggrieve, so we're not going to attack further. This is a great province, by the way. 1, 2, 3 death gems, an air gem, a glamour pearl. Alright, very good. Head back to safe shallows for now. Just try and keep it pinned down. I don't want Adfasang thinking they have any say in the matter. Any say in any matter. Did you loot anything good off the fallen commanders in the plains? Right, so let's have a quick look there. Biotic God Volus continues to live. Good. Very good. The Horn of Valor is there for inspiration. I would actually like Biotic God Volus to have that. Or maybe Cassius, because he leads most of the army. Well, he did when I had an army. Oh god, I thought they were all dead. They've got another 280 reinforcements coming in. You know who doesn't have 280 reinforcements? He's got 2 thumbs and he's this guy. Dominion isn't good here, so Gift of Health isn't going to save my units. But we are still here and we are still alive. I can't really make any replacements either. We'll make what we can. We'll crap out some more priests to try it. Those aren't priests. Oh, that's right. I can't make priests because I don't have a thingamajigger here. I will still make Fire Guy because it would be nice to have some Fire Elementals aid me in combat. Biotic God, you need to preach. My other everybody needs to preach, except we're going to take At, who has the Halberd of Might. Wow. That's cool, but you're not allowed it. Also, Lucky Charm for Twist Fate. You're not allowed that either. How about a Scepter of Authority to burn enemies with extra leadership? You're not allowed that. Please construct me a temple, and you must hold the Wuzang Plains against come what may. Caius. Morale and attack skill. You're not allowed Ring of the Warrior. I want you to have the Horn of Valor. Because in an ideal situation, you do lead the armies. Wait, doesn't Landstalker lead them? Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Give that over to Landstalker. Give that also to Landstalker. Stop playing silly buggers. Landstalker. Grab the Horn of Valor. Yes, indeed. Looks like trouble, doesn't it? Our numbers are severely depleted after that. Depleted. Diminished or depleted, not whatever I said. Right, Eternal Ace, you're up here, you know what to do. I want you to charge up into safe shallows and just make sure that our enemies don't have any freedom of anything there. Witterech, we need reinforcements here yesterday. Get these over to the Wuzang Plains. Captain Crow, get yourself into the lands of Soran just so it's ours and nobody else's. We're busy taking the Throne of Earth. It feels like an age away being able to take Crucidium and Bookholm. But unless I find another throne to go for, I'm going to need them for victory. There's Dantooine, but given how much I've pierced through here, I really feel like going for Crucidium is the way forward, but how? I don't have a lot of units here though, do I? Feels like my army is so depleted. And although I can generally pop out where I want using my cave network, I don't have good access to this area from my cave network. There's no conveniently located crack to get through. Although, let's consider that Wick, but not John, and Mike Mapu are coming in with significant reinforcements. It's not unthinkable to bring out even more. Do I have somewhere else that I could just pop out and grab a throne from? There is Fountain of Doubt into Dantooine. Dantooine is the throne of the Artificer, worth 2 points. How well do you think we'd fight against Asphodel? Surely they're dying off at this point. I could pop out of the Yellow Caves, with my sizable army. Doesn't have any good backup though, does it? But we could change that. What if we had some fire mages at the back just casting down fire spells for the hell of it? And there's Dr. Nitro willing to lead the charge. Sho Shitatsu's over by Mudwater Cave popping out at Socotra, which could actually join in the fight on Dantooine. I could pincer the thing, bang bang. Although I have a funny feeling everything goes tits up if I fight Asphodel. The important thing is to have the opportunity to do so. So let's raise some fire mages here so that we're ready for that. Otherwise, what's happening in Wuzhang? I severely reinforce Wuzhang. And Landstalker is going to patrol so that he can aid that if we do get attacked. I still need the preaching done. That is fine. It's early spring, so it's slowly warming up. Supply usage is way low. That's also good. Björn and Caius, do you want to aid? I really know that you don't, but I do want you to patrol there anyway. Now we have some more people that I need to spread the Dominion up in Obama. There's also Shivering Isles. We don't know much about you. Also, it's quite quick for Ishmael to charge on over here and claim these thrones. So if I could just see an end to these bloomin' Atvazang armies, we could certainly make headway. But he can pull from the water, he can pull from the land, he has his undeads. It's not easy. Do I have fires from afar yet? Not yet. And this is getting in the way of me making that wall shaker. I guess that's going to have to not happen. Alright, in that case. Oh, we do have fires from afar. Oh, that's good. If I recall, that's better in hot provinces, though. A mage fires a row of flame bolts towards an enemy camp. The more units present in the camp, the greater the chance of hitting a target. Can be used to harass a besieging force. You'll need to see if it's any good. Only hits up to 20 though, so it's not that great. You'd want to mass this. It does do quite a bit of damage, but it's largely wasted on these crummy little units. Probably better to make sure that these provinces are nice and hot, hot, hot for me. So I'm going to continue to use Breath of the Desert to make Wuzhang Plains ultra hot. But hey, if I can bring these guys around here, Kiel Canal into Gilligan's Island, I should be able to push this. And it'd be even better if I could just bring in more fire mages. I think I've been letting myself down on that front. So I should make more of these guys. At least they're not old as balls like the other guys. So I could even transfer over the fires in a jar over to here. How about you, Airlock? You bring in some more fiery guys. Wuzhang Plains as well. Yeah, amass a bunch of fire just so I can drop the fire elementals. Just think how much they'd help in fights like that. Need book home, and then punch my way up to Crucidium. Don't even bother with Atvazang's capital. We just need to push. But then how do I hold the thrones? A problem for future, Jake. Throne points are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 more points needed. I'd love to stay around to watch the things. It's getting good, but it's 3:30 in the morning. Catch up on the VODs later. Well, cheers, Ishmael. And away you go. Dire Portent. Lubu has gotten Vengeful Spirits. What? The spirits are not kind at all. They're a serious threat to our heroes and magic. Gonna have to look at that one. We claim the Throne of the Earth. We claim another Wraith Lord. We search and we find nothing as usual. And there we go. Breath of the Desert did hit. No, it gets cast, but it doesn't affect until later. Bleh. At least there's no fight in the Wuzhang Plains anyway. Lands of Sudan. The watery lands of Sudan. It's a meme global. It assassinates 3 commanders every turn. Well, it tries to. Good luck taking out my Wraith Lords. Alright, that's easy to take. The Landly Baltic Sea. Okay, yeah, well, that's no big deal. It's probably going to pop immediately. Fortification to the Baltic Sea has been breached. Yeah, we're taking that immediately. How about Great Bay Temple? Continuing to try and... Oh god, I didn't give you Soul Vortex command. Right, we fix that immediately. No, it's that you can't do Soul Vortex because you're inebriated in more ways than one. Amazing province here, though. Look at this. Astral Pearl, Glamour Pearl, Water Gem, Earth Gem, Water Gem. Whoa, look at that! Cyrodiil! Cyrodiil's unclaimed. Not only that, it is probably the Throne of Creation because everything else has been taken. A level 3 throne for the taking. It has Slave Troopers, Shambler Thralls, Amber Clan Guards, Amber Clan Tritons, Mind Lord. That's a lot of Shambler Thralls. I think they're a little different from normal Shamblers. Let's see. Tell me about Shambler Thralls, please. It's a Riley unit here. Magic Being, Slave, Trample, Amphibious, Mindless. So I can't spook them. They claw with benign claws. That's fine. Seem easy enough to kill despite their high hit points. They got low stats. Well now, this shouldn't be too tough to deal with. This is an amazing find. The question is, how do we make use of it? Wraith Lords, of course. Wraith Lord, Wraith Lord, Wraith Lord. Any spare Wraith Lord I have, we send it into the Great Bay Temple. Although I have a funny feeling I just lost another Wraith Lord in the Safe Shallows. Yeah, because Atvazang is not happy with me being here. And though those big guys with the coral horns, they can do some damage. Although... Eternal Ace, not so eternal. Wow, what just killed you? You got Decree of the Underworlded, didn't you? Massively. Let's have a look-see. The Master Composer hit the Wraith Lord, with a Midget Masher for 97 damage. Don't see that very often. There we go. So this guy made the Midget Masher. Double damage on smaller opponents, and I'm definitely smaller. So you did 57 doubled magical damage on my poor little Wraith Lord. Awesome. That's a very good counter-thug weapon. I hadn't considered that. Wuzang Plains is burning, because I'm burning it. Ulm gets PD, Dominion is down in Manawa, Thebes gets population. The False Prophet has been found and eliminated. The Baltic Sea is breached and it shall be stormed, good and proper. Okay, so Cyrodiil. Could I conceivably take Cyrodiil? Not with this crippled guy, that's for sure. And it's very difficult for me to get to Cyrodiil because Pislarna is keeping me away from it. Obama seems well enough taken care of, as long as I leave Donkey Kong to hold an attack rear, and you stay behind troops with a small detachment of guards. I should be able to go on the attack, but how? How do we secure Cyrodiil? Do we secure Cyrodiil is maybe another interesting question. Ishmael is kind of needed to secure these thrones, though. Anyway, we don't need Tamed Lightning on you anymore. You are tame enough when it comes to lightning. I want you to have the Precious. Gives you strength and attack skill, making these Maces of Eruption even more terrifyingly strong. The area effect Flame is not affected by your strength, but the initial bludgeoning that you do is certainly affected. Could give you other nice things like Halberd of Might, but that's a two-handed weapon. I'd rather you just did your area of effect stuff. And we got your Speedy Gonzales boots, so you can run across. I could also have you go underwater, but you wouldn't be very good underwater in a lot of ways. I suppose you'd be hard to kill, but there's a lot of things you'd be hard-pressed. Oh, I just realized. Forget the Burning Pearl. I think I want you to have the Cornucopia. That way you're going to have temporary nature gems for a battle, but the attack skill loss is too much to bear. And the loss of fire resistance is also too much to bear. I need you to have fire resistance since you're leading a fire army. Oftentimes. Just trying to think of the best way to position my everything here. You guys want to get involved over here? It's a bit of a long march to go over and aid my battles against Atvazang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I need 5 more points. Throne of Creation and another Yeah, creation and artificer. Actually, there's a thought. Both of these... The thing is, I don't know which of these are the Throne of Destiny. Is it Bookholm? Is it Crucidium? I think it's Crucidium. Crucidium was so heavily guarded, so if I just punch my way up to Crucidium, I'd be able to take it. The thing is, what do I punch with? Army is severely depleted, hanging out here in Wujiang Plains. And even then, it's only 3, and we need more than 3. And then there's Cyrodiil. I really think if I just brought over Wraith Lords en masse, we could take Cyrodiil. But that requires Wraith Lords en masse. And I have to punch through safe shallows as well. As we see, he loves to defend his safe shallows. And even once I have it, well, claiming it wouldn't be too hard. I could fly over there with some air-breathing pills using Biotic God Volus to claim it. Just trying to think of alternatives. There's Danduin right there. If I didn't want to complicate matters, I could just walk down, punch through Asphodel, and claim Danduin, which we are fairly certain is the Throne of the Artificer. That's 2 points right there. Fairly certain. Might not be the world's worst idea, huh? What are you guys doing defending when you could be preaching? Preach the good word. You also preach the good word. And the rest of you, maybe position yourself in somewhere like Socotra. And then you can go Konus Isle, Japan, Danduin. And remember, I have extra troops that I can flood out of Yellow Caves and Socotra and just bring them in all hands on Declan for Tatooine. Or Danduin, or whatever it is. That means that defending Malton is of vital importance, so Zarek is going to move over there. I'm not going to build a throne on it, build a fort on it, but I will pay a lot for units, and I'll make sure I have another couple of these guys to move my other units around to it, as many as I can. Rockman is just hanging around here. Unsure what to do, aren't you? Just in case it's relevant, could you please build a laboratory here? There's no stopping Jimmy Hopkins and co. Don't think I need more of you. I always want more units, huh? Let's get ourselves ready for an assault down south. This is my main concern, though. If I can bring everybody over here, add a few more mages, and then just blitz into Crucidium. Oh, of course, we've got you in Gangplank Galleon as well, don't we? Rather than defending there, maybe construct a laboratory as well. Get my Wraith Lords over here, because taking safe shallows is not outside of the question. Still. Wujiang Plains is nice and hot, as it should be. We're preaching it as hard as we can. And yeah, just adding some more fire mages so that we can have fiery attacks. Do we continue to attack, or do we hold our own here in Wujiang? 1, 2, 3 to Crucidium. It's not easy to know what to do, but I really want that victory. Who would have thought? What do I have here? 34 units here, cranking out as many as we can. No, we're not. We could crank out so many more. Good, get as many as we can. There's so much I don't know about casting this. I mean, what I could do is just constantly cast more of my burning Breath of the Desert to make sure I'm melting all the path up north. Which is amusing in its own way. You do it in Termina. And then what of you after being done with Sedan? I can get you over to Safe Shallows, or close to Safe Shallows. That way I can move in here with a bunch of them, then move over to Great Bay, amass my Wraith Lords here, and then see if I could take Cyrodiil. I just really think that Mind Lord is going to do us in. There's a reason this hasn't been taken easily. It's probably a good reason as well. Alright. As long as we keep cranking out those Wraith Lords, we might have a solution eventually for the waters. Wraith Lords shouldn't have pure amphibian. I think they should have poor amphibians. They're not so good in the water. Currently, they're just too damn good. I suppose the main thing is they're very expensive, huh? So this is why we reinforce. The fish try and crawl into the water, and we say get the hell back into the water. And now they send another one of these big guys against me, but this is why we do reinforcements. Yeah, excellent. Get out of here. And then we storm the Baltic Sea. We keep making headway. We keep making good headway. Down you go as well. Nary a scratch. The Wraith Lord was suddenly attacked. Oh, right. So this is the global, the assassinations. And my Cardinal got attacked as well. That's not very nice. Erinya, the horrible spirits of vengeance. I don't have a way of dispelling that. So who actually died there? Captain Crow died in Capua. Oh, well, I was just moving you out there anyway. Ancient treasured gold, and you are here, and hopefully you're not mute or anything. No, you've got a chest wound. Your helmet is damaged, your armor is damaged, your equipment is rusty. You're going to have to get out there anyway, I'm afraid. So head on over. And then there's you. Take your orders and go. And then Wick, but not John, and Mike Map, who successfully grabbed the province. Get it defended as best we can. And move, because I need reinforcements to take Cressidium. Starchy and Jimmy are right here. And they're just probably going to summon allies. I struggle to think of a better thing they could do right now with their time. Don Munda, go and join them. Just make some ghosts, they're completely free. And there's Cool Spot, grab these extra units. But the both of you just wait around here. Do not recruit more of these, please. Zarek, your job is just to patrol Malton, make sure that none of these nasty Asphodelians come and snipe our throne. Rockman, you're just sitting around here. You're going to die of that, I'm quite certain. And look, we melted the way up towards the Cressidium. Definitely going to wait 1-2 turns before I move into Termina, Quebec, Cressidium, because I want to take this thing quite cleanly. And then I'll only need 2 more throne points, and that's where probably Danduin comes in, right? That's the easiest way to get 2 points, throwing the Artificer, unless we manage to luck out in Wraith Lording our way through Cyrodiil, but I doubt that'll happen. That sounds quite unlikely. But you can't say unlikely without likely. Why do these guys stop? Stop preaching. Oh, it's because I keep moving them over. Anyway, we have a bit of dominion here. That is good. I can also recruit little gnomes. It'll finally give me natural death, earth nature access. And I'm going to do that. They're expensive. 4 recruitment points. It's going to take a few turns. But once I crank him out, he'll be able to help me make some gate cleaving stuff. Well, he can start, right? How about you, Dejan? You want to melt provinces some more? Or do you want to finally start crafting me the horn blower? Yeah, there we go, the wall shaker. I'm going to make those unless you have a better thing to do, just in case it comes down to me having to tear down walls underwater. Now, how we shake the walls with an air shaker underwater, I'll leave to your imagination. What does it even say? The horn is designed to tear down castle walls. When blown before a castle wall, the wall will shake and crumble to dust. It's great during sieges. Again, how does it work underwater? Has anyone gone back and reviewed how many times Jake has fallen to the Wraith Lord temptation? Every time I've had death access in general, go Wraith Lords. They're just really good. You might as well say, oh, how many times has Jake used mages? So, okay, magic is good. Mages are important. How dare you use good infantry in combat, Jake? Anyway, they're very sensible to use here because they're the only reasonable thing I can have that goes underwater. And I lucked out, right? I got Princess Zelda. If I hadn't found Princess Zelda, we probably wouldn't be Wraith Lording because I wouldn't have a way to get the death access, but Zelda was there for me. Also, Eternal Ace might be weakened and never healing, but they will still move, so get all of these fools up there, please. That might be enough to launch an attack real soon. Oh boy. What water do you have here? Lu Bu is going ham here. What's the strongest warrior around up to? He's got Vengeful Water. Uh-oh. I want to be outside of your dominion then, because your water elementals are going to mush me. Kindly Ones, Purgatory. Boy, it'd be good to kill Lu Bu, wouldn't it? But we got other things to deal with. Wet Dry World gives me money. Manawa gives me income. We're under siege in the Baltic Sea. Wait, what? Who has the balls? Atfasang do, and to make matters slightly worse, these enemies have superior wall-breaking ability, thanks to their siege bonus. I'm not sure I bother with that, though. Is the Baltic Sea important to me? The answer is not really. We're instead going to arch around. Oh, but I bet you're on your way for that, huh? Jeez, there's just no stopping these guys. There's so many of them. So many undead, so many soulless, long dead, cavern wights, wolves, master composers. They are many. Yes, Steiner's counterattack. It's here. I have a few ideas. One is to move out to Gilligan, because I suspect the Termina units are going into Gilligan, and I don't want to lose Mike Mapu and Wick's armies to that. But if they're reinforced by the Biotic God, Landstalker, Caius, Bjorn, and all of my priests, then either we dodge them, they go into Wuzhang Plains, and I don't care. Wuzhang Plains is not what wins me the game. Cressidium wins me the game. So yeah, everybody gets out of there. Sorry, I don't have fancy things for you. Instead, you're going to get a lot of fire gems. Okay, you're all going to get over here to Gilligan. How does Gilligan operate for us then? Well, I'm going to have you guys slip off to the side, and your orders are to Phoenix Fire, summon Fire Elemental, and please don't spend any more gems than you have to. I'm not made of these things. Guard Commander, stay behind troops. Maybe it is better to have you in the center. It's a little dangerous to have you just farting around. You could easily be sniped. Not a lot of flyers, so definitely hold before you attack rear, please. I definitely want these guys to cast spells. Okay, my enemies here don't tend to use flyers much though, do they? Or am I imagining that? Am I trying to wince my way out of this? I'm going to give my mages some... Oh no, I'm not going to give them anything because they're not in the same province as you. Tell me I didn't just get rid of your guys? I didn't. Good. Right, you guys, on the other hand... Take some guards. Take some guards. Here's some leftover guards. Just try and bulk up these guys in case they try to get... in case my foe tries to assassinate them. Get over here, release the fire elementals, obliterate these fools, hopefully. Either I catch them and kill them, or I avoid them and all is well, and then I go Termina, Quebec, Cressidium, and then it's just everyone in Cressidium, defend it to the last man. Defend it to the last fire gem, although I'll probably have to siege it down as well, but Wick's army is very good at sieging. Look at that, 1168 just from Wick's army. Add that to these guys, it's an additional 579, and we have negative supply consumption, so we could go through on completely barren, supply-less areas would still be okay thanks to magic. I'm going to give this another turn, keep summoning some allies, and then we're going to go Safe Shallows, Great Bay, grab a Wall Shaker or two. Well, we wouldn't need the Wall Shaker if we're able to take Cyrodiil, so let's consider that as you follow your backup plans. Wuzhang Plain is there, Anakim is here. Anakim, Golden Deer, now is your time to shine. You are going to grab these units. You're going to enjoy a bit of personal guards. We're going to have another front line here, and you are going to join in the march. On top of that, Anima, Khalees, Rincewind. Cool. You guys are also going to have fire-related orders. And you're also going to have 10 fire gems apiece. 10... Wait, what the hell? Just by giving my fire gems to Dijon the hero. Sorry, Dijon. Could I use Dijon the hero offensively in combat? I know the answer is yes. What I'm really asking is, should I use him offensively in combat? Currently he's cranking out the ability to break down walls, which could be useful in a grander sense. But imagine a situation in which Dijon is in combat. What could you do for me? Probably fire stuff. Inner Furnace is interesting. Heat from Hell is more interesting. Heat clouds all over the battlefield, you say? What about Hails of Burning Embers? The mage enchants the arrows of all friendly archers. Well, we don't have any of that. That's just flaming arrows, but the entire battlefield. Heat from Hell is an idea. Hey, I've got Phoenix Fire now. I should definitely be adding that to my roster. Living Fire is also cool, but they're just mid-sized elementals. Bring you in from Heat for Hell, or make sure that we're able to tear down castle walls. It's a really tough call. How useful is Heat from Hell going to be anyway? It might be summer, but it's still cold here. These guys have... Actually, I don't know why it's so cold around here. Oh, that's right. They were dispelling the... I don't know. Actually, I have no idea why it's so cold around here. I don't think they have cold scales. Well, that isn't answering any questions right now, is it? Dijon is going to continue to forge these, but I'm going to change up the order of my fire mages so that it includes casting Phoenix Pyre. Very important. By the way, is that number 3? Yeah, it is. So save this as the new number 3. So Phoenix Pyre means if they ever die, they actually come back to life. And they explode on death, which is pretty cool. So they will explode and they'll come back. Nice trade. Oh yeah, part of this is you guys need to get involved as well. The issue is if they run out of stamina, they die for good. Because it costs something like 50 stamina to rebirth yourself like that. Seems like you might have immortality if you stack enough regeneration of your stamina, but it doesn't always work out the way you want, huh? Right, what do we have here? We already have a laboratory here, meaning I can start making my gate cleavers. Please monthly forge me gate cleavers. They're expensive, but not insurmountably expensive. I know we've got all you guys. Is there anything useful you could do for anyone? Explosion on death. Not quite, not unless it keeps my people alive. Just contemplating anything that would be useful for my people to make right now, and nothing comes to mind. So I guess you can research for now. Get my units in position for a rush on Dantooine. I don't want to rush that until I know I'm in a position to claim Crucidium, because if I claim one and not the other, then I'm just leaving myself wide open for counterattack. So we are going to bide our time here. Also, we can of course march with Cool Spot, who is able to do what exactly? Man, he loves his fortifications, but he has primitive forts, so they're easy to break down, aren't they? Good to know. Probably hits our resonance frequency, may even be effective underwater in response to the idea of how our horn blows down walls underwater. Man can hope. Jinx, we've been at this for a while, but I intend to win this today. Also, where the hell is my package? It was meant to arrive by this moment. Spare me a moment while I check my FedEx update, and it says... Detailed tracking says it'll be here by the end of the day. Yay! Oh boy. Service shipment exception. It has been held by the regulatory agencies. After the truck depart... Oh, okay, great. I'll have to look into that, but not now. I've got a game to win. Right, the Wraith Lords are on their way. Something's happening in Gilligan's Island. Well, that's me, of course. Did the enemy attack here? Yes, they did. Will I regret my options? Probably not. I got the Priests to banish, and I got my Fire Elementals, which are actually getting stuck within my units. But if they can just mosey their way forward... Oh, that's great. Anything that strikes a Fire Elemental instead of my own units is great, because the Fire Elementals... Well, they don't really cost me anything. We don't keep them after the battle is over. I hope you're not spending your Fire Gems on bringing that down. Please tell me you're not. Okay, well, I will believe that you're not. Pretty cool to see the fires come down, though. We've got the banishment going. See, just a little bit of added mage power. It's amazing what it can do for a fight, as these burning, rotting Cyclopses are finding out. Magic is good. There we go. Only 18 of my fire followers and 20 of my Hellbent Guards are down. The temple has been destroyed. Their Steiner's counterattack has been stopped dead. Yeah, I do think the Hungarian postmaster demands yet more paperwork. I gave them everything, but that's clearly not enough. They probably want money, right? Loosen a few lips with a little donation. Constant darkness. We love constant darkness. Also, the Baltic Sea is damaged and we don't care, and Captain Crow lives again. And he's only lost an eye, so he'll be fine. Get on out there, Captain Crow. Ooh, I like this darkness. My units are going to love this darkness. Alright, so Gilligan's Island is mine. I don't really care about protecting it particularly well. Our point is to march onwards. How many gems do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I hate that they're using a gem to make it cheaper to cast. Don't do that. I explicitly give you orders not to do that. Alright, Termina, Quebec, Cressidium. And if it looks promising as we approach Cressidium, we are attacking into Asphodel, Chorus Isle, Japan, Dantooine. Also Socotra, Berlin's airport, Dantooine, and whatever it takes to just storm Dantooine. Meanwhile, I have a bunch of Wraith Lords who are not best pleased. They want to go on the offense. I'm not sure they really want these ghosts joining them, but ghosts are spooky. Couldn't hurt, right? Here, have some ghosts to back you up. Probably just going to cause hit point rout, but whatever. Get over to Safe Shallows. I could have sworn we were able to get there in one shot before, but now we cannot. I guess that's neither here nor there. I still want to carve my way through Safe Shallows, though. We're still here, looking down our opportunity to go into Conus Isle. Get researching, get preaching. And get wishing that you had a bigger army to piercing through here, but you're going to have to make do. My Dominion is really high down here, meaning that the March of Ishmael is going to be extremely powerful. It's going to auto-bless my units. That's a real big bonus right there. And I've got a lot more units to auto-bless. You can get pretty far on your own, huh? We could start the offensive already. But I shouldn't until I know I'm in the home clear for getting over to Cressidium. Maybe after next turn we'll begin the march on all sides. Are the ghosts slowing you down? That wouldn't affect the ones that don't have the ghosts, and even they can't get there in one go, so I don't actually know what's causing us. I could have sworn we got to Safe Shallows in one shot before. Does the darkness slow us down? Unlikely, given that we have Spirit Sight. Quite certain we were able to go here in one shot, but what do I know? I know that I have Chie to help me out. You please do what you do, and then join the others. Witterech is here, with yet more reinforcements. Everybody gets involved here. There is no reason for anybody not to be involved in these fights. Not that I can think of, at least. Get those fire followers out there. Also, please fire on closest. Fire on closest. Actually, you kind of bulk things up in the center a bit too much, don't you? Maybe I could do something like box formation on the sides. That way, the fire elementals come on out in the front. Something like that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Maybe even there. That way the fire elementals will have a much easier time getting up to the front row. Alright. Anyway, we go into Termina. Research queue is empty. How can this be? I'm too good at researching. All-consuming pyre, you say? Sure, get me alteration 8. And then catch me up on thaumaturgy and evocation. Ironically, some FedEx driver is watching the stream thinking, I'll drop off this package after he wins. Actually, I wonder if I have some kind of emails, or I really shouldn't be checking this midstream, but I've been waiting on this package for ages and it's just not coming. Well, surprisingly, I don't have an email yelling at me to give them money. Yet another thing from Lubu. He's harvesting additional astral pearls, and Adfasang are doing what exactly? Supernatural health and stamina. Please tell me that's not gift of health. Gift of health is no longer held by me. That's okay, I've already done most of what I needed to do with gift of health, but I'm still not happy about that. I could gain it right back right now, or I could begin my war march. I'll probably begin the war march. Call another Wraith Lord, and cripples are dying. There's nothing in Kyoto, and we fight for Gilligan's Island again. Oh, well. They try and fight, and they fail. Good. Right, the war march onto Termina has begun. We love the darkness so much. Some of their units really don't. Gotta keep in mind, though, they're the guys with Gift of Health, aren't they? Ah, it's terrifying. If they have Gift of Health, I should take it off of them, actually. Because I do not want to have to deal with them being much stronger. Even if I do have darkness on my side. Wow, you guys are getting obliterated, man. Absolutely obliterated. Good, no Gift of Health is saving you there. My Hellbent Guards are facing attrition, as are my Fire Followers. We're stealing a bunch of stuff off of them, as one should, and killing numerous of them. Excellent. There's the Assassins on their way, killing my poor Cardinal. Blood Slaves up, Gold up. Constant Darkness is great. Killing Scouts is good. Making sure that Obama is well defended, also good. Construct that fortress, maintain the patrolling. The defense is fine. Keep the preaching going as well. Yeah, I wanted to start the attack right now. However, it is more important to cast... Oh, and to cast this, you're going to need... I gave it to somebody over here. Mysterious BR has got it. I need Ishmael to hold the Thistle Mace, and then they're going to cast back Gift of Health, and we're going to overcast tremendously. 150. There's no way they did more than 150. And bring on the Lords of Wraith. They're heading on out. And you guys get on over to the safe shallows to carve away into Great Bay to potentially take Cyrodiil. That's my backup plan if something else fails. Hey, there's the stuff we sold. Some birch boots. Cold resistance. Oh, that's just what we need. So Quebec is in our way to Crucidium. Quebec will not stop us. However, I want Witterick to hand his units over to Wick, but not John, who is a tremendously powerful leader of our units. These guys, they know no retreat when they're under Wick. Can't go Cornwall, because I'd have to go around via Grimsby, and no one wants to make that kind of diversion. Besides, the fort isn't a big deal if I don't take the fort. We just kill the people outside it and then move over to Crucidium, and that is fine by me. Chie. Chie also can't make that jump in one turn. How strange. Arthur, it's not yet time to march on Conus Isle, but what if it is? What if we go there without our god? Is that even agreeable? You can still cast Gift of Health while everybody else goes over to Conus Isle, including Arthur and the remnants of you. You can hold an attack rear from the rear. I do want Arthur to have a couple of bodyguards just in case. You go over there, and then Ishmael with his big old speedy boots will be able to make it over to Japan, I'm quite certain. Because we'll have carved a path through. And it's all inside our dominion, so he's going to be even stronger. The amount of supplies is going to be quite bad. So Arthur, I want you to grab a bottle of wine. And I'm actually going to have you grab the cornucopia just because it also gives more supplies. Might be gravely necessary. Chainmail giving you 15 protection. Don't want a map move penalty you down with greenstone armor though, and I don't have any better armor to be giving you, so you're going to have to make do with that. Alright, so we are going to Conus Isle then. We have a pathetically small amount of fire followers for the front line. But we've got a good amount of jumping on the back line and a fairly large amount of fire elementals to summon as well. So we're going to have to believe that we'll be alright with that. In darkness we should be even stronger, of course. And also, of course, I'm going to need to ratchet up my defenses on the border with Asphodel because they're not going to be very happy at me doing this. The most important thing is that I protect the thrones. Asphodel really only have access to Molten. Do I believe that? I believe it well enough. Okay, let's carry on. Alright, we did manage to steal Gift of Health back off of our foe there. The Wraith Lords are coming, the Cripples are dying, and then there's a lot of fights. Well, let's see how that unwinds. Interestingly enough, Asphodel is attacking me. Did they know I was attacking into them, or did they already have their own plans? The point is they started by attacking me into Bornholm. They send in some ghostly things. They give us the big suck, and we actually managed to chip through the ghosts. Good. These aren't ghosts, actually. They're just dispossessed spirits. Ghosts would have had me dead already. They're hard to hit because they're ethereal, but if you do hit them, they just die. And good win on us in Bornholm. What about Wet Dry World? We are being attacked by Atvazang. Well, I say attacked. Can you call this an attack? I don't. Conus Isle. This is us going for it. Without our pretender god, but in the darkness, we just take them on. That didn't seem very sporting. Look at those falling fires. Down go our foes. Easy money. Then Quebec. This is the ultimate charge to grab that throne. Unfortunately, it's getting colder here. Cold works against us, but darkness works for us. These guys are able to actually dodge the attacks coming their way when they're in darkness. That's a huge boon for us. If we had more darkness, we would take in a lot less attrition on our Hellbent Guards on our way over here. Finally got rid of the last of these demon breads. Good. Don't like demon bread. Termina. Wait, Adfazang attacking into Termina as well. Not a concern. I'm happy to just let those provinces fall. Same with Coronation Street. If it ain't a throne, it ain't important. This is what you call a throne rush. Look at how sturdy these guys are. We got them completely surrounded, heavy cavalry, long spears, and they're still giving us a hard time. And then there's Gilligan's Isle. He wants to name the island after himself, does he? I've never seen Gilligan's Isle, but I have played the game. I think I've played the game. Wasn't it a punishment game? How safe are the safe shallows? This is me charging in with my ghosts and my Wraith Lords. Yeah, good luck dealing with us when there's a ton of us. That sucking noise is the ghosts. No one likes dealing with ghosts. Easy money, no point besieging this thing, we're just here to move on. And then Chibi, we are being attacked by Asphodel in Chibi. But is this really an attack? They're just already dead. We're getting these assassination attacks and they are most unpleasant. As long as they just hit my low-level leaders, that's fine. Nethermines delivers, Misfortune delivers. The walls are damaged in Baltic Sea, not my concern. Quebec is breached, but we don't need that. Also, Ugen Buzik is gone. We didn't really see them doing much, but I always knew they were a weak faction. Right. It has lightened up a bit. All the more reason for me to get involved with Ishmael and the rest of my units as we go into Japan. That'll bring us a spitting distance away from Dantooine. A good question is, am I able to actually bring these walls down? Another question is, where did all these units come from? They must have assassinated someone leading them. Unfortunate, but what are you to do? This is what we'll do. Just switch things out, as long as you stay behind troops all as well. Curious about my ability to bring down the walls. Ishmael, I want you to put down the Thistle Mace and grab the... Well, I could give you the Mace of Eruption, but what about if you help us tear down the walls to Dantooine? Wait, why didn't I attack with all my underground units? I did completely forget, that's why. Shoshitatsu. Grab everyone you can. Be accompanied by people that can grab additional units, as well as those that can preach, and march into Sokoto. Not even going to organize, right? Just, we're just here to throw everything we can over there. Albert Wesker, grab everybody you can, march out to Celadon City. Will you win? I don't know. Stay behind the troops and have the troops do their thing. And also, Cool Spot and Karma and Effect. Grab every unit we have going spare. Stay behind them. Well, preferably hold and stay behind them. And then get moving on out. We gotta hit that Dantooine. And yet another Wraith Lord. They know what to do. They stay at the back, they cast their spells, and they get moving. This is why I was able to move there in one go, because it was already under siege, of course. Now it makes sense. Anyway, the ones that are already here, please drop off the ghosties. They can aid with the sieging. The rest of you, I want Cyrodiil. Go over to Great Bay Temple and then march on Cyrodiil. That's my backup plan after all. Chie can aid with the marching. And don't end the turn yet, because there are some people that are busy, but they're busy doing the wrong thing. They're busy sieging Quebec. No, Chrysidium is the target. And I swear, if Chrysidium is somehow not the target, I'm going to be most displeased, but it must be the Throne of Destiny. Take Throne of Destiny, take other throne, secure victory. It's that easy. But yeah, this stuff is dead to rights, but there's no throne around here, so they can have it. Wait, is it Zawet or Zawet? I was unsure myself, but on checking it is Zawet. I might be calling it Zawet every now and then. That's because R's and T's look the same. Oh my god, more dire pretense. It's Lubu again. Lubu has claimed the fickleness of fire. Oh dear. The Well of Misery has been dispelled. No! You're not allowed to stake this. You can't take my Wraith Lords from me. This is all the more reason I need to win. Alright, the Woodhenge Druid is searching and finding nothing, and we have more fighting going on. And again, they attack with a weird single unit here. Right, Chrysidium, this is the main target. It's defended by a very bulky amount of province defense, but what are these things? Chrysidium Velites. Light and medium armor, they fight with javelins, tridents, and they're backed up by our cold aura-giving Cavern Wights. And it's cold here, which doesn't make life easier for me. I'm very glad that my units are cold resistant, by the way. Very, very glad. Should be able to one-turn crack the Chrysidium. Yes I do. Good. How about Sokoto? This is me just going on an all-out march. The bodies are just being thrown at the enemy in the hopes that we can disrupt them enough that we take their throne. Not a lot of thought put into it, it's just all-out attack. This is a bit more thoughtful, although it's not against much. There's our god Ishmael getting involved in battle. 638 hit points is an abusively large amount. And it does go higher. What just exploded there? Was that you, Ishmael? Good thing you are slightly fire resistant. Looking good. How about Celadon City? The god is scary. He turns to the camera whenever he attacks or casts magic. I don't like seeing that. We saw him do it a lot when he was trying to break up the Great Monolith. Alright, things are looking good is what I'm getting at here. We go in, we kill, we go in, we kill. Asphodel attempts to go in and kill us. This time they'll succeed, but again, this is not a relevant province. It was mostly just there as a distraction. My Zoetic follower was suddenly attacked. Where? In Wujiang Plains, not my concern. I'm just there to hold Wujiang Plains for now. Crucidium is cracked. Crucidium will be stormed. However, yeah, I can bring my guys in. I have plenty of replacement fire gems for them. And we must continue to march. Danduin is not inside my dominion, so my god will be significantly punished. However, I think we can make that work. We march on. March through Berlin, march through the gates of madness. We don't care. And all of my Wraith Lords are going to attempt, and I'll even take my Ghosties with me, they're going to attempt to take on Cyrodiil. If one of these attacks fails, Cyrodiil will surely be there to help. But I need to take it first. It's full of Shambler Thralls, Clan Guards, and that Mind Lord could be a real problem. I wonder if his name is Lucky 1X. When in doubt, have backup Wraith Lords. When in doubt, have backup Wraith Lords. Yeah, you can get there in one shot. No, in that case, just maintain the siege, please. By the way, when you're on your way there, could you grab the Gate Cleaver? That's the stuff. And we finally made Defa, and Defa is also... No, you're not able to make me a Gate Cleaver. Why the heck did I make you? Was there any Earth access I was looking for that wasn't Gate Cleaving? Well, I'll tell you what, you can make Earth Boots, and then you can make Gate Cleaves. Maybe it's the nature. Maybe, I remember now, I wanted this for my god. Reinvigoration and Reconstruction. Yeah, that's pretty good on making my god and very difficult to kill, even with chip damage. But I think we're a little past that now. Even so, I'm going to make it, because only the best for my god. Alright, let's go. We're going for gold on that final throne. There are a couple ways that things could go bad. For example, Biotic God Volus could get attacked by one of the assassins, and then I won't be able to claim the Crucidium. Of course, that has to happen this turn, or I suppose next. Similarly, something could do that for Ishmael, and then I'd be in dire straits, because Ishmael would have to leg it up to that throne. And as you can see, they've taken the land around the throne, so our guys cannot retreat from here. If they retreat, they die. They must take the Crucidium right now. They have no choice. Yeah, those chains make inanimate things really chunky. The problem is the Colossal Fetish has terrible stats for attack and defense, so I need to use its miscellaneous slots for things to boost its attack skill. Okay, Wraith Lords as usual. Pislarna have Biotic... They've got their own Biotic God Volus Prophet. The odds of that are pretty low. Celadon. Yeah, just try and surround me. I burn your carrion corpses. They're not actually fire... they're not weak to fire. But they do still burn. I mean, this guy's actively on fire. He's casting webs at me. I don't think that's going to work so well in the fire. Oh, he's got regeneration. I think he cast personal regeneration. That's okay. The faithful shall be richly rewarded. Gates of Madness to try and surround ourselves around their throne. And they all go down. What about Riga? Well, that's fine. Riga wasn't there to be reinforced. The Berlin Eternal Airport. It's getting chilly, but I've got a lot of guys. And the axes mulch the enemy before they get close. I love those throwing axes. Maybe not worth the cost, but it's not like I designed these units. They're just randomly made. Okay, Ishmael is back, and he's got a lot of foes to slaughter. What are they anyway? They're satyrs. Not only that, we've got full-blown centaurs. Alpha, are you represented? They've also got harpies. Harpies can fly to the back row and do damage. But this is why I've got bodyguards, and this is why... Oh, wait. That could be a real problem for these guys if they target my followers. because they'll attack before they get Phoenix Pyre down. Yeah, those Harpies... Okay, good. The Harpies are going for my flying units, and the flying units just eliminate the Harpies. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Where was that anyway? That was Danduin. Yeah, wow. All we lost was one, I think, rider of a lizard. Brilliant. Should be able to crack that fort pretty quickly. And then there is Cyrodiil. Did we actually win in Cyrodiil? This one I'm least confident in. That's a lot of big, chunky Shambler Thralls, armed and actually armored Amber Clan Tritons. These are Tritons, right? Probably. I think I saw the word Triton. Yeah, there we go, Tritons. And there's the Brain Lord himself, Senator Armstrong the Mind Lord. He's grabbing a Pendant of Courage to bring up his own morale. He's riddled with gems. He can enslave your mind. Magic resistance negates, but aren't you good at penetration? Then you got soul leeching. Doesn't affect mindless, but we have minds. And then there is Dolce the Slave Mage with another pot of brew. And a bunch of kelps as well. Right, not confident this will go my way, but one thing of note is that these things aren't undead, so I'm pretty sure I can suck the life out of them. Actually, maybe it is mindless that blocks Soul Vortex. I'm unsure if it's mindless or undead that stops it. Okay, first up come the Amber Guards. They will fall pretty heavily to our Frost aura and our leeching of their life aura with Soul Vortex. Also, they're going to be affected by the fear aura of our fear. It's not a lot of fear, but it's a great way to cause routing. Some of them already want to leave, and they're more than welcome to do so. Wait, are these thralls... Oh, I didn't notice this. These thralls are tramplers. Ethereal can dodge trampling without taking damage, but anything else will take at least 1 point of damage from it. And it can really disrupt your line, because look at it, it's separating my my Wraith Lords because they keep squishing them out of the way with their trampling. Could be a problem. Anyway, one of them's gotten to the back line though, and that's helping spread the fear aura. We're noticing a lot more routing going on. There we go, the slave trooper is out of here. Cyrodiil looks like it belongs to the Wraiths. There we go. Brain Lord just couldn't handle my incredible strategy. They run around, they get the kill. 3 of my 4 ghosts died, but none of my Wraith Lords did, and that means Cyrodiil is ours. And we know what Cyrodiil is. We knew it was the Throne of Creation. 3 ascension points for us. Did we know that? I think we knew that. So, pouring a lot of money into Cyrodiil to keep it safe. That might be a bad idea, but it also might be a good idea. Look at these, they've got actual armored Amber Clan Tritons. We can't claim this until we have somebody here to claim it. Yeah, go figure. Right. What I'm getting at is that Biotic God Volus could do that. You're no longer lucky, Biotic God Volus. Actually, keep that for now. Keep that until you actually claim the throne. Oh, I didn't check that out, did I? The Fortress of Cressidium. This flimsy broken wall is all that keeps me from my throne, and I'm having my throne. Thank you very much. And they cast Swarm. Why would Swarm save you? As if. Steve Burnside? And all of your followers got killed by Erinya. Wow, really? Steve Burnside is in the library with his 5 bodyguards, and it's very unlikely that all bodyguards would show up for an assassination, but there they are. And this is Erinya. Snake hair, serpent, touch of Tisafin. Not big with these words. Anyway, they're trying to get in the way of my reading, but you've got a poison cloud. I try to set fire to you. Well, Steve Burnside does. What an awful character. We're actually doing a good job of demolishing Erinya here. Pretty good, but pretty good isn't good enough. Yeah, and then for some reason you go in for melee and you die. Where was this anyway? Oh, that was in Cressidium, so I'm very, very glad that didn't happen before I claimed the throne. So I gotta claim the throne, and I have got to just freaking hold the place. Preferably with an additional temple and some preaching done. And slam on some province defense. But yeah, just claim the throne and hold the thing. And then Biotic God Volus can... How far are you from Cyrodiil? Bjorn will be a good way to check. How far are you from Cyrodiil? If I gave you the breathing pills. You can't get there in one turn, or can you? Or can you? Yes, you can. Alright, Bjorn, put that away. We should have this in 2 turns. The question is who gets the privilege of doing so. Storm that castle, please. Yeah, unless Biotic God Volus dies this turn, we've got this. Please defend and carry on. This is Dominion. Now I know, yeah, this is one of the best strategy games I've ever played, if not the best. Sengoku Rants is pretty good, and I do love Europa Universalis, but man, Dominions is just everything. Right, for the love of God, tell me I managed to claim the throne. There we go. Biotic God Volus has claimed the throne of destiny in the name of Ishmael. We are very close to ascending our pretender god to true godhood. Zelda brings up another Wraith Lord. We search for magical sites. Are any of these relevant fights? Crucidium is relevant. We need to hold this throne. And he's brought in his national units. In fact, not just his national units, he has brought in the bulk of his big, fat sacreds. They've got withering weapons, extra strength, invulnerability. Their bones get mended. So even though they're undead, they're actually able to regenerate. I don't like the sound of that. What is more, they have really good ability to tear down walls. Fortunately, we have units that are very good at defending walls, so hopefully we can hold on to that. Otherwise, it's... Wow, that's a lot. What are you bringing into Celadon? Okay, so he's not very happy at my attack into his lands as Asphodel, and I'm not surprised. But remember, a big part of the reason these units are here is to draw this kind of attention away from Ishmael. Ishmael needs to claim the throne. So whilst it might seem very sad that all of these surprisingly young... Yeah, he's only 24! We've got little boys here fighting against undead carrion corpses. We haven't seen a lot of Asphodel, but what do they bring in? They bring in boars that have been reanimated by very malevolent roots and vines. He's bringing in ogres, undeads. He's even bringing in furious bipedal whatever these things are. Unholy rites performed by carrion lords have caused vines and roots to reanimate the sacred bones of black minotaurs. A disgusting nation. What are these big things here? Carrion wolves and carrion horses. They put you to sleep, and they also hit you 3 times with this, so these guys can immediately put you to sleep, and then the other ones just nibble you to death. Form a circle, lads. We can fight in any direction. Except we're getting webbed? I don't even want to know. Are these the kinds that swallow you? No, they're just big clubbing forest giants. Some of them are ones that actually just pick you up and eat you. There's also carrion... Is that an elephant or a mammoth? Carrion behemoth. A dead elephant. Ugh. So it's going to come and disrupt my lines by treading through us as well. I see the horses in this game magically grow tailbones when they turn into skeletons, just like the Tomb Kings, LOL. They're just built differently. Besides, how do we know that isn't the vines making that shape? Well, good job setting them on fire, but I'm afraid Asphodel, have your number, lads. So as the last little boy, aged 25, gets mulched under the feet of an undead elephant, at least he goes down warm knowing he's set them on fire on his way out. Oh, someone's making it out of here. A single fire follower with a broken shield who's gone mute from damage is going to get out of here. Unless the wolves have their way with him. There was an attempt. As expected, other places are just whatever. These are not relevant fights anymore. The Fortress of Danduin, that is relevant. I must take this. I don't think that'll be a big problem, but let's not count our chickens, shall we? It's also a problem if they kill my Colossal Fetish, who notably has very low hit points, because he's outside of his dominion. Your god fights tremendously well within your dominion, and tremendously badly outside of it. Bring in those very unhappy fire elementals, which are weakened by the cold. It's Still better to have them than not. I've won with fire elementals in Cold 3 before. I wonder what you'll do with all these wolves hitting you. Oh, that's what you do. You lay down your Mace of Eruption and blow them the heck up. I do like my giant gimp-faced god. I wonder if we can catch a moment where he stares at us. Look at that! That's not right. Why do we worship this thing? Every unit in this game only has 2 frames of animation. Good way to save on costs, I suppose. Yeah, remind you of anyone you know, Dark Young. Oh yeah, Mace of Eruption, very good against dispossessed spirits. Because the area of effect, fire damage will hit them and hurt them, ignoring ethereal. You see that ghost? Ishmael did not. This doesn't feel very ethical, but I suppose my foes are largely undead freaks, so raining fire down from above on them, it's only fitting, right? They cast Swarm again, so we've got lot of little bugs to deal with, but the bugs generally just do tiny, negligible damage. Really good in assassination, though. Bog down your target with bugs and then snipe them with anything else. Anyway, it is ours. Dantooine is all ours. Do you want to hear some really bad news? I was convinced that Dantooine was the throne of the Artificer for 2 points. It was the throne of Ice for 1 point. Where's the throne of the Artificer? Well, it seems we're not done yet. Ishmael, claim that throne of Ascension. Get our defenses tapping out as much as we can. Hold the line. I can't even build a temple here. But cool spot and friends could make their way over. Yeah, get over. Oh, that's good. We've got Finboy and Alette to bring in some holiness. Right, there is one thing I can still do to... Oh, crap. I'm sieged here. That means I can't fly out because I'm not stealthy. Okay, seems we're definitely not done yet then. I can't risk Biotic God Volus's life in combat. He's too important at this final moment. Right, everybody else, I need you to break that siege. Except for Biotic God Volus. Biotic God Volus, keep your bodyguards for now. You will ditch them later. Hopefully you don't get attacked. That would just be the worst. And in preparation for this, we're going to prepare a couple boots of speediness. Forge some shade mail to give him stealth. I was considering how to give him stealth as well, just in case this doesn't work out. I should be able to do that with a glamour mage. That's displacement. There's stealth. That'll get him out of here. However, it requires glamour 3. Do I have a glamour 3? I do. Andarius, save me. Forge me the cloak of invisibility, please. Unless you mentioned shade mail. What is shade mail? I don't see any of that, but this will get him out. You can creep out of one of these if you are stealthy, but that'll help out. I just need to hold Cyrodiil then. Yeah, stealth bonus won't make you stealthy, but stealth just added will. No, I'm pretty sure invisibility will give it, because it says stealth 20, it doesn't say stealth plus 20. I guess we're about to find out, aren't we? Not much I can do at this point. I gotta hope that what we have is just enough. Hold Cyrodiil, because Cyrodiil we know gets us there. We're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 out of 15 points once we claim the Throne of Ice. We could go for safe shallows, but we already secured Cyrodiil, and it's fairly well protected with my beloved Wraith Lords. So I just need to get Biotic God out there. I should have been patrolling here instead of just holding up, but oh well. And because there is a... there's a laboratory here, meaning I can restock my fire mages. Why do I have 2 fire mages here? I could have sworn I sent like 6 of them over here. They've been getting assassinated, I think. Okay. Don't bother with the tub of food there, Biotic God Volus. Concern yourself with staying alive. Although I don't know if any of this would actually help you. Twist Fate would marginally help you in a bad situation. Just trying to think of anything you could have that could deal if you get assassinated. A magical weapon would go a long way. How about a long two-handed weapon? 16, 11, life drain, strength gain. Take that. That way if one of those nasty things comes to assassinate you, you've got a much better chance of slaughtering them. Twist Fate, Pendant of Luck, bit of armor. I don't have booties that'll help you out much there, though. Helmet? No, and funnily enough, you don't wear a helmet, do you? Yeah, head protection is low. I know someone that wears a helmet. His name's Ishmael. Take that off. Here you go, Biotic God Volus. You have been augmented. You can defeat anyone and anything. Alright, continue to hold this. Just stay inside and hold it, I think. Should be fine. Okay, good. I know a lot of commanders are doing nothing. Yeah, I could have sworn that was Throne of the Artificer. Ishmael, you said you were guiding us to a better tomorrow? Right. Okay, so remember when I said we're fine over here? That's fine, that's safe shallows, actually. This is where we're holding the enemy down inside the fort, not where we're holding the throne. And we do hold it, despite all the bombing from enemy priests. Decree of the Underworld aplenty, but it wasn't enough. Bandage Girl the Wraith Lord continues to live, and it's hard to make a Wraith Lord old. They're withering, but that won't matter, they live for 1,000 years. There was a battle in Cressidium. This is us trying to relieve the siege away from us. Like I said, they're bringing out the big guns here. They're bringing out their big poison-spewing badasses, and my units can't handle that very well. And it's not hot here. You there. Yeah, it's cold 3, so my poor fire elementals are in a bad state. However, I'm not the only one in a bad state. Get out of here. And then we get to see the damage that poison does to my units at the end of battle. Some of them just keel over because of the poison spewing out of those undead cyclopses. Patrolling and all that, but that's not important. What's important is that we survived and Biotic God Volus did not die. So, what happens? Biotic God goes invisible with the power of this, just in case. That does lower his protection mightily, but you'll be fine. And then you put on your Speedy Gonzales shoes that I just made you. And you are legging it over to... Why can't you make it there? Hold on. Get rid of your bodyguards. You don't need them where you're going. Why can you still not get to Cyrodiil? Wait. We're all good. We're all good. Get rid of the Pendant of Luck. Put on the air breathing. Now you can get to Cyrodiil. I forgot I hadn't yet given him his pills of water breathing. You make it over to Cyrodiil and claim Cyrodiil. We are done and dusted here. I'm going to make some additional ghosts just to keep you safe. And the rest of you, hold the freaking line. Everything into fort defense. Watch him get assassinated by the event thing. He could get assassinated by the waters, actually. You know what, that's a good enough reason not to give him that. I'd rather he had actual protection. 16 from Scale Mail or 20 from Greenstone? Poison resistance, acid resistance, 20 protection is a lot though. Hard to say no to that massive protection. I need this guy alive, so get over to Cyrodiil, please. Ishmael, just continue freaking out everybody around you. I wish to have a temple here, and I wish to preach here. And I also wish to... Let's see, you're on defend, right? Please make us a better fort, just in case. Yeah, Vengeful Waters could do him in. 5% chance of having the attack. If he does get attacked, I think he'll be okay, but Water Elementals can hit like a truck. Right, so Cressidium, they do really want that back. Not enough, though, if that's all they're sending. Blip. Berlin's Eternal Airport is a non-starter. Safe Shallows is fairly irrelevant, even though they managed to beat us back. That was just to pin them down. They are too late, or are they actually? Because they're not far from Cyrodiil. What else is going on? The Kiel Canal is just doing whatever. Trevor Belmont, the father of numerous prophecies, was attacked and slaughtered by another one of these things. Good, that's someone that isn't slaughtering our biotic god. Death gems, Sloth Dominion, religious misconceptions in Cressidium, I wonder why. False Prophet has been found and destroyed, Black Harpy found and destroyed, a Scout found and destroyed. Baltic Sea is damaged, but it's still there. Killing people, no supplies. Danduin are starving badly due to lack of supplies. But our god is there. Surely our god will deliver unto us the supplies that we need. He's there. Biotic God Volus, claim that throne. Hi Jake and chat, I'm late for the stream. Could you briefly summarize what happened today? I won, Val. Victory! Biotic God Volus has claimed the throne of creation. Wraith Lords continue to be churned out. There's a disturbance in the Gift of Health. Someone tried to dispel it. Earl von Woomer was suddenly attacked, dying at the final moment there. And lots of horrible things happened. And now there's unrest. Oh, decreased actually. The throne of creation has made everybody happier. Lovely. The Baltic Sea has been breached. Basically everything is burning. However, that is irrelevant because by gaining the Thrones of Ascension, we reign supreme. You are Ishmael, the Pantocrator. Your enemies are cast down, broken, dead, enslaved, or imprisoned. You are the sole author of fate. So he actually became truly omnipotent at this moment. You summon the tides, you dictate the seasons. You give or withhold fortune and life. And this is just our giant wooden gimp monster. But here's the thing. Everything goes by his will, and then time passes. At some unknown time, there's a change. Suddenly, he realizes he's still paying his monthly subscription to World of Warcraft. Something reminiscent of ancient longings and doubts you thought forgotten. You lift your presence from the world, shuffle into your bedroom, log back onto your PC, and start grinding yet more boar arses to turn in for quest rewards. Down on the world you left behind, old servants and enemies feel the chains loosen. Doors thought forever shut slowly creep open. Ancient things long dead stir. The throne's empty, and once again, life is a cycle. The Ascension Wars will continue again. But we don't need to worry about that, because we win. Can we see how we started out? Yes, here we are, Zawet. I really did not like our starting location. I have starting locations set to be fair and balanced, so every location will have at least 5 adjacent provinces. That means that your capital has access to resources and can easily expand without being shunted, say, into a corner. For example, you're not going to get a capital start here, where you have no adjacencies. Water adjacencies don't count for land and vice versa. Perhaps another example would be this corner here. You get 1, 2, 3 adjacencies. That's not good enough. But then we get here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 adjacencies, and here in Asphodel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 adjacencies. If anything, we were lucky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 adjacencies, 6 even with this. But they were garbage. Wasteland, swamp, swamp, swamp. Not very good on money, not very good on resources. They weren't even that good for magical sites. And the provinces are small and low population, so we were starved on money pretty badly early on. I look on with envy at Fargard having a couple of near-adjacent farmlands next to them. And these farmlands would have been delectable, but well defended. And then Atfasang, they got nice lands around. Anyway, let's see how things expanded. This is us. Asphodel, who ended up being a real pain in our bum down here, but the even biggest pain in my bum were Atfasang in this purple. We can watch it unfold. I wonder if you can see the underground from here. We expanded as best we could. We had 1 failure expand, otherwise we were fine. About this point, we thought, we're going to have to knuckle down here, or maybe we can expand out to this shell. I thought I'd work on Kyoto, but look at that. Anakim had a different idea. Anakim pinned me in and took Kyoto for themselves. Also, my Dominion is dying here. It's kind of small and crappy. It's getting snuffed out. I knew asphodel would be a problem. And this is about when we started going underground instead. Really can't see the underground. I wonder if that's an oversight. There's no button to check the underground either. Anyway, pinned down. Not looking good, but all the while we are building up our strength underground. And when we cut forth, all will be well. I have no idea what happened to Farguard. Farguard just completely failed this run. Looks like they had an early war with Asphodel, actually, and beyond that, they just couldn't get out of their capital. But they were pinned down by knights the whole game. They could have taken them. And now this is the time we had our explosive growth. We saw the opportunity to go for Farguard, so we crept out of our little shell here. Piecing our way through, came out of the ground through Manawa. Saw that we had some problems with Asphodel here, but fortunately, Atfazang fought Asphodel, giving us an opportunity to fight through this without triggering Asphodel. You start holding on to provinces that the enemy once had, they really don't like to stop fighting you. And actually what really took off at this point was our Dominion. Look at this, all the temples that we put underground, I know they might have seemed useless, but they were the reason that our Dominion just kept spreading. All the light green that you see around here is our Dominion seeping out of the ground. All of our temples down there. Flocking masses, worshipping Ishmael. And that really helped us move our troops and our god around, to the point where our Dominion's even down there in the throne that we took. So there we go. Even if we hadn't won the way we had, it wouldn't have been too hard, I reckon, to secure a Dom kill victory, where you snuffle out all of the enemy Dominions with your own. Then again, Asphodel was still huge. Asphodel had all of this. I still think Asphodel would be quite easy to kill. They weren't a concern. What was a concern was Adfasang, and they still had all of this. I was pretty happy to see the enemy AI put up a fight. Before I do the next run, though, there's one change I certainly want to make, and that's get the AI no recruit mod on. They shouldn't be buying garbage units. Okay, all is well. Now, how do we see the... Okay, good. You get one more turn before the game just self-closes for some reason. Let's have a look at the score graphs. Provinces. This is one thing we were very good at. Once we got into the underground, we were fairly uncontested there due to our dark power. So even though our enemies were taking grounds on the surface, we took the underground. And then there was no underground to take. Then we had the power to take the above ground. Asphodel? What the heck happened here with Asphodel? I guess they were taking... actually, I have no idea whose provinces they were taking. Maybe Dead Farguard, Janega, Ubang, Guzitz, whatever the case, they took provinces there. We had very few forts until this point where we took over, and even then Asphodel overtook us. They loved their primitive crappy forts there. How does that work? Do people above ground stare into a hole and they hear the preaching from the underground? Exactly that, yes. There are holes leading to the underground, and the sheer amount of temples I have there cause unbridled joy for the god of Ishmael in my name. When it comes to income, we had really good scales, which helped our income despite our lackluster situation. Don't know what happened at this point. Actually, I really don't know what happened at this point to make things suddenly go up and then down and up. But anyway, after a while, we were certainly head and shoulders with everybody else. This doesn't tell the full story, though. The AI gets a multiplier on top of their income for difficulty. So if they're here, they're more likely up at about here. Gem income, we were scarcely the best, even with... This must be Well of Misery, right? Don't know what this was being dispelled, but yeah, Asphodel kicking ass on the score graphs here. Blood was irrelevant, nobody played with blood in this run. My research was the worst for the entire game. The only people we overtook were dead nations. Kind of disheartening, but I knew my research wasn't going to be good. We did not have access to cheap recruit mages. We did not take magic scales, so we didn't really have much of an option. Also, I couldn't expand and just crank out expensive mages because I needed to put all my money into foot troops. Dominion, here's where we flourish. Once we had a good infrastructure built underground, kaboom! We were taking over, everybody's worshipping us. How about the army size? No, our army was pretty small comparatively to everybody. But this is just purely size, you know, an elephant is like 3 men, but it doesn't take into account how powerful the 3 men-sized people are, or how lame the elephant might be. Even so, Asphodel was head and shoulders above everybody else. free spawn garbage units, but enough free spawn garbage will blot out the sun. We had that happening in one of our death runs before. And then ascension points. We really only had our one throne for the longest of times. Then I think we grabbed another underground one. And then we went for the throne rush, and rush we did and win. Glorious! You'd think an AI graph is the true income already multiplied. I'm convinced that it's not. I've looked at like for like and they haven't matched up. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. Anyway, good run. I really like how we were pinned down at the start and it created quite a lot of pressure to break out and make something of it. Also fun to play with fire. Fire is kind of a blunt instrument to deal with problems. It's easy to counter, but it's powerful, so you need that counter to be on point. Research was a little lacking, and I didn't use mages as much in combat as I would have liked to, but I still had a damn good time. I will give it a break for a couple of weeks, I reckon, because Dominions is an exhausting game to play. Big on my poor brain. Also, I plan on going to Spain, and I don't want this hanging over me when I'm soaking up what little sun there is down there in Andalusia. So, cheers for joining for Dominions. I'll be back tomorrow, maybe with DDR. We'll see if my broken body can handle it, but otherwise what's more likely is that I start the long play of Diplomacy Not Needed. That won the long play vote, and we'll be checking it out. So until I'm back with that, it's a cheers to everybody, especially our glorious gimp god Ishmael, and a cheerio.